Emotions are high in Baku. The FIDE World Cup is in full swing, and Game 2 of the first round was played this afternoon in the Marriott Boulevard Hotel. Everyone is trying their best to win their games today and avoid coming back tomorrow for the tiebreaks. An extra rest day is always good. In the open section, nearly all the rating favourites sealed the deal, either won the games or secured qualification with a draw. Most of the players who lost the first game were able to recover positions and tie their matches. However, some really strong players, such as Kadrik from Montenegro, will not return after losing a second time against underdog Salinas Herrera from Chile. In the women's section, Serikbay Asel from Kazakhstan stopped her higher-rated opponent Pauline Guichard in her tracks and forced her to return tomorrow for the tiebreaks. Canadian Male Jade Ouellet also defeated her stronger opponent for a second time and cruised to the second round comfortably. Possibly the main surprise was the elimination of Natalia Buksa from Ukraine. She had to win on demand against Mungul Turman from Mongolia, but was only able to get a draw. Tomorrow afternoon, the first round tiebreaks will be disputed, deciding who else will qualify for the second round, where they will meet all the elite seeded players, including Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world. Greetings from Baku. Today is the tiebreaks of the first round, and emotions and tensions are high. In 20 minutes, players will fight to the death to qualify for the second round. Let's see the spirits of one of the players here, Michalina Rudzinska. Michalina, how are you doing? You're about to play for the qualification for the second round. How are you feeling today?
I'm very, very excited. It's my first tiebreak of my whole life, so I'm very excited but also happy. I have nothing to lose. I'm playing against stronger opponent, higher rated, so I have nothing to lose. I'm just going to enjoy playing chess.
That sounds great. It's a 25-minute game, and if you're still tied, then we go down to 10 minutes and 3 minutes. Are you good playing fast chess? Is it better than classical?
I hope so. I hope so. Today is much better. So, I don't know what is going to happen, but I will enjoy, I think, every time, every game, and let's see what will happen.
Sounds great. What are you going to play on the first move?
Oh, it's a secret.
Okay. Good luck in your games then.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, we wish the best of luck for Michalina here, representing Poland, and the rest of the tables are ready. Players are arriving. Tiebreaks at any moment now. Greetings from Baku.
Welcome everyone to the tiebreak day of the first round of the FIDE World Cup 2023. This is your host Sagar, Shah, and along with me is the wonderful Irene Sukandar. Hello, Irene.
Hello again, Sagar. Wow, we are already on the tiebreak day.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I am feeling very tensed, very excited. We just saw right now Michael interviewing all the players just before the game. And while I could see some smiles on their faces, I think they are very tensed from within.
I'm sure they're very nervous because, wow, tiebreak day decides their fate, whether they are going home or going to the second round.
Yeah, and there are going to be 33 encounters today. So a lot of players still hanging in there. And I was talking to a few top players and they were like, we don't know who our opponents are tomorrow because they are into the tie breaks.
Yes, and it's going to be harder for them to prepare. Especially today, they have to wait pretty much until the evening to know who their pairing is.
Right. So it would take 2 games at minimum, but it could go all the way to maybe unlimited. Like there's no limit to the number of games. It could go to 10 games, 12 games, 15 games, or so on.
Yes, since there is no Armageddon, it will be decided in the last 3+2 Blitz game.
Yes. So the format is first they play 2 games of 25 plus 10. If the score is at 1-1, they go to 10 plus 10.
And then after that, they will go to 2 games of Blitz, 5 plus 3. And if the score is still 1-1, they will go for another 2 games at 3 plus 2 seconds.
And then, if it's still tied at 1-1, generally in the previous editions, we had an Armageddon, which was decider game. But this time, it's not. So they will play another game of 3+2. And if that ends in a draw, another game of 3+2. And that keeps on going till a person wins a game.
Yeah, until we see a winner of the match. And generally speaking, are you ready to be here all night long?
you know, Irene, this is my last day of commentary. So I am okay to stay here, but you have to commentate for a month.
For a month. But it's a good warm-up because tomorrow we will have Vishy Anand among us.
Yes, Vishy Anand is going to join us here. I'm going to go back home, but Vishy, the 5-time world champion, will join you, and I think the top players are going to flow in. Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano, Ju Wenjun. It's going to be epic.
It is going to be epic indeed. And we can already see in the camera right now, 5 minutes before the start of the game. Wow, look at the players. And well, significantly reduced number of players right now because it's tiebreak day. And we see the tournament table. There are 24 tiebreaks in the open. And Levan Pansulaya will take on Harsha Baratakoti. And the winner of this match will face
Magnus
Carlsen. And in the women's section later, we will have also 9 tiebreaks. But you see, you predicted 20 tiebreaks in the open, and now we have 24.
Well, I was quite close, and I mean, these matches are so well balanced, because that's the reason why they went into the tie breaks. I think in the women as well, nearly all the games very, very intense. I mean, we can choose the favorites as per rating, but perhaps no one is like a real favorite, I would say.
No, when you're going on to tiebreak, you see like not only your chest but your nerves are at stakes as well. So these players, they've been showing and proving themselves as the best of their country. So it means that, you know, rating is not really a matter this time.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the day when ratings will go out of the window. This is the women's table that we have 9 games today, 24 in the open. Totally 33 games will be seen, 66 players in this hall. Very tense, very exciting. And maybe it's time to have a look at our playing hall and see what's happening there. I guess all the players are settling in. Irene, which is the game that you are most looking forward to?
I think I would like to see the duel between Ivic Velimir versus Gurel Edis. I think it would be very interesting. I'm sure other games are also equally interesting. And in the women, I cannot really choose which one because look, these are, I mean, but there is one thing that attracts my attention.
Yeah.
There is only one player in the tiebreak that doesn't have any FIDE title yet.
Ooh, Yuan Ye.
Yuan Ye from China, which is going to take the tiebreak on Mungguntul Batuyak.
Right. And I think this game will definitely be one of our featured encounters. There you see Eltat Safarli today coming on time to the hall. Yesterday, he did miss his game because he was stuck in the traffic. That's what we got to know. But today, he's here.
Yes, and today is pretty much a very busy day for the arbiters.
Yes.
Because there will be one arbiter for each match.
Right.
Because this is how important the match is, yeah? The arbiter has to be there every second of the time to watch and supervise the ongoing matches.
Right, and also the players don't have to write their moves. It's rapid play, so they can just play and the arbiters will note down the moves for them.
I think the first move is going or has just started or not.
And still a couple of minutes left.
Yes, but the first move ceremony will be carried by Romeo Mikautatse, Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia.
Okay, that's amazing. By the way, on our screen, we have Pauline Gouchard on the left against SL Serik
by SL, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be also a very interesting clash. And in the distance, we have Salome Melia taking on Gulat Kathy Librelato.
Yes. And their match yesterday, if you remember, it was the Queen and Pawns endgame, yeah?
So a lot of queens on the board.
A lot of queens on the board, yes. And Melia won the last game and forced the match into tiebreak. We can see also Lauren Fried, our chief arbiter, is announcing a few rules of the tiebreak.
Right. And behind him, we see Ituri Zaga coming in from Spain. So all the players taking their chairs. You know, Irene, some players have this habit of coming in early, just settling down, kind of closing their eyes, meditating. Some players just come at the final moment. What's your style?
I think I'm in the middle. I'm not too early, but I'm not too late. I think I would be present before the game, between like 10 minutes to 15 minutes before the game. Is it too early? Do you think?
I think it's very early.
Is it very
Yeah, you know, the thing is, if you come really early,
yes.
Sometimes someone can indulge you in some conversations and then you are already like, thrown off. You didn't want to talk to anyone, but you can't control it in the playing hall often.
Exactly. But anyway, even if I come a bit later, I would still be engaging conversation with friends. I have so many friends here.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it so much. And shaking hands. First move has just been commenced.
Oh, off we go. And there we are. The action, and you can see players making their moves so quickly. It's rapid play, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. And we can see there are some photographers. I think they are allowed to take pictures for first 5 minutes of play. So they can do that. And then it'll all be, more
serious,
quiet.
Yeah. And only certified media and photographers can enter the venue. So not everyone can actually bring their phones or bring their cameras and videograph or photograph the players there.
Yeah, well, you had mentioned that we should go to the game of the youngster, but how about we start from our first board, the highest rated player who's playing, and then we go there. Is that okay?
I agree.
There is the game of Ituri Zaga on our screen right now, and he is playing against Amartushin Ganzorig from Mongolia. In fact, Amartushin is a fantastic player. He plays amazingly well. And right now, we have seen that this is this Petrosian Kasparov variation with A3 in the Queen's Indian. Bishop comes out, knight to C3, D5 you take, knight takes, Queen C2, and you take here, pawn takes, knight D7 and E4. So you can see white has built up a massive center, but black says, I'm striking it.
Yes. So this is a very typical approach for both sides to continue in this Petrosian Kasparov variation, yeah? And bishop D3 has been played. This is still very much in the opening stage.
Yeah, this is very much in the opening stage, and very nice little move by Ituri Zaga, moving his queen to C8. Irene, he wants to just take, and then capture the queen on C2, because any endgame would be fine for black here, generally.
Yes, I agree. And especially when the queens are off the board and the center will no longer be as strong as now. And we will see what white will do after this. Will he move the queen, or he will just do castle? Or rook c1. There are so many moves to choose from.
Many options here, and we'll see where he goes. But if we can go to the game of Marcus Rager, who is on the adjoining board. Actually, he's the highest rated player today. Marcus Rager takes on Karim Wage. It's a very interesting game that they have, opening that they have played. If we can get Marcus, D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight F3, and he goes C5.
Ooh.
So we have the Benoni, but he plays the Blumenfeld with B5.
This is a very dangerous opening choice. The Blumenfeld gambit has been seeing a lot of success, especially in the shorter time control.
Very smart decision by the Egyptian.
Yes.
And the point is, if you take here, I take, and when you win a pawn, black gets this very strong center here, and this is the main idea.
Yes, yes, and also with the pair of bishops helping the center. Yeah, I would actually very be interested in keeping an eye on this one, because I'd like to see, again, when you're playing against a high-rated opponent, you know, opening choice matters a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Marcus Rager says, I don't want to indulge in any of your gambits.
Yes.
I'm going bishop f4, kind of not a very well-known move. And his opponent pushed b4, saying that now you no longer can put your knight on the natural square.
Yes, that is the consequence when you are not taking on the gambit. So this is the beauty of chess, right, Sagar? You want your opponent to take on what you intended, but your opponent is also doing the similar way, right?
Yes.
So no one in this game would like to do the favor for their opponent. So yeah, I like the psychological battle outside of the chessboard.
And generally, a player like Rager, who is a theoretical expert, I would say, would not be thinking so much on move number 6. He's, I think, out of theory here. And this is going to be an exciting game. As you said, we will keep an eye on it. How about we go to the game of Darini Poria versus Ferenc Berkesh on board number 3. This is a battle between the Iranian and Hungarian. Darini won the first game, but then Berkesh struck back in the second one. And this one, I think the momentum would be in Berkesh's favor.
Yes.
In this match, in this tie break.
Indeed. And now we see some sort of what opening is this?
It was a Grunfeld.
It was a Grunfeld.
And
yeah.
actually Berkesh, if you remember, had played the same line, a little different, I believe. But he played this e3 and now he went queen a4. He's actually mixing it up for his opponent. And I think this is now more in like a Slav territory. Knight d5 he took, castles, knight b6, and I already like white's position here, Irene. You can drop your queen back to c2, maybe even queen a3 is not so silly.
Or queen b3 is also not bad. Yeah.
Queen b3 is also fine. So, but I think what black wants to do is play e5 and strike in the center.
So does it mean queen a5 would be a move?
Queen a5, stopping e5.
Yeah,
Not
just
bad.
simply to stop it. Yeah, because the queen on f5, okay, it looks like it's loose, but how to attack it?
True, true. Maybe he has to offer it for trade here with knight d5, but he goes queen c2, which is
very solid choice.
Very logical, but instantly rook e5, and I love Berkesh's next move, rook d1, looking at the queen on d8. If you take here, he wants to take with the knight, I believe.
I think so too. Yes, you don't want to create an isolated queen's pawn, and the knight on b6 will be just standing very safely on d5 later on.
Yeah. So if taking with the pawn would not have been a good idea, he goes queen e7 here.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
I think b3 is a good move here. And then you're preparing your bishop from c1 to go to b2 and help with the diagonal.
True, true. So another nice, interesting game heating up here. Maybe we can also quickly look at the game which we wanted to see from the start, which is between this young boy, Edis Gurel, who's taking on Ivic Velimir. This might be the game of the tie break because we have the 14-year-old, the youngest participant here, Edis Gurel, on with the black side, taking on Velimir Ivic.
Yes, so I think this came from a 4-knight Sicilian,
right,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let's have a look at the opening. It was the classical Sicilian, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. And then the Richter Rouser with bishop g5, but bd7 played, queen d2, rook c8, long castle, takes on d4, queen takes, he goes queen a5, f4, the bishop was hanging, don't forget that, h6, he took, pawn takes, king b1, queen c5, and white says, I don't want to go into the end game, plays his queen to d3.
Yes, so this is a very dangerous position. If you go to the end game, it would be just in black's favor.
Right.
So do not trade queens. The only thing to survive here is just to try to attack and keep the queens on the board.
Keep the queens on the board right now. That's very important, Irene. And maybe put the knight on d5 perhaps later on. If you can open up the position at the timely e5, nothing like it because the king is still in the center.
Yes.
It won't be easy.
It wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. But the two bishops are going to give black very good counterplay, like bishop h6, you hit here. This is a very complex position, and I like what Ediz has done with his time. He has 25 minutes 43 seconds.
Yeah, he didn't take any time to move. In fact, he's gaining some time. And meanwhile, Ivic is down to 20 minutes, so 5 minutes difference is already something, Sagar.
True. And you know, now is the first move that he is actually thinking in this position. Ediz, very young talent from Turkey, will be under some pressure. First ever tie-break for him. First ever World Cup for him.
Yes. So tie-break, especially Rapid and Blitz, it will just show you how good your opening preparation is, because otherwise it will take you some time in the opening and then you might not have enough time in the middle game or end game. Yeah, so it's very important to unleash your opening preparation.
By the way, look at what Ediz has just done. He's gone f5, which is actually not a very common move, right? In this system,
Yes.
you don't want to strike out too soon because your king is still in the center. But he's just played it, and he's saying that I can develop my bishop on this diagonal, and if you take here, I'll get my bishop out. That's no problem.
Yes, and you can actually hold on to take on f5. Bishop g7 would be, I think, very
even here.
dangerous.
True. This could be a very interesting move. By the way, Irene, do you think that e5 makes any sense here? Because you can't take it. If you take, I'll just mate you.
Yes, totally. I think this is what White is thinking about right now, because obviously taking on f5 is not a choice.
Right.
Yep, in this position, e5 could probably be a very good answer to this position. So
he played it.
He played it. Yeah.
He played e5. Wow. And by the way, there's a very interesting positional sacrifice now, Irene. You play e6. And then if you give up this pawn, I don't really care about recapturing it, and then I play bishop g7.
I was thinking the other way around, Sagar. I was thinking, what if I just play bishop g7?
Oh,
and then if you take on d6, then I play e6.
True. That's
the same idea.
Very true. That is also possible. Let's see what Ediz does. He does this. He goes for your idea.
Oh, he goes for my idea.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to commit with e6 first. Maybe at some point it's not necessary. e6 is only the reply if you take on d6, right? Meanwhile, bishop g7 is kind of like an automatic move to make.
True. That's very right. The only thing which I thought was in e6 favor is that I'm actually threatening d5 to close down if you don't take it.
I
so
see.
maybe if you are a little slow in taking this, I might push forward, which is now not possible after bishop g7, because the moment you go e6, now the queen would take here.
I see. Yes, that is. I think those ideas are equally good, Sagar, and very acceptable in this type of position. Just not to castle.
True.
It's very important for black not to castle in this position.
By the way, look at the move that Ivic has played. I think he goes queen g3 to attack the bishop here, but maybe the queen is a bit misplaced, don't you think, Irene?
Yes, but again, the players don't have enough time to think, and this looks like a very obvious move. If you are confused on what to do next, I think the best answer is just to play a bit offensive. So queen g3 is, just looking for which piece or which pawn that you can attack. But I think king f8 could be a safe answer
king
here.
f8, and now if you take, we already know what our answer is going to be. We're going to go e6 perhaps, or even here we have an additional option of bishop takes c3.
I think I would go for e6 still, because I'd like to reserve this idea for later on.
Right.
Because the more you save it, the bigger impact that you would give.
The only problem I see here, Irene, is that the queen could go to g5 and start creating some issues on the e7 square, and that is something that needs to be taken care of. Right now, it is Eddie's move. He's thinking, how about we go to the women's section and check out what the top board game between Pauline Gouchard and Serik Beassel.
Yes.
Let's have a look at this game. There we have the top board. It is...
You know what? I'm in style with the players right now because I'm sure during the tie break, they're not wearing their jackets. So that's why I'm not wearing my jacket today.
That's why.
Yeah, because we need all the movement during the play as fast as we can. Otherwise, we will lose time, especially if they're going on to seconds away from 0 on the clock.
Absolutely. This is going to be, at the end, some kind of a fist fight between these players. They'll try to be as quick as possible. This position that we have, very stable, very steady for both sides. I think one plan is, of course, to put your queen on c2 and try for some attack here. But the knight on f8 says there's no real attack.
Yes.
It's defending very well.
Yeah. This position has been played, I think, million times, yeah? Like similar type of crossbutt structure in the exchange Queen's Gambit.
Yes.
Wow. What do you think? This is still, I think it's very equal still, or maybe the engine would say this is a little better for white, but again, it's because even before the first move, the engine would say that it's better for white.
Yeah, very early days in this game, and I think I want to actually go to the second board between Salome Melia and Librelato Cathy Goulart, because look at what's happening here. The bishop is on g4. It's attacked by the pawn, and the bishop says, I won't budge from here, and plays h5. And look at that last move, b5.
Wow, this is such a mess. This is such a mess. I don't know whether this is a prep or not, because black player has only 14-15 minutes left on the clock. So, and white is currently thinking, is it coming from some sort of Steinitz Ruy Lopez, or?
Yeah, it was from Knight Ruy Lopez, d6 line, castles, bishop g4, h3, h5. Clearly you can't take this, I believe. Because if you take, I take back, and then the problem is if your knight moves, there is queen h4 to threaten mate.
Yes.
So goes c4, nice move. Queen f6, putting pressure here. Queen b7 was played, and now the problem is this is hanging. Then this would hang.
Yes.
And there's no real good way. If you go rook b8, I'm just taking this. This is hanging on b8.
Yes.
So how do you defend it? And you, I mean, one idea is long castle.
But it will just weaken your king after bishop takes c6.
Exactly. You are very scared of this. But Irene, this was perhaps the best way to continue, because b5 turns out to be a mistake.
Yeah, this looks a bit loose to me because, yeah, you don't really have any pieces on the queen side. And there's nothing much going on the king side because white doesn't allow black to accelerate some action on the h-file.
And let's say I take, I think you would take most likely, right?
No, I think I would go somewhere with my knight. I don't know. This looks... What do you think? Like if A, B, bishop B,
take, and maybe
then
knight
e7. Yes.
This could be an idea. But
and
then
knight c3, bishop f3, and then knight d5.
Wow.
Looks a bit like a mess, but I think this is what white is hoping for.
She takes it. She takes the pawn.
She took on b5 and nope.
Oh, she takes on f3, but what's the point here? Now I can just take back on f3.
Oh, look at the stare, Sagar. Look at the stare. Melia was just staring her opponent like asking, what are you doing?
Maybe she asks her, can I simply take this guy? You know, I think her idea is after queen f3, gf3, she may want to jump with her knight like this.
I see.
That could be the plan, but even here it's unclear whether black has is in a good position or not. But if I take here, you are actually in big trouble. Your bishop
takes on e4.
Yeah, you take here
and knight c3.
Yeah, just too quick, right?
Too quick. And queen b7 is coming too. Yes, so white has lots of choices here to continue in a better way.
Yeah, white looks really better. Can we quickly go and check the game of the only untitled player that is playing today? Actually, out of all the players, 66 players, she's the only untitled player, that is Yuan Ye, playing against Munguntul Batkuyag. And in that position, we are already in the end game.
Wow. Can you guess, okay, without looking, can you guess which opening this is coming from?
Either the Karo-Khan or Slav, yes? Because of this pawn structure.
Yeah, or yeah, it's some d4, or I don't know, some Queen's Indian, Queen's Gambit style, maybe. So
Yeah, you are actually right. It was Slav.
Okay, it's love.
And we had this very sharp line.
G4, yeah, this is quite a trendy line these days. Wow, look at the... And everyone, I think, is still in their opening preparation, because look at the time. Yeah, this is already like very complicated. I mean, all the moves leading to the final position, but they still have 18 and 19 minutes on the clock.
But I think great preparation by
both players.
Both players,
Both
especially
players
black here. And now with the last move, Munguntul says to Yuan Ye, you can actually go and take this pawn on b7. But then maybe it's not so trivial, because I go king here, knight c5, and then maybe you trade here. And this is an opposite colored bishop position, and it's equal, because
It's equal,
white
yes.
was a pawn down. Now she's recovered her pawn.
Yes. So...
Yeah, she takes the pawn on b7. That's very logical.
So we can assume maybe that, okay, we see that this position is quite equal, and I think there's no real problem for both sides, right? Black is okay, white is also fine. So probably the first game of their tiebreak matches will end in a draw.
Yeah. I mean, I think, Irene, there will be several games that will end in a draw.
Yes.
There will be decisive games, but also some players might just want to not take so many so much of risk in the first game. Which one should we go to next? Should we look at Corey Daisy versus
Alboredo
Julia, because their match was filled with so many ups and downs.
Yes, we can tell from their first two encounters in the classical matches. And now, what are we looking at, Sagar?
Yeah, Corey Daisy, she is in the background there.
In the far end of the camera.
Far end of the camera against Alboredo, and the position is roundabout even. It was some kind of a modern defense that was played, and white got lot of space, but at the same time the d5 pawn could become slightly weak.
Yes, because you'd like to put some piece on d4, but at the time being you cannot. And bishop c4 was played in preparation of maybe bishop d4 was the next move.
Yes.
Bishop d4, queen d2, rook e1, just still normal development moves.
That's the plan here. So yeah, again, sort of equal here. And maybe we can go back to some of the games that we looked at in the open section and try to see what's happening.
Yes, okay.
If you have any games that you think are interesting, Irene, please let me know. And guys, if you have anything to tell us, anything to say, please use Twitter or X as it's called now and use the hashtag FIDE World Cup and tweet there. I think we can go to this Edis Gurel game.
Yes, we can, because the bishop g7. Okay, so
Edis Gurel versus Ivic Velimir is what we are going to see. There we see on the screen all the official social media of FIDE. They are there on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. You can follow all the action. There's some amazing pictures, videos, recaps, everything coming up there. So don't miss the action. If you can't follow the live stream, you can get all the updates on this social media platform.
Yes, obviously. And we see on the screen just now, it was Corey Daisy versus Alboredo. And we've seen some developments on the game of Velimir Ivic versus Edis Gurul.
I like how White can take on d6, but doesn't want to take because it opens up the bishop here and creates some deadly problems. So both players are just waiting around what to do. This bishop is also hoping that someday it will see the light of the day. Tense position, tense. The tie breaks are already very tense, and this position makes it even more tense.
Yes. I believe the players are shaking, most of the players, because it might be very cold in the playing venue right now with lots of people playing at the moment.
Yeah, you aren't a chess player if you don't shake so much. Yeah, that's how most of them sit on the table. Out involuntarily, they are just moving. Maybe their head is bobbing, their feet are moving. And oh, that's a nice move played by Ivic. He just brought his rook back. And you know what the rook is saying? My dear friend, knight, its square is yours. Take the d5 square for yourself.
Yes. Wow. This is a very interesting game so far. And I think I know why White is slightly better. Because take a look what the rook on h8 is doing, because it's out of action compared to other pieces of White's that is currently playing.
Yes.
The rook on h8 is just guarding the h4 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big problem to solve, the rook. And also knight d5 is a concrete issue to resolve for black, because once the knight jumps here, it's not going to be easy. We'll see how Edis Gurul deals with this situation. With games getting more and more sharp, I want to have a quick look between Adiban versus Anderson de la Fuente Lance. This is a very, very interesting game because Adiban is pawn up. If we count the number of pawns, 7 pawns for white, 8 pawns for black, and these pawns have captured all the light squares in the position. But the dark squares are weak.
Yeah, the dark squares are weak, and there are so many backward pawns as well. So I think, but a pawn is a pawn.
Yes,
a pawn is a pawn, and in such a time control, it's very hard to think thoroughly. So you just have to think practically. If you see that this is a very good continuation, it's offensive, it's quite active, and your position is fine, just go for it because you have no time to think.
Yeah, true. By the way, Irene, that this position may be equal. White does have compensation on the dark square, so we will come back to this game. One game that has caught our attention and is going absolutely insane. I don't know. This is between Bobby Cheng and Iskandarov. I thought at some point I just blanked out and I thought black was a piece up, but that's not the case. We have bishop here. On g2 and f4, black also has the 2 bishops. So this is not crazy. It's around equal.
It's around equal. But I tell you one crazy game that I just found.
Yeah?
It's between Igor Janik versus Gumular Simon.
Oh, and this is between 2 Polish players.
2 Polish players.
They might be good friends of each other.
They might be helping each other in different tournaments.
Yeah.
And they're off similar ratings as well.
You're right. This position is so insane because white has 2 pieces for a rook. Like you can see a bishop for a bishop, a knight for a knight, a rook for a rook, and a queen for a queen here. So what is left are these 2 pieces for a rook. And also black has 2 extra pawns. So rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. And also the white king looks very weak.
You're missing some red dot there, and then you can stop.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
You mean.
You have all the light colors.
Oh, I should have done it. I'll do it again. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's if you take a look from the beginning, it's pretty crazy as well with many sacrifices and
Can't get red. Sorry.
you cannot get rid. It's okay. So yeah, how do you evaluate this? Okay, starting from
It was the King's
Indian. It's a very interesting choice of openings and line. So at some point, Black is sacrificing his piece.
I think here is where the action begins.
Yes.
Because takes here, he takes the piece, he takes on h3, and now if you try to save your rook, perhaps that's not going to be so good, because eventually maybe the knight could come to g4. There is also d takes e4 followed by rook e8. So he went takes here and says, take my rook if you like, and he took it. And this is how we reach this position.
Wow.
Rook b1 is played.
Rook b1. Ooh, this should be. This is, this should be better for white, but
But this last move, bishop c1.
you don't like it, yeah?
Yeah, it's he wanted to keep this bishop because it defends the knight, and also didn't want to allow b takes c3 and the pawn coming forward if he had exchanged. But now Black seems to be more in control.
Yes, this is a very dynamic position to play, and even though previously before bishop c1, white is standing better, but now the whole things change.
Yes.
And we'll see if Black can actually punish his opponent for this mistake.
Right, and also Irene, this bishop g6 should have been considered here. It's a crazy move. It opens up the king completely. You can't take it, but there are ideas like queen f6 possible. It just makes it so difficult to even evaluate what's going on.
Wow. So, do you like my choice of game?
Yeah,
Yes?
brilliant, brilliant choice.
Wow, this is already on the first game of the tie break. They are not taking it easy. Yeah, it is a completely crazy game.
And tactics. Just can we quickly? This is going on. There's this game Bobby Cheng which we just saw, and we said, oh, it looks equal. It looks a bit dull. But actually, what happened was after queen e2, this bishop was hanging, and then Bobby Cheng played queen d7, and Iskandarov went and chopped this pawn, and he said, if you take here, I will take your queen. You have two rooks. But then after bishop b7, white is better.
White is better, yes.
Because next move bishop d5 and I win an exchange. But he played the move bishop g4. And now this is hanging. This is hanging. Also this is under pressure. You have to play f3.
Yeah, so this is something that we should actually do in chess, right? Whenever tactics occurs, the best thing is to be offensive.
Yes.
and counter it with another tactic if possible. And so after bishop g4, what is the evaluation, Sagar?
It's still very complex. f3 needs to be played perhaps here. That seems like a logical move, but I always am afraid of such a move which closes down your bishop, weakens your king a bit.
But probably after is necessary, otherwise what will be exchanged down?
But after f3, there is a possibility of letting the bishop stay there, play rook e8 with the idea of check and winning the queen.
Wow, that is so crazy. Yeah, so many tactics happening on the board, even with equal number of materials. And in a quick glance, it looks like there's nothing happening. But in fact, there are so many explosive on the board.
Also, Irene, I was just thinking if bishop d5 works here, but the problem is that queen takes d5 just wins a piece. Here, this is hanging, and if you take my queen, I take your queen. So that does not work.
Yeah, and we see in the camera, it's Sukandar facing toward us, and with the dark red shirt. It's Bobby Cheng from Australia.
True.
One of the representatives of Australia, yeah? There are two, Bobby Cheng and Kuibakarov Temur.
And Kuibakarov is through to the next round, yes?
Already through to the next round after beating Benatsky Vitali from Ukraine.
Okay, so complicated struggle going on right now.
Shall we quickly come back to the game of Melia Salome versus Librelato? It's a second board of women's section.
I think the game has become even more intense. Instead of taking on c6, Salome goes b6.
Yes, this is actually the move that I was thinking before, because after you play bishop takes e4, there is knight c3.
Oh.
Or f3.
Yeah,
f3
she
is
plays
even,
f3.
Yeah, f3 is also a very good move.
And the bishop can no longer remain on this diagonal. And if you can't remain there, then this is hanging.
Yes. Everything looks loose in this position. Black's pieces are not in a very good harmony. And I think black is just being punished for doing a very bad opening. Yeah.
This is bad opening by Librelato Goulart. And right now, Salome in control over here. We can also quickly check the game between on the last board of the men's section, because the one who wins that will face Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. So do you think Magnus is watching the tiebreak at the moment, hoping which of these two guys, proceeding to the next round?
I feel Magnus might not really care right now who he might be playing, but it's what I mean. Is he already here? I think he's not yet here, right?
It's possible that he's coming today.
Or he might not even stay at this hotel.
That is also possible.
He might stay at some other hotel, not the official one at Marriott. Because generally Magnus likes his own space,
Yes.
He likes to be in his own zone. But we'll see. For now, Harsha Bharatkoti with the black pieces seems to be in control of this game. Because his knights are well placed. He has the center control. His knight can go from a4 to c3. So all in all, looks great for black.
It is. And also the a3 pawn.
That's weak.
That's a very weak pawn that might be very bad in the endgame later. Because now it is protected. But until when are you going to protect it? Yeah, your knight has something else to do and not only protecting the pawn. So yeah, it's looking great for black's pieces right now.
Yeah, this looks good for Harsha, and perhaps if he gets the win with the black pieces, that would be a big advantage. Then he can play the next game with white and needs only a draw.
Yes. So, and time situation, it's pretty good also.
Yeah.
Both players have similar time on the clock, 11 minutes and 12 minutes.
I like how Harsha is black but has worn the white shirt. And Levan is white but has worn a black shirt.
The color will sync on the next round, on the next tiebreak game.
By the way, can I show you a crazy game?
Yes, please.
This is between Emre Can and Quezada Perez. Look at those 4 pawns against each other. Standing opposite there.
Wow.
And it feels like white should be better, right? Because after bishop e4, there's so much pressure on this c6 pawn. But black, for all his worries, has an extra pawn.
But is the extra pawn enough to compensate the pair of bishops here? Because look at the activity of the bishops compared to the knights. The knights, they are not helping each other. I mean, also the knight on b8 is just protecting c6, not really attacking. So, and the position is quite open, and this is what the bishops like.
They love, yeah.
They love open position. And wow, it's not a really piece sacrifice, is it? Because now if f takes e4, then you have queen takes a7. Oh, no. B takes a7.
Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. Now
B
it's
takes
just game over.
a7. Yes.
Because if you try to go back, I can take here, But I could also just go here, attack this, and once you defend it, I can take, you take, and then it's queen takes f7.
Or after queen c7, you can push b6.
Oh, greedy.
I'm so greedy.
Yeah, that's right.
And also, queen f7 eventually will decides the game. Wow, this is such a great position for white.
Yeah, Emre Chan better here, but Kizeda Perez better here, but
still needs to be careful.
Shouldn't take here.
Yeah,
just take back.
Just take back. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the position. The next game which we want to turn our attention to. Maybe we can go back to the top board encounters. One was we wanted to see was Marcus Rager versus Karim Wage. And this one has actually not gone down well with the lower rated Wage Karim, because Marcus currently is not material up, but the d3 pawn is just come a little too ahead than it would have liked.
This is what I told you earlier, right? If your opponent that has higher rated, that has higher rating allows you to keep pushing your pawn, be careful.
That is true. The d3 pawn is going to be in trouble. King coming in, rook coming back. This will fall, I guess, and white would be a pawn up. So good position here for Marcus Rager. Very quickly going to Amartya Shin versus Ituri Zaga. This seems like a totally winning position for Ituri Zaga against Amartya Shin with the black pieces.
But you have to still be careful with the king side, because this is where all the white pieces are looking at. But again, it's because your center is not stabilized yet. The d4 pawn is kind of hanging, and you have to protect it all the time. This is why black is better right now.
And can we go and chop this off?
I think you can safely take on f3 and then take on d4.
So you don't care, there's no mate, there's knight defends it.
The knight is standing very well on e8. It looks very passive, but it's a very good knight on e8.
Yeah, this one does look clearly better here for black. But he goes bishop e4. He doesn't take there. He goes bishop e4, saying that my knight needs to defend this. I'm exchanging the bishops. But I think, Irene, the main problem is that now the attack sort of fizzles down. And on the other hand, this a pawn is a monster.
Is f5 a move? Oh, no, it's not, because e6 is hanging here. I thought after f5, ef6, and then knight f6. But there is queen at e6.
Oh, that's a nice one.
If there was no check, this could happen.
True. So you think that he would go king h8 or something?
No. Let's not waste any time. Probably something with rook c2 or queen c2, something around the second rank.
True.
Or even a2.
Yeah.
Again, something on the second rank.
A2. I was just
d5 is a bit. D5 is a bit
but maybe
annoying.
just coming here should be okay, because there's a check.
Yeah, that's possible. Or maybe you just want to be safe, just play queen c2 instead of a2, and so that this d5 is no longer an option.
Yeah, and by the way, there's this nice trick you can take here.
And now knight f6.
And then your move works.
Yes.
Winning material with this rook falling. Nice. So Ituri Zaga in control here after losing the first game. He came back yesterday and is now once again winning his game. Third board, Darini Poria versus Ferenc Berkesh. Berkesh slightly better, pushing the position because he is right now having this pawn on a5 and has fixed black's queenside majority.
Yes, and now the pawns can take care of themselves, because the light square bishop will no longer be able to attack them, and the minor pieces, they can focus on doing something else.
True. So this one is definitely slightly better for Berkesh. We can go and check the fourth game that is going on, which is between Polish Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel, very strong player, 2614, against Hisham Abdul Rahman. What do you make of this position, Irene?
This is. Let me calculate first. This looks a bit messy to me. As in, well, there are no queens on the board, but how to make evaluation out of this position? Okay, the rooks are standing. White's rook is better than black's rook, but bishop on g3 is the source of problem. And at some point there might be some g4, and then d4 pawn is kind of hanging. So I think black is doing fine.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correctly assessed position here. Maybe there is white has this knight b7 idea because you can't take it. Your rook is hanging. Next move, the knight is coming to d6. But it's still not so clear. I think you have g4.
Yeah, g4.
So Hisham fighting well. He's quite the lower rated player. He's 200 points below Matthews Bartel, but he's giving a very tough fight.
Yes, but Hisham has to be quicker because he only has about 3 minutes on the clock, while his opponent still has about 11 minutes. So, and this position is not a very simple position to think about.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we can check a game between maybe should we go to the young Azeri player Suleimanli Aydin versus Zhu Yinglun. This one seems to be in the favor of the Chinese grandmaster Zhu Yinglun, who is 2 pawns up.
That is right, but I think all the pawns will be taken back. Or okay, the knight on e4 is a bit loose, yeah.
I think you will take back one pawn, maybe
just
not
one
the
pawn.
both, maybe not both.
Probably just trying to get some compensation, having a better knight on e4.
Right.
So I think in this position, queen d7 has to be played. You cannot allow rook takes a2. Yeah, queen d7, and then you are still keeping an eye on the rook on e8.
You can't take here. Your rook is hanging. So could be very interesting to see if white can convert this advantage that he has. He goes queen h4.
Queen h4. So after queen h4, rook takes a2. What is the idea?
Maybe if you take, that's possible. You can also go rook b1. But I think black has enough compensation. You have enough activity in this position. So good defense there by Aydin Suleimanli. And the position which you were saying, which went absolutely crazy. There you have on your screen Zhu Yinglun versus Suleimanli on the left, was Yannick Igor versus Zimon Gumul Lars, and white is back in control in this game after it seemed like black was taking over at some point. Now white is again on the offensive, and there's so many threats, Irene. This bishop is looking here, the x-ray, the bishop, another bishop looking here.
Yes, but the rook on b1 is just defending the promotion square.
True.
No, this is totally a mess.
Total chaos.
Yeah. So even if now white is better, I cannot trust it will still be like this if if there is one mistake occurs on the board.
Yeah, absolutely right. Is there some game that you would like to see?
I think I'd like to see. There's one game by. Let's take a look at board number 5 in the women's. It's Karina Shivka versus Castrillon Gomez Melissa. So it's already after rook d7. You're either taking the bishop on b7 or e7.
Right.
And this looks a bit better for white, yeah, because white has better pawn structure, and I think also better.
It's a pawn up right now.
Oh, it is a pawn up.
But no, I mean one of the pieces could fall.
But you can take on a3 or g2.
Exactly.
Yes.
You can take here, or you could take here and get back the pawn.
Which pawn would you take if you were black here?
I think a3 looks much better, right? I mean, then you have a queenside majority. Yeah, he takes on a3. Good move there by Gomez Melissa.
Bishop takes a3. So if you take the pawn, if you take the bishop on a3, then where does this bishop go on b7?
Rook f7. Yeah.
Rook f7. Yeah, I think this is a quite solid approach. Even though after rook f7, king f7, knight b5, a b5, there is rook c7. But you have a very weak back rank, so the knight will not take on g3 yet.
True. There is a mate threatened here, and that could result into something very nasty. Okay, so this one does seem slightly better for white. We'll see how it continues.
And we have some development in the second board of the women's section. Looks like
Melia.
Yes, so she's been winning almost the whole time, and now I think the advantage has just been increased.
Yeah, big advantage for her. The black king is completely ripped to shreds right now. There's nothing left actually to play for, because this knight is hanging. If you take here, then bishop takes. This knight would hang, then the rook would hang. I think it's time to resign with a clear conscience here for Librelato.
Yeah, and just get ready for the second game, yeah,
True.
and try to punch back there. What about our first women's board? Pauline Guichard versus Asal Serikbay.
Well, it's a kind of a slow-moving game right now. Yes, we had a Queen's Gambit, and somehow it felt like white is doing positionally very well, especially because look at this pawn structure. It's all the pawns in one clump, but and black has this weakness. But what black has done is that he's launching an attack now with queen coming in, rook coming in, and so on.
Yes. So each side has something to go for, yeah?
Yes.
Black is trying to attack the king side, while white is trying to control the queen side. So this is going to be a very interesting game. And we have one result in. It's board number 4 in the open section between Matthews Bartel and Hisham Abdul Rahman that ended with a draw.
Okay. So a draw there for both the players, which is actually good news for Hisham Abdul Rahman, because Matthews Bartel is 200 elo points above him. That's a good one.
Yep. And yeah, we come back to... Yeah, there's only one result in, and we've been playing for almost 1 hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very strong games. By the way, do we want to go to one game where there is a bit of action going on?
Sure.
It's Victoria Radeva versus Anastasia Rakhmangulova and Irene. Crazy game. F4 played, threatening to win a piece.
But Queen H4 is
because there's a
should be
mate.
played. Yeah, there's a mate. Yeah. Queen H4.
And now white has to find the only move to stay in the game.
Only move. Wow. I'm trying to think here. What could be the only move?
Yeah, it's very tough.
Is it Queen H1?
Yes, absolutely right. Only move, Queen H1. and the problem is, after you take the queen, King H1, and let's say you take here with on F4, let's say you take with the rook, then after King G2, white is fine. You know, it's not like he's down too much material.
Yep. Now the opposite colored bishop actually helps.
Yes.
Because now the number of attack going to the white's king is heavily reduced.
Absolutely true. So Queen H1, very important move that needs to be found here by Radeva after Queen H4 is played. But for now, Rakhmangulova is still thinking about what to play.
And we can see most of the games right now are playing on their increment because it's 25 minutes. So usually after 50 minutes, everything should be on increment, yeah? And we already are on the extra 5 minutes. So they're just trying to gain time, 10 seconds each move.
Yeah, and also some games are decisive while some games are still very even. So should we quickly check maybe the game of, I mean, there's so many options.
Yep.
I'm a little bit confused as to which option we should go for. We could go for the top games that we have already seen.
Yep, we can do that. And meanwhile, there is one result in again. It's between Sanal Fahab versus Kozul Zdenko, and Sanal won the game.
Wow. Sanal Wahab managing to beat the strong GM Kozul. And we are right now on the game of Marcus Rager, who has now an extra pawn here. So it's 6 versus 5. And maybe Black wants to take this next move, but going into a pawn endgame might be a bit
problematic, yeah, because of the e6 pawn.
So let's say I go f4, and if you take, I take, you take.
No, you missed the mate there, Sagar. There is rook d4.
Oh, it's a mate. Well, I think f4 was done with the idea, but maybe
the other rook, the other rook. Yeah,
right.
It's a very important detail. Yeah?
It's a mate there. Nice one. You are very sharp today, Irene. Take here with
Only
this.
today. Yeah. So rook c takes c5.
Yes.
And then we go for the pawns endgame, I guess. Yeah.
Take. King e4, king
d6 and king d4.
And then you go here and you chop this off.
Well, with some tempo in the queens, I mean in the pawns on the king side. But apparently Marcus Rager played something else. Some moves have been played there.
He first gave a check, which is very logical.
And then rook d7, which is also very natural. This is something you just want to get a pawn for a pawn. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
And also now g7 is hanging, h7 would hang, a7 is hanging. So a lot of pawns are weak here. And Rager should win this. We go quickly to the game of Ituri Zaga because he is totally winning. We don't even need to analyze this much. It's just very obvious that the rook is well placed on d5. The pawn is ready to queen on the queen side. It's all very, very fine here for Black.
I think we can expect some resignation soon by White. Yeah.
And Ferenc Barkesh is giving us some kind of a master class, it feels, in positional play here against Darini Poria. He's got his pawn to a5. His king is well centralized. His rook is on the open file. And he's just saying, I'll win this.
Yeah, I enjoy my position. This is very comfortable. I can take all the time in the world. And he is also ahead in time.
Yeah. So Barkesh doing it well here. On the 4th board, we had this position between Hisham. It's already drawn, by the way.
Yes.
It's drawn. We go to 5th board between Brich and Burkic and Carlos Matamoros Franco. It seems like Burkic is doing very well here.
Yes, I would say so. Yep, even though there's a pass pawn on d4, but the a4 pawn, how do you make of that?
Well, the a4 pawn, if taken, then the c5 pawn would hang. So perhaps right now it holds in balance. It brings his king out. It's looking good.
Looking good. I agree.
Good
yes.
for Burkic.
And I like the potential of having like an outside pass pawn if necessary. Sometimes maybe in the pawn endgame, because this type of pawn structure, F and G, G and H, you can create some outside pass pawn. Okay, King F1. This is going to be quite a long endgame, I would say. Yeah.
True. And I think that's the game there.
And we have Sagar. We have one result in again.
Which
it's Board number 13, Henderson de la Fuente versus Adiban, and Adiban won the game.
Ooh, Adiban won. That's a big result there because their classical match was very close. And look at this, what has happened on the game of Eltat Safarli versus Sanchez Alvarez. He's just sacrificed a knight on f5.
Trying to make some perpetual check. And black just has to anticipate the perpetual, yeah? Because you couldn't take on f5, I think. Because queen g5 and other things.
It's just a draw.
It's just a draw, yeah, queen h6 and so on. So what could black do in order to stop this?
So white's idea is maybe check, like that's the only active idea, right? So if I queen, I think check would be the most natural move. King g7. And then if you take here, I take this.
And there's queen f4.
Check. And then I go back.
And there's no more check.
No more check. Because you can't go here, I'll trade it and black is winning.
Yes, I think this is what's going to happen. Yeah.
So Eltaj does
promote the pawn to a queen, and after knight e7.
Well, you may not want to take this because after DE, this is queening and you don't want to go there. So it's important to move the king. King g7 looks fine.
It's also important to not move it to f8. Otherwise, you'll miss one move checkmate again there. Or king h8, yeah? So g7 is a very obvious move to make. And I think he already did it on the board.
Yeah.
Yes, he did it on the board.
Good move there by Eltaj. And after, losing his game yesterday to forfeit, because he came late, he's now getting the match back in control.
And the next game, he'll be playing as white pieces.
Yeah. Is Acosta Pablo Ismail winning his game against Pyrone Casper? I think he's completely winning.
It looks like almost get mated.
Yeah. He's almost going to get mated.
Queen
the queen
h8,
is coming
queen h5, yeah?
Yeah, queen h8, queen h5 looks game over.
Yes. Wow, and there is no stopping it.
And in fact, Pyrone is the higher rated player. He's 115 points above his opponent.
So what happened after g6? G6, queen g8, king h8, and then just rook d7, for example. Yeah, the king on g2 stands very safe.
Yeah. And also, Irene, this and this should be a mate, right? Because the g pawn is pinned.
Or queen h7, queen h4, yeah?
Yeah, that's also a mate.
Oof. See? Okay, there's one result there.
Yeah, Eltaj has won. Eltaj
Okay.
Safarli has won his game against Sanchez Alvarez.
Yeah, and Rugger Marcus also has won his game.
Oh, Marcus won. Yeah, he was always better against on the top board.
Gadim Bailey Abdullah also has won the first game against Fokidov Samshidin.
Oh, that's a big result.
It is big result. And in the women's section, Melia also has won her game against Librelato. And then the third board of women's section, Yuan Ye has drawn her game. So has the fourth board, Alboredo Julia. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of Finnish games, yeah? And ninth board of the women's section, the last one, Brunello Marina versus Priyanka Nutaki, also drawn.
They drew.
Yes. So I think in the next few minutes, I think we'll be finishing most of the games. So take a look at the one that's currently still going on. Which one would you like to see?
Yeah, I think this one is crazy. This Gulmulars.
Oh yeah, let's come back to that game.
What a game is this? He got mated?
Wow. Is this? This is a mate, right?
Yeah, this is a mate. He got
That's
mated.
a mate.
Can we have the camera there, I guess?
Are they still there or?
He got checkmated in one move. So it was equal, Irene here.
So the eval bar is like up and down, yeah? Because at some point it was like +4 for white or maybe even more. And then it's equal. And then last position, it was a checkmate.
Yeah, the thing is that in this position,
there you go.
Yeah,
we see both of them already left the board.
So it was like rook d2, king d2, and queen f2, and you are giving like checks, and it's not easy to escape.
Mm-hmm.
But
in
from
fact,
there, yeah.
In fact, how do you escape there?
Yeah, because
if
you go here, then there's rook a3.
Yes, there will be checks anywhere.
So you have to go king d1.
King d1. I see.
Somehow survive this, which is feasible after queen f3, king c1, queen takes e3, and king d1 staying in there, and the position is equal. But he went for queen d4, absolutely forgetting.
Oblivious about the checkmate. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Gumulars, who loses his game to Igor Yannick.
Yeah, that was such a messy, chaotic game. Like everyone had their chances.
Oh, by the way, the game between Larusas Thomas and Mikhail Chedlishvili, if you look at this game,
look at the pawns, yeah.
black is a pawn, rook down.
Rook down, oh yeah.
Rook down.
But the pawns.
These two pawns are just very strong. And can they give enough compensation? Don't think so.
I don't think so, because the king is very close to catching up with them. So now the knight has just to be moved, and probably king f3, king e2.
And do you want to just take this pawn? Perhaps say that, okay, I will, maybe no need, yeah?
No need. You can just move the king first.
Just come here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this will be won by white. And we have another queen's endgame. Again. That is between Quesada Perez versus Chan Emre. Same material, but different pawn structure. I think it should be a draw.
Yeah, this one looks drawish for sure, but if there's anyone who has some chances, maybe it's white.
Yes, because white has the passer, yeah. Yes. But if you were white here, what would you do? Like, would you just keep checking? Because it is actually very hard to promote the pawn.
Yeah, because now the king is also going in the right corner, so it does look very difficult to push this pawn. Meanwhile, your own pawn is weak, and black can start pushing his own pawns. So definitely this game should end in a draw.
Yes, I agree.
Who's better in this one? Ilyas Mirin versus Avila Pavas Santiago. I think just black.
I think it's black, yeah.
Two rooks are just too powerful against the queen, especially because the black king is very safe.
And then the queen has no way to protect c3 either. But okay, a6 is hanging, but I think c3 is a more important pawn. Okay, there is already a result between Quesada and Chan Emre. I think they agreed for the draw. Yeah, I think they just keep giving checks because white's king was also quite vulnerable. And there's still many games going on. They really like chess, yeah? Even after 2 games of classical matches 2 days ago and yesterday, they still like to play a lot more now. There are 4 more games in the women's section. Let's take a look. The first board of the women's section, Pauline Guichard and Sarik by Assel.
Is this a fortress? That's the first question to be asked.
I think that this should be a fortress. I remember, I think there was a game between Caruana and MVL, but it's not like pretty much like it. I think it was a drawn or Caruana won it. But anyway, this should be Fortress, no?
I mean, for me, it seems like black can slowly outplay white, no, in such positions. Although it might not be easy, like with the best defense, but black can slowly try to bring the king from this side. Hope that, and white will have to be active all the time.
Yes, but now with the pawn on f6, the knight on g4 will keep an eye on the f6, and your king, you cannot really cross the board and leave your pawn behind. So yeah, now I think knight h6 back and then knight g4. I think they should be drawn soon.
Just get your knight here, keep the pressure on this pawn. You should be fine. She does that exactly. She does that what you just mentioned.
And both players have less than 1 minute on the 1 minute on the clock. It's ooh. Now my hands are itchy. I need to play. Yeah, this position is I think it should be drawn. But again, black can play all around and then try all the tricks before agreeing for a draw. So knight f5 is on the board, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one you say is drawn. I actually agree with you, but I feel the practical chances do still have black's back here.
Yep.
Because if the king can somehow magically enter this square on e2, it can get very nasty.
So now just make a tempo rook b6 or something, yeah? Because the knight has to move. Because if the king moves, then you enter king f4. Or king g4 is actually a move there.
King g3 is the best move. Yeah. Keeping the d4 square under control and also the f4 square with the king. Oh, meanwhile, against Radveva and Rakhmangulova, it's a draw.
It's a draw, yeah.
The two pawns are not going anywhere. The king will take care of the a pawn. The bishop will come and take care of the d pawn.
Yep. So it should be a draw. And what about the fifth board? Karina Shivka versus Castellon Gomez Melissa. Is this an interesting endgame on the board right now?
But it seems like white is just in control.
Yes. So I think what should you do here?
You go on knight a7.
So bishop e8, probably.
Maybe king c5. You go king e5.
Ah, yeah. And then after knight b5, king f6.
Yeah.
Oh, but still you can go knight c7. Knight d6, and then you reach b7 in time.
Take.
King c6, yeah, and then king d8, king b7. Yep, and then white wins there.
Just push the pawn down the board. So Karina Shivka doing very well. She will win her game.
And in the open section, almost all games finish except there are 3 more games actually currently playing on. And let's take a look at this is still a very Harsha's game. It's still a very ongoing match.
Oh, Levan has fought back. He was worse, but now he's back in the game. So Harsha Bharatkoti down to 24 seconds. Levan has 34 seconds. Exchange up for black, but white knights are pretty good.
Yes. Yeah, white knight is very good, and you have to keep an eye of any potential checkmate on h7 with the knight on g5. But also the c5 pawn is currently very weak. And could you take it now?
Yeah.
Think so, right?
Just take here. Seems like the right way to go. Yeah, Harsha in big trouble against Levan here.
Yes, and it happened in the game. Knight c5, king g5.
But you know, Irene, he's actually created a passer here. That's free to roll.
Yes.
Knight comes in the center. It's going to be battle between the knights and the pawn.
Yes, this is very interesting. And each of them, wow, 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're just living on the 10-second increment for each move.
Yeah, this will be very, very stressful. Do you think that Pauline Gouchard has actually made some progress in Cedric Bassel's game with that rook knight endgame, or I think it's equal?
Ooh, there is some progress there, but I think it's still equal. But it's in the black's favor. Okay, it should be fine. This should still be drawn. There's after knight e2 and so on. Oh, takes first. Yeah, this should be still drawn.
Okay, we'll go back to that game later. For now, the pawn pushes ahead to h4. Levan gives a check from g7. In fact, at this point, knight c e6 was a very strong move. The king does not have too many squares to go to. If it goes to g6 here, there is rook g7 mate. Because the king has to come this side.
And then
knight f4.
Knight f5. Wow.
This is a mate.
This is a mate. This is a mate.
Instead of doing knight e6, just check king h5.
And they finished their game. What happened, Sagar?
I think Harsha lost on time.
Oh no.
Yeah, because he put so much pressure on his opponent, Levan, there, that Harsha could not tackle it. And that means the experienced guy, Levan Pansulai, gets a 1-point lead in the match.
I think you are, sorry Sagar, I think you are wrong. I think Harsha just got mated.
Oh, got mated.
It's possible.
Yeah, maybe it's a mate, but I think it was a win for Levan.
Yeah, it was a very comfortable play by white. Yes, so there was a mate on f5 with the knight. Yes, so here after knight e6, black fatally played h3, which is a mistake, and then mate is coming. Knight f4 and then knight f5.
Wherever you go, it is knight to f5, checkmating the game.
So most of the games finish except the game number 9 of open and the first board of the women's section.
But first board is also a draw in the women's section. It's knight versus rook, and this one is easy to defend.
It's easier to defend if you have a bishop, but here it's a bit tricky. You have to know where to go with the knight and with the king, you know.
Just stay on the last rank in the center. Don't go to the corner like you do with the bishop, right?
Yes.
Just stay here. And I don't think Cedric Bey will be able to win this. Pauline Gouchard will have it under control. Let's go and check the game of Ilya Smirin versus Avila Pavas Santiago. And I think this game was completely winning for black at some point. But now Ilya Smirin has got his chances because the black king is a little weak. So suddenly the queen is just so irritating. It'll keep on poking you from here, give you, pin you here, will not let your pawn progress. It'll keep on bugging you. And I think it won't be very easy for white to create, black to create this passer, which will keep moving ahead.
Yes, I think the remaining games that are still ongoing right now, one is quite drawn, and the other one is, I think it should be drawn, but only black has chances to win.
You think draw is more realistic or black winning this?
You know, I had a similar game against Fedorchuk in Qatar Masters Open a few years ago, where it could have been easily a drawn game for me, but then I overpushed and got punished and lost. I had a queen and with actually a few pawns, easily drawn. But I thought I could win the game, and then I got punished for my for being ambitious. Yeah,
everyone's been there and done that. You want that win, And I'm sure that Santiago also wants that win, but it feels like it doesn't exist now because white correctly creating so many issues, first attacking the rook, then keeping this other rook pinned, also attacking the pawn.
I have a feeling, okay, this is one of the games or one of the type of the end game that will take forever to finish. Yes, and then also there will be another type of similar end game with the rook and bishop versus rook. That's also will take a lot. And don't forget the queen's end game.
True. But do you think, Irene, that the other players will already come back, or till the all games are over they won't? I think they'll all wait till the end.
Yes. I think no. I just got the update that the next game will be played 10 minutes after the last one.
Yes.
So they're waiting for this game to finish, and they have more or less 10 minutes to rest and to prepare for the next game. And the second round of the tiebreak will be commenced.
So my feeling is that today's tiebreak will go on for way longer than yesterday's commentary or day before, because one of the games will definitely continue for some theoretical endgame, right? We have 33 games. So, and then you have, the others cannot start their game until this point. So this might go on for very, very long duration. King comes up.
Yes, king comes up, and the queen will just keep an eye on the pawn on h5 and will not let it push. I don't think...
Pushes.
Oh, it pushes to h4. But after you push it to h4, then queen h8. Oh, there's rook c3. Rook c3, and then you have to take on h5.
So he played queen right now h8.
No, he played something else. I think he played...
He played queen g2.
Oh.
h4 and queen h1. So he's saying that now you can no longer move this rook, right? Because it's pinned. And if you play the other rook to defend this...
And then just play queen h3, yeah?
Queen h3
or queen e4.
I was thinking attacking here.
Both moves acceptable.
And when you go back, I'll again attack. But you could even take this. What do you think? Like take here, take this.
Give a check.
This should be drawish.
I think so. Queen e4, yeah. And then either you give a check or you just pin the rook, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever the king goes right now, I think there's always some check. Or unless you play rook c6, but then what's next? If you get one of the rooks pinned, and they cannot really do something. But what's happening? So queen e4 is on the board. Oh, the first board of the women's section finished with a draw. Yes, so
good defense there by
Pauline Gouchard. Yeah. And we come back to the last game of the first game of tiebreak. And can we update the current position, please?
Oh, he played a5 to make some progress there. He pushed his pawn to a5, b8, king a6. And now the a pawn is under pressure, the c3 pawn also under pressure.
Is this better for black right now or still equal, Sagar?
I think the engines are claiming it to be equal, but I think humanly this should be good chances for black. I remember there was this Karpov endgame, right? With such a position where he had two rooks and one pawn against queen, and he managed to win it.
Yeah. So queen has taken the pawn on h4, and this is happening. And they're entering the 98th move. Almost 100 moves for this game.
The queen comes here, and a very tricky move actually to meet, because if you take on e5, there is check.
There's always checks, yeah? Oh, don't go Oh, can you go still to b4? Yeah, you still can go there.
4, and then I come
Queen e4
back.
back, yeah. There's
And
always
the
some
checks keep on continuing.
Yes. So this is the last game. Everyone, I think, is waiting impatiently for the next one. Or maybe they actually are happy that there is one game still going on, so they can go back and take some rest, or probably prepare what opening to use for the next game and so on.
But I think what could be very difficult here is to actually prepare, right, for your game.
Yeah.
Because once you are in the area, you don't want to go back to your room.
And you cannot. Because actually you can, but with only 10 minutes left, you know, you might come back to the venue late and your time is eaten up. Yeah,
I believe that Avila Pawas is going to try this forever, because clearly he has all the reason to try.
Yes.
He's 2 rooks for a queen. 2 rooks are 10 points. Queen is 9 points. So that's already 1 point advantage. And then you also have another pawn, which means you have a 2-point advantage. But I also feel it's so difficult to make progress here, because the queen keeps on harassing and the white king is well placed. He comes up. Oh, and now...
Yeah, it will either a check or just a pin with the rook. And I think arbiter can interfere if there is no pawn push after 75 moves.
Yes.
One of the players can also make a claim if it's 50 moves like that without any pawn push or any capturing. So check on g1. King goes anywhere.
Yeah. This does look drawn.
This is I think should be drawn. I think white player is just waiting for, you know, some body language from his opponent to accept the draw offer. Yeah. And by the way, because this is a rapid time control, there is no 30 move rule about the draw offer. So
there's no?
There is no.
He wants to go rook c5. He plays it.
And they also have to keep an eye on their clock, because it's not a lot, especially for the blacks player.
Yeah.
Only a few seconds left on the clock. Queen d4. Thanks to the pin, there is no rook c4.
True. Otherwise, this would have netted the queen, but the rook is pinned.
Yes. King a6 and another check on a1. Yeah, I think I should be drawn soon. So it's a very good result for Avila. Yeah, holding this against a high-rated player.
Yeah.
And then the next round, he will be playing as white pieces.
So maybe we can give a small update of the results. If it is still this game is going on. We have Marcus Rager beating Karim Wage. We have Iturizaga beating Amartushin. Ferenc Burkish, what did he do? Did Ferenc Burkish win?
He finally won, yes.
He won. So Ferenc Burkish beat Darini Poria. We have Bartel and Hisham drawing. Birkic versus...
Also won.
Matamoros.
Yeah, Birkic also won against Matamoros.
Birkic won.
And Savarli Eltash won against Sanchez. Fokidov Samshidin lost against Gadim Bailey Abdullah. And Puran Kashper lost against Acosta Pablo Ismail. And Smirian Ilya versus Avila currently still going on. And then Albornoz Cabrera won against Suleimanov Alisher.
Oh, look at this. Look at the number of people who are watching this. We have the arbiter noting down the moves.
It's funny because recently I saw some meme. It's from Bill Open. It's like two different situations. And then one situation is my picture when I was playing 8-hour game. And then this is what happened.
Oh,
if
what
you,
happened?
Oh, I think it should be drawn. It is a draw. It is a draw. So that is our last game of the first tiebreak game of the day. And after this, they'll be playing 10 minutes. 10 minutes after the last game. So all the players have a rest for 10 minutes before they continue for game number 2. And we'll be right back before the game number 2 commence. So see you in a bit.
See you.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone, to the game 2 of tiebreak of the day. I'm still with Sagar Shah, and I'm still a bit so nervous right now. Yeah, with the continuation of the game.
Kind of shaken up, yeah, because 16 games were decisive out of 33.
Wow, 16 games, 16 decisive games out of 33. It's
almost 50%.
Almost 50%, yeah.
You know, Irene, if all the results go the way that we want to, or like that, then the round is over. Basically, the round can end on this rapid game.
Yes.
But I'm sure it won't. There will be some comebacks. There will be some people who who had won their games. Their opponents will strike back. So we have liftoff, and the games have started.
Yes, and they already played their a few first moves. And so, which game do you feel like looking for the first one, Sagar?
I think we have our video on Wage Karim against Marcus Rager. So let's start with this game, because Karim has gone for a very interesting opening. He played his pawn up to c3, and he's telling Rager that maybe I'll go for the London system.
That is possible.
Bishop f4, he does it. d6, h3, castles e3. You know, playing the London against a player like Marcus Rager, I don't know if it's a good choice or not, but it's, I guess, a fighting weapon.
Yes, and White has so many solid choices, yeah, and even playing, I think the characteristic of this player, Wage Karim, is quite solid as well, because we see also from the first round and from their matches, I think this is his usual approaches.
Right. Okay, so he's played his bishop out to e2, and now Rager has to figure out if he wants to break with c5 or e5. He's going rook e8. He wants to break with e5.
Yes.
But I think you can't do it, right? If you castle here, and e5 would be a big mistake. Because after take, I can take this. And if you take here, I take the queen first, and then I'm a pawn up.
Yes. So rook e8 is definitely a preparation to play e5, but with the right timing. So Rager has played b6 in preparation for bishop b7,
and then e5.
And then you can play e5.
Because the rook then defends the queen this way, but a4 is a very interesting move, and which is met with a6. And I like this move as well, because with a6, what you are saying is that if you go a5, I want to come b5.
Yeah, it is very important. This a6 is a very little nuance that is stopping a5, yeah?
Right. Knight a3, bishop b7, knight c4, and now the knight jumps to e4.
This looks a very good position for black, to be honest. And as white, I was hoping for a more offensive opening, but this looks like very quiet for white.
True. The only thing that is going in white's favor right now is the fact that all the pieces are still on the board. So, you know, you cannot really say that the position is now very dry or something of that sort. Something can happen still.
Yeah, something can happen. With so many pieces on the board, you can still pull so many tricks, yeah?
True.
And it's still so much unpredictable.
Yeah, and queen b3 has been played. I wonder what's the idea of this move. Is it to put your knight on a5 and then attack the bishop here, because you can't take, the queen would take on b7? Maybe one of the ideas, right?
Yeah, that could be one of the ideas. Knight f5 is a very interesting idea. Yeah, trying to remove the bishop on b7. So probably what could be the best reply here? Rook b8?
Yeah, rook b8, or do you think e5 could be an idea? Maybe bishop d5, pinning it here could be an idea.
e5 has been played
e5
on the board.
And quickly bishop h2. Going back, you can see that Karim Wage is not only playing the position, he's also playing the clock.
He's playing
like
the clock.
26 minutes, 25 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yes, this is always a solid approach against the London, to have the double fianchetto bishop. and a very easy plan as well for black, because you could play the first few moves out without any thinking, basically. Yeah.
Right. But right now, Marcus doing well. Let's see how he continues. Knight a5 is a bit of an irritant, not too much, because the bishop can move away later. Like, let's say if I go knight g5, this is a very cool move, because it kind of elongates the bishop's diagonal. So now knight a5 makes absolutely no sense, because I just take this.
Takes on f3 and then takes on a5.
Right.
Yes.
So knight g5 might be the move, and I think Marcus Rager doing well in the opening. Should we go to the next game?
Yes.
Should we alternate with one board of the open, one board of women?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So let's go to the first board of women's section between Pauline Guichard and Sarik Bayasel.
Okay. So we had a draw in the first game. So if it's a draw, we go to the next 10 plus 10. 10 minutes plus 10 second increment. But if someone wins, they are through. So now the pressure is at all-time high. So we had the opening, which was Rui Lopez.
Oh, it was Rui Lopez? I see.
But the Berlin.
Uh-huh.
And then the anti-Berlin. C3, D5. Do you play this?
Yes.
Yes? With white or with black?
I recently had a game like this as white though. It was against Norway Grandmaster, Frode Orkedal. I think I didn't play a very good opening, but the game ended with a draw. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he also played here D5 and I took the pawn. And
ED.
Yes.
So taking this pawn is not so good, because then you just castle as black. You are just gambiting pawns, right?
Yes,
here.
yes.
If you take here, then take.
Takes, and then just rook b8 and
rook b8, yeah. This might be.
And it's very dangerous around the king's camp ladder, because f2 and other stuff like knight g4 perhaps. Yeah, it's
True. This is really dangerous.
It's a dangerous opening. Actually, when you're rejecting the Berlin with d3, you thought that it would be, going to be like a quiet game, but turns out there's some gambit happening on the board, and you have to be aware with all the theories and consequences.
So this seems to be like that new trend, yeah?
This
to
is
play.
a new trend, yes. So this is actually very good opening choice by black, and also to test her open and out, her knowledge about the current trend.
Right. So Sarik Bey goes back with the bishop, queen d6. B4 played by white, bishop drops back, castles, and now black also castles. And I think white's position is fine, but look at the clock timings. She has only 4 minutes. I mean, she's taken 4 minutes more.
Yes. Also, usually in the preparation for the World Cup, some of our preparation didn't appear during the classical matches, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to be useful, because maybe it will be very useful in the tiebreak.
Right.
Because sometimes in the tiebreak, some players would like to try out different openings compared to what they played during the classical matches.
I agree.
So this is probably one of what Guichard has prepared beforehand that is not appearing in the classical matches.
Yeah, I agree. No work ever gets wasted generally. Unless, of course, a strong engine comes and refutes your analysis, then it's no longer very useful. But here, there's a threat of just playing b5, hitting the queen and winning the knight. I think Sarik Bey Asel has played it creatively and put Pauline Guichard to thought here. She is now thinking, and she is deciding which way to proceed. I guess moving the knight seems the most logical, because then, let's say if you move your knight away, then if you push, you can already block with your bishop. That could be the
also, alternatively, you have e4.
What? E4?
That is...
Whoa. Nice. And to b5?
And just play bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Yeah. And then if basically if he takes here, then you want to take... very interesting.
Yeah. I think Pauline is thinking about it now. Because, again... This is my natural reaction. I'd like to be offensive.
Right. You don't like to defend. I
don't like to defend.
Very aggressive. Oh, what a move!
Yeah,
you are on fire.
Yes, e4 and No time to be wasted. Knight e7 maybe is a solid move, but I think e4 is a very natural, according to the spirit of the position.
So essentially, if you take here, that would be a big mistake.
Yes.
Because then takes, and then the knight jumps here, attacking f2.
Yes.
So b5, well played by Sarik Bey. She goes b5 and says now, this is attacked.
Yep. And we're looking at bishop c5 before, yeah? And
yes, I guess that's the only logical move. Game has sharpened up like anything. Just on move 11.
They were, they just warming up on the first game, and now the real strength shows off on the board.
Right. And, guys, the heartbeat would be so fast right now, because if you make even one error, that's over. The tournament is over for you. You have to go back home. And chess players are generally not used to it, right? Because all the time you're playing these Swiss leagues, you have to play all the rounds.
Yes.
And suddenly you are in tie-break situation.
Yes.
You're not very used to it.
Yep. Yeah, usually in a Swiss type tournament, even if you lose a round, you can still catch up on the next round, and then the next round, and so on, and then just accumulation of the point in the end. But here, it's a knocked out format, so you have to be very careful with everything that you do, because one mistake leads you to be sent home.
Yeah. And for now, I am a little bit worried why Pauline, she played her move. I was worried why she's thinking so much. She plays it. And for Sarik Bey, now the question is two options. One is to take on c5. The other one is to now take on e4. And this is a complicated variation, because you can take back on a3, knight a3, queen a3, and b takes c6. And maybe white has a small edge here.
But I don't think that's enough, yeah?
Yeah, perhaps this is what Sarik Bey could do. But if you get tempted to take this one, and then you can no longer take here, because
the c4,
c4
bishop is hanging. Yeah. Yep. So this is something that white shouldn't do, I guess, yeah? Wow.
I'm not sure what, because this is a real crossroads now. What will be her choice in this position is a big one.
Yes, this is indeed a big crossroad. And one way is a better way than the other.
Yeah.
But it's not very easy to find it. So she really has to be careful. And with 19 minutes left on the clock, I think she has enough time to think over.
True. I really want to stick to this board, but I also want to look at other games. We also have a lot of
interesting matches,
interesting possibilities.
Yeah.
What should we do? Maybe we can come back very quickly.
Yes, I will remind you.
Yes, please do. On board number 2 of the men's section, we have Ituri Zaga, who had actually won his game against Amartushin, but Amartushin has no intent of going back home quietly. He's like, I am going to hit you with the pawn on f5 in the center, and you can't take it because the bishop is hanging. This already seems like something's gone wrong for Ituri Zaga in the opening.
Indeed, yes. I like how black positions all his pieces, yeah? And the bishop on c8, rook on a8, okay, they're still waiting to be played, but the current 5 pieces on the board, they are just amazing.
Yeah, this is exactly this. And the point is, this e4 point cannot be defended next. So if, imagine, you go rook e1, trying to defend this point, I take, and you take back, even this way, this square on e5 is a permanent home to the knight. And positionally, white is in big trouble.
Yes, and this is something that Ituri Zaga wouldn't like to have on his position.
Yeah.
So he has to think hard. And
it's amazing, no, Irene, that one player is point down, and somehow, even with black pieces, he manages to get an advantage in just 14 moves.
Maybe because now he feels like nothing to lose anymore. He already lost the first tiebreak game, so he has to play it all out, because otherwise I will be sent home, and this is not what I want to do. And yeah, probably forcing the match into the second tiebreak, with 10 minutes game.
Right.
Oh, he has gone up from his chair.
Showing his confidence. He's like, okay, I'm feeling very good right now. I'm going to fight this. And I have a question for you and also our viewers. Maybe they can think about it. We have 33 games going on right now. How many do you think will be going into the 10 plus 10 segment?
I think it would be at least 15 of them.
15?
Yeah.
Wow. I was thinking
I
maybe
don't know.
5.
Okay, probably less than 15. Okay, 10. Let's say 10.
10.
I
Okay,
think is the
not
more
mine,
realistic
not
one.
yours.
Yeah.
10. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
I think 10 is more realistic, yeah.
Okay. F5 played. Let's go to the second board of the women. But also while we go to the second board, we will stop over at board number 1. Right?
Yes.
Pauline. Oh, she found D takes E4.
She found it, yes.
Serik Bey did take D takes E4. Good job there by Serik Bey Asel. She has taken here. And I think she has a good position. So going now to Salome versus Libre Lato Cathy.
Still in equal position with some, I think, very slight H4 white, but I'm not sure. This position, okay, normally you would have the pawn on E3 already, but now anything can be placed on C5 and it's going to be very good for black.
Don't you think this is a weak pawn now? Yeah, isolated.
It is, yeah.
So if knight takes, you can take on G2, king G2, and then a move like, okay, maybe I was thinking queen C7 because...
But there's knight B5. Oh, there's always queen B7 check,
That was maybe the idea. Like, play this here, check, and then if you go F3, I'll drop my bishop back. Maybe small edge for black, perhaps. No?
Yeah, it's very small. Very small.
Yeah. But good news for Salome because she won her game, right? Last one. So all that she needs now is a draw.
Just a draw, yeah. I think that's why she chose to play this. Just play solidly. No need to really... But it is a repetition of what they played on the classical match because I remember she also played the H6 variations against Catalan. And this is also what happened. Maybe just a little different continuation in the end. But yeah, she repeated the same variation.
Okay, got it. And I think Salome came well prepared this time and may have an improvement up her sleeve. Let's go to the board number 3. In the open section, we have Ferenc Berkesh playing with the black pieces this time. He did win his first game. So now Darini Poria from Iran needs to win this. If he doesn't manage to win, he will be sent home. Here, it was E4, E5. And I think to beat Berkesh is not going to be easy. He did score a win in the first game. But after that, Berkesh has shown what a solid player he is. And here also a solid opening with black. Just what you need when you need just half a point. I think black is fine.
And Boris Gelfand is waiting, the winner of this match. Yeah, no easy feat.
Yes.
Just after they finish this match, one of them will face Boris Gelfand, a very legendary player from Israel.
Yeah. You know, he's 55 years old and he came yesterday to the playing hall just to sort of look at what's happening. And then he signed some postcards. He took pictures with the kids. He was there. Such a legend, you know, and wherever he goes, he's so humble. He's always just giving things. A wonderful person. And I'm sure that each one of them wants to play against Boris.
Obviously, yes.
You know, it would be a very interesting battle. But right now, Darini Poria has to sort of figure out what way to create an imbalance in the position. It's still early in the opening, so he is in with his chances, equalish. Let's go to board number 3 of the women. We are looking at the game of Munguntul and Yuan Ye. This is interesting because right now a bishop has been sacrificed on G6.
Wow, and bishop on D5 is hanging.
Yeah.
And first reaction is to take on F3, but then there might be some other sacrifice on f7 or h7.
Oh, this could be possible. And also, Irene, you could take here because this then attacks this rook and
that is
attacks
true.
here. So in case you take back, I would take here, take here, take here, and then eventually the rook is hanging.
Yes. So this looks really great for white pieces, and they drew their first match, and Mongontol is looking for a win now.
Yeah, and so if, by the way, but this position, what are your thoughts? Like, I take here, you would take on, no, if you take on d5, or should you
take
first take
f3.
on e7?
I think just take on e7 is fine.
Take on e7, then rook e7, right?
And then just take on d5.
And then take on d5, and this looks definitely a small edge to white.
Very small edge. Actually, not really small. Or probably small edge because it looks really good in the king side with many potential attacks coming.
Oh, but she didn't even take on e7. She said, I'll just take directly on d5. So after hg6, she's taken here directly. Which is
This
also
pretty good.
fine.
Yeah?
Okay.
And after bishop g5, knight g5, and f7 is hanging. So this is
that would
you
be,
shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be not good. So maybe the best move for black now is to move the knight. Knight e5. It's a very complex position with the bishop being attacked here. Can get completely nasty here. Let's see what happens. This is exciting now. We'll go to board number 4 in the open and see what's happening with Mateusz Bartel and Hesham Abdul Rahman. Mateusz Bartel played Nimzo Indian, but it was the a3 line forcing to take knight e4, queen c2, f5. And he had to go back, and I think Bartel didn't play the opening so well. And white got a very nice sort of initiative.
Takes, and
This is hanging?
this is hanging, yeah. And
So
then
he went here. But I think what Bartel is essentially saying is that this is a weakness. If you go back and defend it, I will go and attack it. So clearly, Hesham should not go back with his bishop to d3.
yes. I like black's position here, even though probably computer doesn't agree with me, but there should be some clear,
Very concrete reason.
yeah, very concrete play that the computer is thinking.
Yeah, you're right, because a move like bishop d3 is just positionally bad, then knight a5, but there is this idea bishop takes c6.
And then after d takes c6 and queen a4.
Yes. And then you attack this bishop and the bishop goes back, and then you kind of block it up all through.
And after bc.
BC and then maybe rook b1, and I think this gets quite nasty.
Yeah, I agree. Wow. This could be dangerous for Bartel if white finds this one.
Let's see if Hesham manages to find this. He is a grandmaster from Egypt. Although his rating right now is 2414, he's playing really well and has taken this to the tie breaks. And right now it's half-half. So whoever wins this takes home the match.
Yeah, Bartel has to think hard. Oh, actually, white is thinking right now.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of Jeffrey, but apparently Jeffrey was not anything good. Yeah.
G3. Oh, this is interesting. And then it's also possible queen h5.
Rook e1 is played on the board.
What? Rook e1. We didn't even think that
we
this
didn't even
move
think rook e1.
was possible. Rook e1.
And are
But-
you just giving up the pawn on c4?
Yeah, and also I was a little bit skeptical because this f2 pawn would become a bit weak.
But
But
after
no.
bishop takes c4,
Yeah,
what's next? Yeah,
I guess.
rook e3.
Rook e3. Because then you want to go here and then you want to attack.
Yes, I'm just trying to make sense of rook e1 because otherwise,
but makes complete sense.
yeah, because otherwise there's no other intention of rook e1.
Right, and if I go no, but d5 rook h3, right? Oh no, but there's queen e4.
No, queen takes e4. Yes.
So d5.
D5, and you have a bad pawn on e6, so probably you can just drop back to f3, or d3. I don't know which one.
But it's an extra pawn. So if I get here and then e5, I guess this might be trouble time for Hisham. So bad decision there by Hisham. Maybe it'll get him into trouble. This position after rook e1. Let's see if Bartel takes on c4 and then plays d5. Okay. Yeah, he takes it. He takes the pawn. Oh, and your move, Irene. You are guessing all the moves, yeah? As we told, Irene missing playing in the hall right now. So she's guessing all the players' moves here.
I'm just being practical, putting myself as a player.
Absolutely. And this is what is needed when we commentate, because, we have the engines, but the engine is never, you can't always keep playing like an engine.
Yes.
So this really helps.
Yeah, d5 is obviously a very natural move to make in this position, stopping all sort of idea with rook h3.
Right, and then the e4 bishop would be hanging. Okay, so if Bartel finds d5, I think he would have great chances of winning this. But if he doesn't and plays a move like h6, then suddenly rook h3 and the position can get nasty. Oh, he finds d5. Very, very powerful play there. d5 found. And I think now Hisham, maybe this was something he missed.
I think he totally missed it. Yeah. Again, so with shorter time control, it's very easy to miss something like this, because it looks like, in hindsight, why are you playing d5 and weakening your e6? But then when it is happening on the board, then everything makes sense.
Absolutely. Rook comes here, e5 coming in, Bartel in control. Let's quickly go to the fourth board of the women's section. We have Alboredo versus Corey Daisy, and in their match, the first game did end in a draw. So now the second game, we are in an end game. I really love Corey Daisy's position because it's equal pawns. She has opponent has these double pawns. She'll put her bishop on d3. Maybe the king goes to d2. Rooks are connected. She can keep pressing forever.
Yes, the position looks way more tidy thanks to the pawn structure. And this is no time to do any castle, yeah? You just put the king on d2 and then bishop on d3 and pressing around the king's side, I guess, like with h4, h5 and so on, yeah?
True. So this one, I mean, if Alboredo gets a draw here, that would be amazing. But definitely she is under pressure. She hasn't played the opening so well. And now, Corey Daisy can press. And I feel like I've played her a couple of times. Positionally, when she gets such positions to grind, she's very good. She keeps on playing on and on, like bishop e2, nice little move. She defends this knight, like when you go knight e5, the bishop is not attacked. And then she'll play king d2, get a rook to c1, maybe there'll be some c5 idea.
Wait, I have a feeling that if she plays bishop e2, that she's thinking of doing the short castle, because otherwise she could easily play king d2. And in this position, if she plays bishop d3, there might be some knight f4. That is why she played bishop e2.
True.
Again, trying to make sense of her intention. So I think her next move would be short castle, which is a very acceptable idea in this position as well.
Right.
You can play in any flank in this position. Yeah.
Many ways to continue here, and a nice position. Alboredo has to be careful. Julia here thinking for his move. Should we go and check the game of our little guy, the youngest player of the tournament, Edis Gurel, who is young but has to win now. Lot of pressure on his shoulders because he won the first game. But then second game he lost in classical. Then he lost the first game of the tie break. And now he has to win on demand.
Yes, and the position is actually looking good for black, unfortunately. And black can just stay solid because Velimir Ivic just needs a draw.
Right. But do you think, Irene, that there's any way that white can create some, sort of mix it up in some way? Has a nice pawn here. The king side does seem a little weak. if you can somehow figure a way out, but there are no pawn breaks. I mean, if you could get this...
Yes. There is no pawn break, and the only possibility of pawn break is probably d4 at some point. And this is the black's intention. But again, this is not the right time to do that because the knight on c6 is currently pinned. So black has to make some preparation. Or maybe again, in chess, sometimes the intention is more dangerous than the execution, right? So probably black will just keep this idea preserved, yeah? At some point he might or might not play it. So, but this is just an idea.
He played a6, and I think you are right, because if you went back, then b5, and once you go back, now the e5 pawn was falling because the pin is broken.
Yes.
So therefore, it is took on c6 here, which is the most logical thing to do, and queen takes c6. And now black has the bishop pair. The knight on e6 is an absolutely beautiful piece. So nicely placed.
That's the most ideal square for the knight at the time being. And not only looking after all the dark squares, but also keeping an eye on the possibility of pawn break on d4.
True. Okay. So this one looking good for Ivic. After his initial hiccup, he has kind of come back strongly in this event and is winning this match perhaps. But we can go and check the game of Eltat Safarli and also Birkic. These are the next games. Matamoros Franco versus Birkic. They actually played in the first game. It was a win for Ante Birkic. So Matamoros has to win this.
Yes.
And it looks good for him.
It looks good for him, yes, I agree. But this is still too early to expect something, yeah?
Do you think he'll play e5 here? Or are there some tactics? Let's say e5, take, and I was wondering if this works.
You can just take on h3.
This one, yeah. Spoil the structure.
And then just take on e5
and
with
then
the idea that
better.
f3. Yeah, black is way better now.
Oh, so e5 could be a nice move here if Carlos is able to find this move. He's thinking.
He's thinking.
He's thinking here. e5 could be possible.
Any other interesting games? Let's come back to the women's
section.
Yeah, women's games. Let's take a look at.
We were going in this order. Do you want to look at the game of Sivka? She had won. Or
yes.
there's any specific game?
Yeah, let's take a look at Sivka's game because she won and her opponent needs to win this one to force for the next tie break.
Yeah. And by the way, there we have Matamoros on the screen against Birkic. I like what Gomez Melissa has done in this position with the white pieces. She has a firm control on the queen side with her knight. But I also like what Sivka has done by pushing her h pawn down the board. So this is a complex position.
Yeah, it is. Let's see which one has more power over the position, whether the control over the center and the dark square or this little pawn on h3. Because there are so many games, being won because of the pawn on h3 or on h6.
Exactly.
Reverse way.
Because at any point, it generally is that black is a piece up when attacking on the king side. This pawn becomes like a piece. So if the queen can somehow enter on the light squares or you can exchange these bishops, it can get very nasty there.
Indeed. And it's not really easy at the moment because the bishop on f3 is, of course, we need this bishop. Yeah, this bishop cannot be exchanged. Otherwise, all the light square of white will be very weak. But how to continue this? It's not so easy for both sides.
I was thinking, can we jump with our knight here, which attacks the queen and also the knight? The most logical move seems like taking with the knight because you don't want to give up your bishop, perhaps.
That's right.
So I take back and I attack your bishop. You have to kind of go back. I don't know which side.
Probably e2. I don't like it being on h1.
Yeah, you go back and then my c6 pawn is weak, but your a3 is hanging. So perhaps this is the concrete way in which Sivka can sort of play and move towards equality because she needs a draw.
She needs a draw.
Yeah,
yes.
so maybe this knight e4 move just clarifies the situation. Although you can take on with the bishop then. And that would be very ambitious way for Melissa to play because she keeps her knight there on c5.
Yes.
And then DE, and we are in a very complex game.
This is going to be very interesting. Wow.
Can I show one game which is just completely crazy?
Yes.
This is the game between Francisco Candela and Gomez Javiera. Look at what's happening. This queen is falling, okay? This bishop is hanging. This queen is hanging. I don't know how they reached this position. Can we just quickly see what happened? It was a scotch.
It was a scotch, okay.
Queen f6. Knight went
F3.
back to f3. Bishop b4.
c3, yeah.
All
Yes.
normal.
All normal, yes.
And then not a great move, bishop d3.
Yeah, this was, I think you should just castle and then allow the e4 to be taken and then rook e1. This is one of the ideas, I guess.
Okay, so you know this.
Yeah.
Amazing. But she thought she has to defend e4 and she missed this move. Beautiful move. Because now when you take, then queen g5 is hanging and attacks both these pawns.
Yes, yes. So this is what she missed. Queen d2.
Now take. Knight jumps here. h4, h6, h5, and I think the next move was missed here. Again
at e5.
Oh, what a nice play here by Francisco. Great play here.
Yeah, it's well, the same idea, just two different times
Yeah.
with knight e5.
This is brilliant because now if you take here, she just wants to take on g5. And otherwise, if you take the queen, I'm taking on d3 with a check, and then f2 is falling.
Wow. I think instead of queen d2 earlier on, I think h4 would have been better because it's better to protect it with the pawn anyway, and probably preserve the knight from b1 to d2 at some point. If knight takes d3, queen d3, right?
Right. You would have saved a tempo.
Yeah, you would have saved a tempo.
So nice little game. And also, in this game, we had a draw. So actually, Francisco is having great chances here, Candela, now to sort of close this match. Okay. What about Wo Thi Kim Fung? She lost her game, right?
Yeah, she lost the first game against Michalina Rudzinska.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Rudzinska is the current Polish champion.
Okay.
Yeah, she was quite underrated during the championship, but reemerged as a winner.
So she's sort of doing very well here because
Yeah,
now she is fine in this position as black, and Wo Thi Kim Fung has to win, but doesn't look like a great position for a win. I mean, it's an equal position right now.
Yes, and looks really solid for black as well. So wow, this could be sending Wo Thi Kim Fung home.
Yeah. And she
yeah.
is the higher rated player.
She is the higher rated player, yes. But again, during the tiebreak, usually you don't think about the ratings at all because everything is there on the board.
Right. We have 2 more boards in the women's section left. Maybe we can cover them.
Yes.
And see what's happening. We have Radeva, who is in trouble against Rakhman Gulova. Did Rakhman Gulova win the... No, it was a draw.
It was a draw.
It was a draw between them. But what happened? How did...
I think it's a piece sacrifice, yeah, for the pawns.
Okay, so...
It's French.
This typical sack on e5, yeah? That's what? Queen b6, a3. Oh, she took here. And of course, if if I take here, this would be very pretty. Very pretty.
Yes, just one checkmate there in the center.
Knight c3. Oh, but now she could have actually taken here and saved her, and she would be pawn up. Like, that was fine.
I don't think she missed it. Maybe she has some other consideration why she played queen takes d4. Maybe it's a little bit more offensive, she thinks, and great winning chances. But again, this looks great, actually. I mean, if we are there playing and having this position on the board, they're still not sure. I'm sure White's player is also thinking that, something is going on right now. And
yeah, she did play queen f3 now.
Yep.
She defends f2. You are right. Maybe her plan is knight takes b4, trying to get here. The only issue I see is that you give a check and you castle it out, and then I think the troubles are gone.
Yeah, the troubles are gone. Indeed.
So maybe this is the problem, and I don't know where is black going to create new play from. Maybe knight c e5 or knight g e5, but it doesn't seem enough. Let's say knight c e5.
Can you actually castle?
As black?
As black. I know it looks a bit loose, but then
I still do this because my idea is anyway to castle.
Yeah. Well, okay. I think she missed the she missed the check. Yeah.
Somehow it has been missed. So now it seems like Anastasia Rakhmangulova has a great chance to win this. While Radeva, whom we can see right now on our screens, is in big trouble. You can see that she's trying to look for compensation, but it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, in the last game, we have Priyanka Nutakki in a dominating position against Marina Brunello. They drew their first game.
Yes.
And now this is totally winning because she's 2 pawns up.
Yes.
And I
this
don't
looks
think
really good. Yeah, this looks really good for White.
This one somehow went totally wrong there. Maybe out of the opening itself. Priyanka Nutakki dominating right out of the opening. As far as several moves behind, she was better. And right now, Marina Brunello under big pressure. So that means Priyanka might make it through.
Yes, and ready to face Koneru Hampi in the next round.
Two Indians against each other.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to the men's, the open section. I have one game which I wanted to check. Oh, we have to look at this one, Irene.
Which one is it?
This is Quezada Perez versus Emre Can. Because Quezada Perez had drawn. The previous game was a draw. But now look at what's going on here. It's like this is a passer. You have two pieces for a rook as black, but look at all your pieces. They're all boxed in.
What opening this was coming from?
They played, I think, the Catalan.
Okay.
And without knight on f6.
Okay, the typical gambit again.
Yeah, it's very risky to take all these pawns.
Wow.
He's playing with those pieces. And White has played such an instructive attacking game. Bishop f1. Took here. Oh, and bishop b4.
Another sacrifice.
Classy move.
Wow.
Actually, this move, bishop b4, is important, right? If you don't play it, and let's imagine that if you would have taken on d5, then after c4, and the black pawns would start moving ahead.
Yes. So it's better to just stop it by sacrificing another piece, right?
Yeah. Brilliant move by Emre.
Bishop b4, c4, queen takes b4, and knight d7 was on the board. Wow. And they have roughly about 7 minutes on the clock, and this is a position when in a classical game, I would think for like 20 minutes perhaps. But obviously they don't enough time to think as much as 20 minutes. So they have to think fast and calculate fast. Ooh, I can only imagine their heart rate, you know. It should be like pumping a lot.
Absolutely. By the way, I think Adiban is through because he won his game against Henderson. He had won his last game, so 2-0 for Adiban in this tie break. His opponent is losing a piece. It is pinned and he just threw in the towel. So this one is good. Adiban moves to the next round. He will face Daniel Dubov. Yeah, against Adiban, two aggressive players. That would be a nice match.
Very, very interesting, yeah. Because Daniel is, as we know, is used to be the second of Magnus Carlsen as well.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Talking about Magnus Carlsen, is Levan Pansulai going to face Magnus because he won his first game against Harsha Bharat Koti and right now doing really well in this game.
Yes, this looks. I'm sure Harsha will force matters because if this is just a quiet draw in the end game, this is something that he doesn't like to have. So
and he does it.
He does it.
Just when you said he'll force matters, he pushed e5, pushed d6. And maybe next move, he takes on a6. He has this passer on d6.
Yeah, he has to create some imbalanced position because, well, if you just play accurately, you know, in the end it will be just a draw. So you have to do something like this to confuse your opponent. Especially now, Pansulaya has less time on the clock.
Right. He goes king e6, which is a good move here. And I think if Pansulai wins this match, it would be a big victory for him because Harsha is this young boy, you know, 20-year-old, extremely motivated, and to beat him is a great feat by Levan, and he gets then a match against Magnus. Rook takes a6, but it's not done yet. We are still going on. Let's see if, but for now, it seems Pansulai is the favorite to win this. Let's go to the game of. You know, there are so many interesting games to choose from, but we saw a few games at the start. We can just have a quick look at the top boards.
Let's do it.
Marcus Rager versus Wagi
Wow.
Karim. What?
And now Wagi is fighting back and doing pretty well with his pieces.
The e4 pawn is weak. And this is hanging, the e4 pawn.
If you can have the camera on the first board of the open section.
Queen f6 played. And so Marcus Rager is going after the b2 pawn. But Irene, there's a problem here. After I take, you take here, take, bishop takes. Now the bishop swoops in and there's no way to defend b6, perhaps.
This is some calculation, yes. And if you just play rook c8, perhaps, trying to pin the bishop. Oh, there's knight d6.
Ooh, there's a fork.
There's knight d6.
And if you go rook e6, here trying to defend this way, then rook d7 is possible, knight g5 is possible. I mean, somehow, Wage Karim is not giving up.
Not giving up, indeed. And the match is just getting more and more interesting. And he has to win. He has to win. And if he wins this one, then they will go to a 10-minute tie break.
Yes, yes. And then let's see if this one happens that way. There's next board, which is Amartu Shin, who was doing very well against Ituri Zaga. And his position still looks quite good. But maybe Ituri Zaga has managed to pull things back a bit because he's going to take this bishop next. And let's say after take, this pawn will fall after queen f3. So I'm not so sure that this is h5 is also weak. This is also. It can go either way.
It can go either way. Yep. And the king on g8 is also is quite exposed. Yeah.
Right.
So
Ituri Zaga had won the first game, so he should have good chances here.
Yeah, we can see the camera is on Amartu Shin. Looking quite stressful.
Yes, and he's biting his nails.
He's biting
like,
his nails.
Oh, where's my advantage? I don't have an advantage anymore. And we were also looking at Darini Poria versus Ferenc Berkesh on board 3, because there Berkesh had won the first round. And so he
just needs to
needs a draw. But he's doing very well. He's actually, right now, clearly better with black pieces.
Yes, his pieces are more dominating and clearly more active compared to the white pieces.
Right, and I love his focus, just so focused. He knows that even if he's better, he needs to just stay calm, stay focused there.
And he's totally in control, even with the time management.
Yes.
Now, Darini Poria has less than 1 minute on the clock, while Berkesh Ferenc still has 7 minutes.
Right. So, Irene, we have had only one match which has ended decisively until now, right?
Yep.
I think so. We can have a look at Bartel's game. By the way, Bartel is completely winning against Hesham. And we saw, like, in the opening, he was in control of things, and that has converted into a winning advantage. And I think that means Bartel will go through to the next round, because their game number 1 ended in a draw.
Yes. Like this endgame looks really good for Bartel,
Right.
Matthews. And in the next round, Donchenko Alexander is waiting him.
Look at
on the second
Bartel.
round. Very focused.
I love it. He has a +5 position, but he's like, no, there's no time to relax. I have to convert this. Guys, chess. The toughest thing in chess is to win a winning game. And that's what these players know. They have so much experience. A3. Nice move.
And then Rook A8 just played, or?
I think he's pushed his pawn to
Rook
A3
A8.
and now Rook A8.
Rook
yeah.
A8, yeah.
Nice. He's played it really well. Let's quickly check what is up with Birkic against Matamoros, because Birkic had won the first round, but I love right now Black's position. He has a lot of space in the center. The C3 pawn is a little weak. The knight can jump into C4. Nice play by Matamoros here. This game could become very exciting.
Yes, and it could be another tiebreak in the 10-minute section.
Yes. Maybe, and in Eltaj Safarli versus Sanchez Alvarez, Eltaj is better, and Eltaj had actually won the first game as well. So apart from the fact that Eltaj didn't make it on time in second round because of traffic, he's won all his games against Sanchez, and he will most likely win this as well.
Yes, he has exchange up, and he also has some, 2 extra pawns.
And the king is weak, G6 is attacked.
Yes.
I think this is going Eltaj's way. So few matches crystallizing now. We go to the game of Gadim Bailey Abdullah and Wakido Samshidin. Here, Gadim Bailey had won the first game, right? So Wakido has to win with white pieces.
Yes.
And he's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, yep. And the position looks very nice for him.
He's attacking here.
So bishop has to go to f6 maybe?
Yeah, bishop f6 played. And bishop a6. Will Wakido win this game and then force the tie breaks? He has an extra pawn. Wakido, member of the gold medal winning team from Uzbekistan.
Black has about 10 seconds left on the clock.
Gadim Bailey, you need to make your move. This is...
You have to move. Can we have the camera on them?
Yeah, this one is Birkic.
And Matamoros.
This is Birkic and Matamoros. We need to see what's up with Gadim Bailey. Maybe, did he lose on time?
I don't think so.
No?
I think there's some delay or transmission error about the time. Yes, there you go.
He played rook b8 and c4 played. And now you can't take the b4 pawn because a8 would be hanging. So actually, what is the way in which...
These 2 pawns will be deciding. Oh no. And the time has gone down again. again, I think this is transmission error.
This is transmission H5. He has
H5.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
But I just feel somehow that white will convert this with 6 minutes, extra pawn. Pressure is too much on Gadimbaili.
Pressure is too much indeed. And with so much time on the clock, I think Fakidov will find a way to trick him out.
Yeah, true.
Wow, the pressure is real.
I really wanted to check this game. Our young boy, the youngest, Edis Gurel, against Ivic.
And he has to win this game.
Yeah, he has to win.
But the position is not looking good for him.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But at first glance, it felt to me, he has this pawn on e6, rooks are behind those, the queen is in, but the two bishops are strong.
Yes, and they are defending very well. The rook on e7. Yeah, everything is protected. Literally everything is protected.
Yeah, somehow, I think after hg5, queen g5, this king might also come under some pressure. So Edis might get knocked out from this tournament. Right now he has played, I think hg5 is what he has played.
And we have one result in the women's section. The first board of women's section, Sarek by Assel has drawn her game against Pauline Guichard, and they will go to the 10+10 tie breaks.
That's pretty big for Sarek Bey, playing very well there.
And also in the last board of the women's section, Priyanka Nutaki has won her game against Marina Brunello, and she proceeds to the next round against Koneru Hampi.
Wow. So 2 results until now, and both Indians qualifying, Adiban and Priyanka Nutaki. That's a good result for them. Meanwhile, we can quickly check what is happening with Mastro Vasilis Dimitros and Bloberger Felix, because Bloberger has to win with the white pieces. And I feel like his position does have some potential here. With the bishop against knight, the knight slightly cornered, the pawns being a little weak.
Yes, but there's a good chance to draw this game as well.
True.
Yeah.
So right now Dimitros may qualify, but we never know what could happen there. Also, Suleimanli Aydin and Zhu Yinglun have drawn. So they go into the 10+10. Oh, and we are looking at this game between... This is
Felix Bloberger.
Felix versus Dimit. Okay, right.
Yeah, in the camera we see Felix Bloberger against Master Vasilis, and the winner of this match will face Vidit Gujrati.
Yeah.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm getting a little stressed out because, as players are getting into this time pressure, it's like, the last few seconds can determine your fate in this tournament, which feels, I wouldn't say unfair as the word, but which does feel very stressful.
Yes, it is very stressful, especially when you have so much pressure on the clock as well. So not only the pressure from the game, but also the clock.
Right. I like how he's got his knight here, but the bishop can actually go to e8 and attack the f7 pawn.
Yes, I think you have some checks there on e4, and then you're...
and the knight could go back.
The knight could go back, that's true. Or I think even if that pawn was lost, I think it's still a draw.
Matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, just trying to press here is Felix Bloberger. By the way, a big news has come in. Harsha Bharatkoti has drawn his game against Levan Pansulai, which means that Levan goes through to the next round and meets Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, he better start preparing now. The match just ended, but he better start preparing.
Or maybe he doesn't prepare at all, because what do you prepare against Magnus? Just he can play anything.
He can come up with first move b3 even.
True. By the way, Asadli Vugar has won his game, and that means he goes through to the next round against Le Tuan Min. A dominating performance here by Asadli Vugar, the local boy, and he's made it to the next round.
Do you think being, playing in the home country will give you some boost of confidence?
Definitely, and also some pressure.
It's also some pressure.
Yes, I think it depends from player to player. Some feel the pressure. Some feel like I have all my family, close people nearby. It's nice.
Yes.
Also food, very important.
Food,
you get to eat your
favorites.
Yeah, your favorite food. By the way, Emre Can is completely winning that game. He's doing really well. Should we look at some boards in the women's section? We had looked at first board ended in a draw. Second board, Salome Melia was...
Ooh.
Oh my God. Look
this?
at this nice move, Rook D2. I really love
And
it
then
because you're
the
setting up that perpetual. Like if you go, let's say even Rook B7, I have check, king here, check.
And they shook hands.
Oh, this Rook D2 is such a nice move. It's such a typical idea, right?
Yes, it is very typical.
Very nice move by Salome. She was better, but she found a way to draw, and I think you should know this, sort of boxing the king in so that it cannot run away and the knight keeps on giving checks. Okay, we have Yuan Ye versus Munguntul, and Munguntul is completely winning here on board number 3.
Yes, you just have to keep pushing your g-pawn, and I think that is the way to win.
Yeah, because the rook is completely tied down, so Munguntul will go to the next round most likely. Yuan Ye giving a tough fight, but not enough. And Corey Daisy has won.
Corey Daisy has won and through to the next round.
Yeah, she's won and she's gone to the next round. Big result there for Peru. Corey Daisy, what a fighter she is, and she converted that slightly better position we were talking about out of the opening. If you remember, somewhere around here, she did convert this into a full point.
And she is facing Arabi Zameri from Georgia on the next round.
That will be a tough match.
It
and
is.
Shivka Karina is right now playing this game against Gomez Melissa. I have a feeling that we are not done yet in this game.
So Shivka just needs to make a draw, yes.
But she is right now a pawn down because white has 5 pawns, black has 4. Although black king looks a bit safe here now, then the white king, I don't know, it looks a little exposed.
Yeah, the king is definitely exposed and the pawn on b4 is quite weak. But also the pawn on g5. But I think I like black's position.
Yeah, she can always play f6 and save it.
Yes.
So I think Shivka is in a good position right now to convert this. She goes queen c3, queen g2 and queen c3.
Queen
good
c3,
move.
yeah. I think that's really a natural move to make in this position. Queen c3 attacking both rook e1 and pawn on b4.
Right. Oh my God, can I show you something? Look where the white king is in this game. This is Francisco. She's gone with the king to d8.
Oh, wow.
but she resigned. Actually,
she won.
Black Francisco won.
Francisco won.
Gomez Barrera Javiera Belen lost this. Wow. Oh, yeah. You remember this knight e5 game? The knight coming twice on e5. That is the game. So a win there for Francesco.
That's a battle between two players from South America.
Yeah.
And in the next round, she will be facing Zhu Jiner, a very strong Chinese junior. And a recent grandmaster as well.
Oh, she became a GM, yes?
Yeah,
she was in 2500 for like so many years.
Yeah, but I think she just recently became a GM.
Right.
Yep.
And now Voti Kim Fung versus Rudzinska. Oh, look at what's happened. Voti Kim Fung was doing okay. She pushed her pawn. Queen came to f2 and she blundered here. But the winning move is not easy to spot. And I don't even know. Oh, it's basically queen e1.
And then bishop e3,
Bishop e3. And you mate her. Will she find it? Oh, she found it.
She found it?
She found it. Rudzinska doing amazing here.
And the bishop on d6 has already some tasks to protect the diagonal of b8, h2. Otherwise, there is bishop f4, and now it's being overloaded with so many problems there.
I agree.
Ooh, g3 is on the board.
You don't want to play. Now bishop e3, still very powerful.
Bishop e3, I think she will play it right away. Bishop e3 and then queen g2, yeah?
Oh, you go back, right?
Yeah, you have to protect g1.
That's
So-
happened. That's
yeah,
happened.
that's
And
happened.
now maybe bishop f2 takes, knight takes. Somehow the attack is with these three pieces too strong.
You can also play bishop f4 here.
Oh, by the way, she took on g3, which actually
Yes.
gives some respite to white.
Yeah. Probably she just wants to clarify the position because after bishop f4, it's easy to make some perpetual.
And she's all, she took
Oh,
on
she
d4.
just took on
Smart.
b4. Okay.
You know, the match situation often determines some of the moves, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think she is going to be through to the second round.
Yeah, Rudzinska Michalina might just pull off an upset in this match. But there could be some twists here. Wo Thi Kim Fung is a fighter.
And the winner of this match will be playing against Harika.
Oh, okay. So Harika would be on the edge of her seat right now, trying to see who is her next round opponent. Oh, it's back to roundabout even. So she went queen b4, queen e2. Now she took the knight. She took this. Irene,
check.
I have a feeling that this match might have some more twists because the d pawn is a strong pawn there.
Yes, I agree with
She
you.
pushed it.
Yeah, I think this is one big tendency in such a low on time situation. You just want to clarify the position as soon as you can. You forgot about the other possible choices that might be better. Yeah, this d6 pawn could be a problem, and this d6 pawn is the only hope that white has in order to tie the match.
Oh, she lost on time. She lost on time. But what was the position? What were the last moves that happened?
Who lost on time? White or
Wo
black?
Thi Kim Fung.
Fatih Kibble lost on
Yeah.
time.
But her position was anyway not that great. So, but I think she forgot there and she's lost. So that means Rudzinska makes it to the next round to face Harika.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Fatih Kimpong. But
Right.
what to do? What to do?
That's World Cup for you.
Yes, chess is cruel.
Well, which game is this?
That's Albornoz Cabrera versus Alisher Sulaimanov.
Okay, let's go to that game. Albornoz. Oh, we are in the pawn end game. It's a draw. The first game between them.
It was won by Albornoz. So the second game will be drawn and Albornoz will be through.
Oh, okay. And by the way, Amartushin versus Iturizaga is going to end in a draw. I don't think that here Iturizaga can lose. So Iturizaga will most likely go to the next round. He's pawn up.
Yes, he's a pawn up.
And by the way, this is ending in a draw.
I think they will shake their hands soon.
Albornoz Cabrera versus Alisher.
Yeah, and we have
draw on
we have a draw on
Iturizaga's
the
board. He
second board.
goes.
Yeah, so
to the next round.
Iturizaga will be going to the second round.
Yes.
Wow, it was such a good match.
Marcus Rager drew that game against Wage Karim. So even Marcus Rager goes through to the next round. He was under some pressure, but he drew. So did Burkesh. So Burkesh also goes through. And Matthias Bartel won, which means he goes through.
He goes through. So all the favorites, the top 4 favorites in the open section, they went through.
But a big news, Irene, is that Birkic lost. So Matamoros Franco Carlos has won, equaling the scores. Whoa, that means a tie break over there.
Wow.
That is amazing. What a play by Matamoros there, winning on demand. And Eltat Safarli won against Sanchez, so he goes to the next round.
Yep.
Gadem Bailey versus Wokido ended in a draw. So Gadem Bailey pulls off a small upset there. That's a big result.
Wow, there's so many. How many tiebreaks do we have actually? We have to recount it, yeah?
Yeah, we have to recount, but not too many.
Not too many.
Like, for example, Pyrun Kasper won. And I think Acosta, in the previous round,
Acosta in the previous round
had won.
Oh,
yes. So that's a tie break.
That's a tie break.
That's a tie break.
Yep. So all the games finished?
All over?
I think all the games finished.
Well,
yes.
we were just looking at all the games and suddenly, or maybe there's one going on. Mastro Vasilis versus Blowburger.
This is still going on?
Yeah, is that going on?
I think it's already done.
It's done.
It's done. I think this also is done because of the time.
So then who won there? Blowburger won? Yeah, he should have won.
Blowburger won. I think they go for the tie break.
Whoa.
Yes.
There will be, we'll come back and we'll see how many tie breaks are there.
Yes.
But maybe it's time for a break.
It's time for a break indeed. And we will continue for the next tie break with 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. So don't go anywhere. We will come back after the break. How many tie breaks?
So I'm joined by elite player Boris Gelfand here in Baku. Boris, you just arrived and ready to play and get into the groove. Not tomorrow, but the next day. How are you thinking about the first round already?
Sorry?
How are you facing the second round when you're seeded in?
Very good to be in second round already, yeah, and it's nice to play and nice to be here, so looking forward for an interesting tournament. Yeah.
Okay, of course, you have won the World Cup in 2009, so you're one of the winners. Yeah. Also faced Vichy Anand for the World Championship. Yeah. In this new stage of your career, how are you facing the opportunity to play really tough games here in the World Cup, in this tournament?
Yeah, very interesting, challenging, but interesting. Let's see what will happen, yeah, but I'm very, very motivated to play well, to play interesting games.
Have you been to the playing hall? Have you been able to see?
Not yet, but players told me it's really great, so I hope to spend quite a time in this playing hall, yeah.
Boris, thanks a lot for you coming, and I'll leave you with the kids. You're doing a small exhibition now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
So I'm pleased to be joined by one of the India's top players, Adivan Bhaskaran. Adivan, how are you doing after this incredible 2-0 win against Lance from Andorra? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I really tried to control my nerves and try to be as calm as possible. And yeah, that was the main thing I was trying to do today.
Okay, you won the first game, and of course, when you win the first game in a tiebreak, it's always tricky for the other player to get back. He needs to win. So, what happened in the second game? You just finished. I mean, you finished super early.
Yeah, I have been in the situation where I lost with white, and then I had to win with black, and I managed to do it. But it's always very difficult task when your opponent is not making any mistakes and keeps the control.
Tell me about the first game of the classical portion. You played 2 games, 2 draws, but Lance was telling me that he thought he was better, even close to winning, but then you were able to claim a 3-fold draw. Yeah. What happened there?
No, yeah, he was just clearly winning. It was computer showing almost a +1, and he even saw the winning move, like the main move, which I had not seen, and the position is just clearly better. But luckily, he repeated twice, and then he made a move after which I felt I had a forced sequence where if he doesn't take the chance, it's a 3-fold repetition. So either he has to allow a draw, or either way it's going to be a draw. So suddenly I was very lucky in that game.
Do you think that might have affected his mood in the second game, the fact that he realizes that he'd missed a big opportunity? In your experiences, can that affect you in the second game?
Yeah, it can affect, but at the same time, I think he played a pretty good game in the second round, and there was not any chance for him at all. I had some chance where I was better, but I did not use it. So I don't think he had any chance in the second game. So I think first game was his best chance actually. Yeah.
So let's go for my final question. You've just qualified for the second round. Now you have a bit of a rest, not much, because tomorrow you're facing top Russian elite player Danil Dubov. Have you played Danil before?
Yeah.
What are your chances here?
I've not played him in a classical format, but I've played him quite a lot in Blitz, more or less only Blitz actually, not even Rapid. Yeah, once Rapid in one of the online tours. Yeah, I'm really looking forward. It will be an interesting match, I think.
Do you start with white or black in the game?
Yeah, I have also no idea. I just wanted to pass today and then go.
So I suspect you haven't done much preparation either. You were really focusing on the first opponent.
True, yes.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in your following game, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Irene. So I'm joined in my first interview this afternoon, second round of the World Cup, Game 2, by Roberto Carlos Sanchez Alvarez from Panama. How are you doing, Roberto?
Excellent. It's a pleasure to stay here for the first time here in the World Cup. And for me, all the Panamanian people is an honor.
Okay, I'm sure all the Panamanian people are rooting for you in the tournament. So, Roberto, you were paired in the first round against a very strong grandmaster, Eltar Safarli, a local grandmaster here from Azerbaijan. You lost the first game yesterday, and today, surprisingly, everyone was asking, what happened on ball 38? Your opponent didn't show up. Tell us about it, please.
Yeah, it was very shocking for me too, because I really don't expect that he don't come into the second game, and unfortunately he told me that he was stuck in the traffic for almost 1 hour because he lived like 6 miles from here, from the game room of the hotel of the tournament, and unfortunately he can't come in on time. So. Of course, that for me is not a good thing, of course, because I want to play all my games. I really prefer, be eliminated than win that in that way. No, but it
is what it is.
Yeah.
Of course, you've come a long way to win a game by forfeit. Of course, the rules of the tournament state that players have 15 minutes to arrive when the clocks are started, which today they were starting exactly at 3 o'clock. You were telling me that you talked to him, so he actually got here but late. How long did it take to get here?
Maybe 22 minutes later.
So really, 22 minutes after the 15, so about half an hour late then?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
So the situation is, you've won today, that's a forfeit. He won yesterday, so you're tied 1-1. Tomorrow you go to the tiebreaks. Does this new situation affect you in any way, the way you're going to face and prepare the tiebreaks?
More or less. Like I told you, I really don't want to win like that, but that was the situation. And right now, I'm going to put all my efforts to play the best game in the tiebreaks. Are always a very emotional moment. Play that kind of part of the tournament, but I feel very confident in myself, and we're going to make our best efforts.
It's a 50-50 shot, so good luck, and I hope you have a good tiebreak tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the tiebreak day of FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup. Now we have finished the first section of the tiebreak, the 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. We're going to the 10 minute and 10 second section. And the first moves have been just commenced.
The first moves have started, and in this one, we can see that there's only one women game that is left, which is between Pauline Gouchard and Asel Serikbe, and we have 8 tie breaks in the open.
Yes, and wow, but the total of 9 tie breaks is it's a lot for the second one. And we see the tournament table there, the result of the 8 tie breaks from open section, and then from women's section we only have 1.
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting results there, like Misraddin going through. We also had Adiban going through. Sadly, Vugar made it. Mikhail Michedlishvili. So, a lot of players made it to the second round. And here we have, again, the table. We have the games have kicked off. And maybe we can start off with the women's section, because there's only one. Oh, by the way, the results of the women's section is here.
Yep.
Salome Melia made it through. So did Rakman Gulova, Priyanka Nutaki, and so on.
Yep. And let's take a look at the first board of the women's section between Guishard Pauline and Serikbe Asel. What's happening on the board right now?
Oh, look at that. That is Serikbe. We can start off from the first moves. E4 was played by Asel, and we had a Rui Lopez here. Knight came out to F6. And by the way, the board is coming up, so right now we can watch it here. This is like this popular line, right?
Yes, it is.
D3, bishop C5. C3, D5 with the same line which we saw, but now D4.
Whoa.
Takes
That's
E5.
But this is some transposition.
Yeah, they transposed into this Italian game, right?
Game, right.
But did someone lose a tempo? Not really, because generally you played D4 in one go, and here you played D3, D4.
Yes.
And the tempo was saved on bishop C3, B5, bishop C4, B5. So, yeah, it's transposed into this line of the Italian. And for now, after castles, white is thinking.
Yeah, there are a few moves to choose from, but in all cases, white has to be ready to face f6.
Right.
That will come at some point. So f6 is the main idea for black in this position. So maybe, I don't know, h3 can be done, or also knight c3, but knight c3 is not really a threat at the moment, because you cannot take on e4 anyway, because there's d takes e4 and your knight on f3 will be fallen. So probably white is thinking of h3. Is it possible?
Yeah, I'm sure h3 is a probable and possible move, but you have to be a little bit careful about bishop f3, because when you take with the queen, there is knight takes d4 hanging, so that might be a bit of a problem here.
That is why after h3 you take it with the pawn.
Ooh, but you know, this might have been good if you hadn't castled, right? So that's why maybe you start off, instead of castling in this position, bishop e3 castles. I think white castling might not be the best move here.
Yeah, I think it should be like bishop e3, bishop g4. There's so many games playing for this variation.
Okay, but right now, after castles, Serikbe Asel is thinking she has played her bishop back to e2. Ooh. Maybe not the most ideal move, right? Because you can just hit the center now with f6.
Yep. Meanwhile, I think we can switch to the open section.
Right.
Let's take a look at the first board of the tiebreak.
We should go to the board between Matamoros Franco Carlos versus Burkish Ante. I'm amazed that Matamoros was able to make a comeback in this match after being 1 point down. And right now he has the black pieces again. do the colors keep alternating, or do they have toss every single time?
That's something I don't know. Probably there is one toss only for the first one. Yeah.
But then Matamoros was black in the second game before this, and he again got the black pieces.
Maybe there's another.
Maybe they have
another draw of colors. So Caro-Kann
with c5, e6, c3, knight c6, knight to f3, bishop takes the pawn on c5, b4, bishop drops back, b5, knight jumps in, bishop d3, queen to c7, and this is the position you castle it out.
Yes. So far still very peaceful.
Yeah.
But I believe it is not for long until both players trying to trick each other out and give everything up their sleeve to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, this match has been a very interesting one and a very exciting one. We thought that Burkish would be the favorite after he won the first game. Also, he has a 160-point lead. But Matamoros has turned out to be a very tenacious opponent. He's not giving up. He's fighting like crazy. And I like his opening choice in this match. Because, with black also, he's like, I want to play for a win. And playing this risky line.
Yeah, definitely.
Should we also go to another game, which is another experienced player fighting it out with the black pieces? That is Ilya Smirin taking on Avila Pava Santiago.
Yes, and this coming from a Sicilian game.
Man, Irene, I have a feeling that a Greek gift sacrifice is in the air.
Oh, that is possible. Knight e4 could be a move, but do you think bishop h7 now is a move? I think it's a bit premature, yeah?
But you can't play knight e4, right? Because you lose the e5 pawn.
I don't care. Knight
really?
d6 is there. Knight d6 and then you're controlling the center. Okay, this looks a bit too much, I guess. But yeah, I agree. Knight a4 is sufficient to control the position, yeah? Because after knight a4, you might have knight c5 coming, right?
Yes.
I think this is a good position for white.
But also, just to show our viewers, this could have been tried. I don't know if it works or not. But check, king back, knight e4 could have led to an interesting position with the knight coming to g5. Although there are defensive possibilities after knight g6, knight g5 and rook e8. It's not a mate because the knight controls this square. Yeah.
What about a rook left there?
Where? Right now?
Yeah, like rook d3, probably you take on e5, yeah?
Yeah, the e5. Maybe you first save it with f4 and then you still continue like slowly building up the attack. Who knows what's happening here?
Yeah.
But in the game, he went knight a4. Smirin played knight to d5 in the position. He brought his knight out. And now g3, preventing knight f4 and preparing his own f4.
Wow, this is going to be a very dangerous game. And
sharp game, yeah?
Very sharp, yes. And I think it's easier to play here as white because all you have to do is just to attack. And it's easy to make the attacks because you just keep going with your pawns. All the army of the pawns around the king's side, and with the help of the bishop on d3, it's just going to be a very strong attack.
Ooh, he goes f6. I was thinking he would break d6, but he's gone f6. And now we need to see what is Avila Pavas going to do here.
If you want to take a draw, it's very easy.
How?
Because you have queen h5 right now, g6, bishop g6, h6, and perpetual.
Oh. But I don't think Avila Pavas is going to do that. And also he has the white pieces, a good position. Yes. But you are very quick to spot this move. Should we take, perhaps, he takes f6 and then put our pawn on f4, somehow saying that these two pawns in the center could become slightly weak?
Yeah, that makes a really sense. I think this is the best continuation to do. Takes on f6 and then f4. That looks very natural to me. And meanwhile, can we see other games that probably is interesting as well?
Absolutely. Should we look at a game of, I think, I want to go to perhaps the most complex game, but maybe before going to the most complex game, let's go to a very simplified game, which is Blauburger Felix versus Mastro Vasilis Dimitros, because we thought that this match was already done and dusted, because Mastro Vasilis had won the first game, was equal end game in the second one, but somehow Blauburger Felix managed to convert that end game, Bishop versus Knight 1.
Yes, and it's interesting to see the fighting spirit, because, well, you have to force matters. Again, force matters.
Yes.
Tiebreak is all about it too, because you cannot just play a normal chess like you usually do.
Absolutely.
There's so many other non-technical aspects into it. So you cannot just play chess. You have to also play some psychological battle. You have also to hold down your nerves, not to get into you. Oh, so many other things. So chess player, I think, is the best and the strongest athletes in the world, you know.
True. And in World Cups, you need even higher mental strength than any other tournaments, because, you know, in many events, it's like the final rounds are stressful. Maybe a couple of days or a last day of the event. But here, you have tie breaks every third day. And you need so much your nervous energy to be conserved. And that's why players really hope to finish their matches in 2 days. Not to go into this. This is not easy. By the way, King F8 played here, and I like this position because there are many imbalances. Firstly, white has better pawn structure, but black has the bishop pair. And there's also an open file for the rook. So it's dynamically balanced.
Yes, I agree. And I think I was about to mention about h5 to h4, because how else are you going to do with
I
your
really
rook,
like your idea. And then get the rook out
to
from
h5,
this way.
yes.
Nice. Rook lifts in the position. So this is a game which we will follow. It's a very simplified position. So we just had a look at it very quickly. There is Pyrun Casper versus Acosta Pablo Ismail. This one is interesting, this game, because right now the queen has moved to c6 and attacking the rook. But I think you can always just develop your bishop. He's gone bishop d7, queen b7 and a5.
Giving the pawn on b6 for free, but not
why
for
a5?
free. I think he wants to try to gain some extra space on the queen side. And also, if the pawn is not moved, the rook on a8 cannot really move, because it keeps protecting a7 pawn.
True. And Irene, maybe if you go directly like here, rook b8, then the queen comes out on a6. So
And
he was
stopping
like,
it, yes.
I will now trap your queen if you are not careful. So he took. And now rook b8. And I like how Pyrun has handled this position with black pieces. And perhaps this position is equal.
Yeah, I think so too. The fact that there is an isolated queen's pawn on d5, I think it's not really relevant.
Yes, because the rook is active.
The rook is active, and it's also very well protected, and black has many ideas to play here.
Right. Okay, so this is looking good. Here the game, this match could go on further. Let's go to this very interesting battle which we were seeing against Ilyas Mirin and Santiago Avila Pavas. This Sicilian game, we saw that he took on f6 and Smirin took with the queen. Not the best move, but f4 came in. Nice move. Clamping down these pawns. Rook c7, putting the rook on the open file, and now the knight jumped into c5. Look at this knight. It's looking here, here, and here.
Yes, this looks very good for white at the moment, thanks to the bishop on c8.
True. By the way, Irene, knight d4 unleashes a tactical whirlwind right now. Because the idea of Smirin was, if you take here, of course not queen d4, because then bishop h7 and you lose the queen, but rook c5 is what he wanted to do. So, Santiago just took here first, king takes, and now took this pawn, took this knight.
Yeah, and this looks really good. But I was just wondering, instead of bishop takes h7, which is a good move, of course, can white play queen e4 instead?
Oh, here, double attack, right? Here
Yes.
and here.
And if you play knight f5, there is g4. And if you take, you can take on b3 first with a check.
That's the point.
That's the point.
It comes with a check.
It comes with a check, yeah.
Nicely spotted there. But Irene, after what I did not understand, and maybe you can help me, is that here after rook d4, doesn't rook c5 drop material? Because if you take with the knight, d4 is hanging.
Yeah, you could give a check on d3 or e4 first. And then you grab the rook on c5.
Nice. Oh, so right now, Santiago Avilas, after this tactic, is clearly better. He's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up and also having a better position.
Well done. This is well played by him. Let's go to the game between Luka Paichadze from Georgia versus Rinat Jumabayev, the top player from Kazakhstan.
Yes, and Rinat in the last World Cup in 2021 in Sochi, beating our favorite, Fabiano Caruana.
True. That was a big result there, because to beat Caruana in a classical encounter, that too in a mini match, in a match format, is never easy.
It's never easy. Yes. Beating anyone is actually never easy, especially the Dan world number 2, right?
True. By the way, now he's also looking good in this match, because there are two ways to recapture, either with the pawn or the knight. If you take with the knight, you're giving up the c4 square to my knight.
Yes.
And if you take with the pawn here, then I am actually having a slightly better position. The knight on d7 would have allowed to be on c6 here.
Yeah, the knight on d7 is slightly misplaced there. And the position is good for white at the moment. White is slightly better. But we'll see if Rinat can convert this well.
Right. Okay, so let's look at this game between Aydin Suleimanli, who is playing against Zhu Yinglun. And Aydin is this very young, talented Azeri youngster who is taking on the Chinese GM. They have had a relatively sedate match, I feel. They have been drawing several games. Even their previous two games in the tie breaks were draws. They were draws.
They were draws.
So now Aydin with the white. Also, this position looks kind of okay.
This looks fine for both sides. This looks quite rather peaceful, but again, now we're on the 10 minutes and 10 seconds tie break.
Right.
And you can see the times there where black has 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh,
It's heating up.
True. And by the way, can Zhu Yinglun snatch a pawn? He can take here, and then take on e2.
That is possible, but I think it would be just takes on.
Take here?
Yeah, it just takes on there.
Take here.
Takes and
Take here.
f6. That's possible.
Take f6, take here.
And probably just rook e1. You have, I don't know though.
Yeah, this endgame might
this
be
endgame
a little,
is better for black. It's better for black. So yeah, probably.
Probably right now Zhu Yinglun can go for it, but after queen e2, maybe you just put your queen here and try to gain some compensation on this long diagonal.
And rook e1 is coming too.
Yeah.
Queen c3 is a good
Oh,
move.
but it happened in the game. Queen e2 is on the board. It remains to be seen what Aydin does here. We can see Aydin on our screen. He's kind of a bit stressed out. But queen c3 might be the best move.
Yeah, queen c3, I think it's the strongest move in this position. There are so many purposes with that one. Taking on f6, rook on e1, and then just keep the pair of bishop on the board.
He found it.
He
played it.
Yeah.
He played queen c3.
I think this has been his intention anyway, because otherwise he wouldn't give up the pawn on e2 for nothing.
Right. And now you very correctly pointed out that rook e1 can become a massive threat in the position. So Zhu Yinglun, with just 2 minutes on the clock, has to now figure out how to continue here. Maybe he can go back with his queen, but then rook e1. And then, but then you have bishop e6. So maybe this is how black sort of defends everything.
Or maybe he's also thinking about knight e4 instead of queen e7.
Oh, you're direct this way?
Yeah.
Whoa, this looks very scary.
It is.
And take?
And then you just want, no, rook e1 cannot be taken because there's queen e1, of course.
Right.
Yeah. On knight d5 takes the g7 pawn is hanging.
Right.
Even though you can go to b5.
Yeah, this one takes, or even first rook e1 and then I take there would also be a very strong initiative.
Yes.
So for now, Zhu Yinglun is thinking for his move, what to do.
He has less than 1 minute on the clock.
But he has made some move. It just has to be updated because Aiden's clock was running. We will check it. Is there a move that has been played?
Let me check.
Check it. Oh, and we can see Renat Jumabayev on your screen right now.
Yeah, you're right. He moved queen e7.
Oh, he played. And these are the moves that have been played. So queen e7, rook
and then
e1,
rook e1, bishop e6.
Rook d1 played. Okay, so Zhu Yinglun defending very steadily there. Is this a hint that we should go to this game?
Yes, let's take a look at Renat versus
Luka Paichadze.
Luka Paichadze.
Yeah, looks good for white for the time being, but black also is very solid here. Luka Paichadze not going down easily, fighting till the very end, till the bitter end. He is going to move his queen. Where? Queen a5.
No, queen a5 is impossible.
Okay,
yes.
no. I think a couple of moves have been played. The knight is on e5. Yeah, he goes knight e5 and now queen a5.
Okay. Phew. There's no way such blunder happening.
Right. Should we look at the game of Pauline Gouchard and Serikbe Assel?
Yes, the only
women game.
The only tiebreak in the women's section.
I like Pauline's position, right?
Yeah,
Black's
looks good. Yes.
Very nicely placed.
Be careful with the knight on d2, yeah, because in any case there's knight f3 check, and then you shouldn't touch this knight on d2, otherwise you will lose the queen.
Oh, so you mean to say if knight b3, boom,
yes,
losing the queen. Nice.
Exactly.
Nice. Oh, she played f4, is it? No, the rook is on ae1. Okay, this happened. Rook ae1. Rook e8. Maybe it was some different move order. First f4 perhaps.
It was c5, f4.
First f4.
And then rook e8, rook f e8. And then rook ae1.
Sure this move.
I don't like f4 either.
Yeah.
It's just weakening the center.
Correct. But I think somehow Serikbe is not very comfortable with her position here. She is feeling a bit of pressure. This bishop is a little loose. Goes queen to f6. Okay, interesting. So a sharp game here, but slightly better for Pauline Gouchard. She also has 2 minutes 26 seconds, while Serikbe has 1 minute 43 seconds. Look at that focus there. And in the open section, Irene, Kozul Zdenko is maybe going to win another game. He lost his first tiebreak game to Sanal Wahab, then he won, equalized the score, and now he's winning again with white.
That is possible, yes. Oh, and he's having a very good position now.
Oh, but look at what Sanal has done. Sanal says, I need to somehow create play. I'm going to sack a pawn somehow. You can take it either way, right?
I think it's safe to take it with the e-pawn.
E-pawn, right.
And after bishop g7, just rook d1.
Just don't care about the a4 pawn. Right. Looks like a good way to do it. And there you have Kozul Zdenko. Maybe later on we'll figure out his age, but such experience, right? And he's playing in this tie breaks with nerves of steel.
And he is 57
years old. Wow. Kozul Zdenko. You know, when I was playing in my days, I used to follow a lot of his games for his white repertoire with one d4. Very strong player with d4. And very aggressive as well. So this has happened, by the way, Irene. ef4, bishop g7, rook d1 happened, queen c6.
I see. Yeah, and I think it's best to transfer this bishop on c2 to the g2. So, yeah,
Oh,
This looks like a
nice.
very good idea because there's nothing. Or bishop c2 is standing nice as well, keeping an eye on a4. h4 has been played.
Oh, nice. He just makes more space for the king. All right. Very quickly, let's check the games where something is happening. We can go to Matamoros Franco versus Burkish because I'm starting to get a bit worried about Matamoros' position. The main reason is that right now h5 is played and the black king is a little bit sort of lonely there, and the black rooks are on the other side of the board. I have a feeling that this could become a big attack. And Burkic.
The question is how to start the attack.
Yeah.
How do you start with these 3 pieces?
I was thinking maybe sack a pawn and get the queen into e5 somehow. Does that, if that works somehow?
Yeah, that looks like a way to do it. But if you play e6, maybe I'll take it with the bishop.
Right. So let's say here h5. I don't know what black played here. They made few moves.
Ooh.
He went rook c4.
Then queen d2.
Queen d2. He goes passive. Maybe this was the idea. Like bishop takes and then queen e5 attacking here. You had to go maybe queen g8 or queen f8 defending this.
And then takes on e6. Oh, there's rook h4 at some point.
True. I think maybe Burkic didn't like this sort of simplifying idea, and he said, let me hang on there. Queen d2 and what did...
Because this can happen at any time, and better just play solid first and control everything, especially the c3 pawn.
Right. I think queen c7 is on the board. He seems to have attacked the e5 pawn. Yeah, queen c7. This is hanging. And maybe now Burkic goes f4, defending everything. Getting excited. Yes, he plays f4. F4 defends it in the center.
Wow, this is knight versus bishop.
Yeah, I this knight is such a pride of the position, but the c3 pawn is so weak that somehow white is not able to do much.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, unfortunately. And the b5 pawn is kind of loose there. And probably after like some queen c5 or... Yeah.
This could fall.
This could fall.
Okay, so this looks roundabout even for the time being. We go to Pyrun Casper, who is a pawn up against Acosta Pablo. Sorry, Acosta Pablo is a pawn up against Pyrun Casper, but the a4 pawn is falling. Oh, they made a lot of moves. So we were here. He went knight d5, rook c1, rook c1, rook a4, knight b6. Oh, I think this is going to end in a draw.
Yes.
3 versus 2.
Yeah, it should be drawn, this one.
Drawn. Okay. Let's go to Ilyas Mirin's game against Avila. Oh, Avila Pavas is converting this. He's a pawn up and he's winning another pawn here.
Yeah, he's winning this d5 pawn. This will fall soon. Just be careful with the king. Yeah, otherwise...
Some check here and mate. If only the rook could move diagonally. Game over. Oh, he resigned.
He resigned. Probably it's a wise decision to get ready for the next round. Yeah. Yeah. Because after the second pawn falls, then what else are you hoping for?
I really liked how Santiago played this game. Great play by him. And he now has a 1-point lead in this match. Going to the game of Rinat Jumabayev versus Luka Paichadze. Small edge for white still. But because of the opposite colored bishops, I have a feeling that this game might end in a draw.
I doubt it.
Really?
I doubt it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. On the contrary, I think white would still win this game.
You feel that the a4 pawn is weak?
Yes.
Like bishop c6 and then somehow?
Yeah.
That's the point.
So now it's just a question whether you want to continue this game with 2 rooks on the board or just 1.
Right.
Because if you play... Oh, some moves have been played. Some moves have been played. Let me take a look. So they exchanged the rook.
So rook d6?
Oh, rook d3 actually. Rook d8 and then takes the rook.
He took.
And then bishop f3.
And he took with the rook.
With the rook, yes. And then
bishop f3 was important because otherwise rook d1 check and then knight d2. So you had no time to win this pawn.
Yes.
But after bishop f3, now how do you protect f7?
Yeah, that is why I really like this position for white. And they are on 2 seconds. Oh, this is heating up for sure. So
And after bishop f3, I don't know what exactly he has played. Maybe
the move hasn't been updated yet. So f6 has been played.
f6,
Yep.
okay.
And then knight
Blunder,
d7.
by the way. Knight d7,
Knight
attacking
d7.
here and here. Oh, fantastic
Yes.
move by Rinat. And your intuition, as always, turns out to be right.
And then probably bishop cannot go to d4, otherwise that would have been interesting.
Yes.
And now how to defend this f6? If you play f5, just knight goes to f6
No,
and then
this is over.
and then take h7 and
Wow.
yeah. Because not only the opposite colored bishop, previously I saw that the knight on e5 was standing really good. The only way to
He won. Because e5 he played and his point was I defend here, but he goes bishop d5. If you take
Yeah.
here, knight f6 and you lose the rook.
Such a tactic.
It's a nice tactic. And
nice
then,
tactic.
oh, he dropped a piece because bishop b3, a b3, knight c5 wins.
Yes.
Wow, Rinat Jumabayev showing some great skills there. And look at Mastro Vasilis's rooks. They are on the 7th heaven. Here, on the 7th rank. But how do you win this? Is there a mate? Because the d-pawn is a dangerous monster here.
And meanwhile, we have a result on the women's board. Guishot Pauline won the first game against Eric by Assel.
Amazing. Okay, so this one is looking very, very intense. With the both rooks on the 7th rank, Mastro Vasilis has, I think, given a check somewhere.
And Matamoros won against Burkic.
Yeah. No, maybe.
And the other games are still playing.
Are there any moves updated here after 35th move rook king f8? He is, I think there are 2 rooks on set. Oh, what he did was he just exchanged the rooks.
Is this exchange here?
Oh, smart play. So maybe he did like take here, and then got his rook traded. So we have some moves. So after king f8, 35th move. Yeah, rook at 7,
Rook
threatening a
F7.
mate in 1.
King g8.
King g8.
Takes on d4. Takes on d4. And then check on g7 with the other rook.
Yeah, king f8.
King f8 and then rook d7.
Got it. But
And
now...
If rook d6... rook d6 just takes on this d8 and then rook a7.
No, but also rook h8, the pawn endgame should be
and
lost.
then just king f1, yeah?
Yeah, the king comes here. So he took, I think he should take,
Yeah,
and
he
now...
took. And now rook c6, king f1.
Brilliant move. Threatening mate in 1. Of course, king comes out.
And king f1.
And did he play rook c2 or c1? I think rook c1 check. King e2, rook.
So yeah, rook c1, king e2, rook c2, king e1. And now yes, king d2.
Oh no, what happened? Okay, first check, king e2, check, king e1. Why did he give a check and not take on b2?
Because take on d4?
Yeah, but giving this check now, oh okay, he goes rook f1. He's going after these pawns.
And now after
king e2,
he has to go to b1, yeah?
Yeah, rook b1 only move.
And then take on d4, take on b2.
But then he will end up losing another pawn, right? Like
Yes.
here
Takes on
and
d2, king e3, it's important.
but king e3, rook b3.
Rook d3.
Because if you go king e1, he keeps checking perhaps.
Yeah, but no, if you keep checking, there is rook d1.
But then I
also.
can go back.
But I think it will...
And
yeah.
you can't sort of take this.
Yeah.
I think there's some drawing chance here. No, he went rook b1. Rook b1.
Rook b7.
Oh, he went rook b7. Smart move by Mastro Vasilis.
And black is currently on seconds, like 4 seconds, 2 seconds. King e8, yep.
King e8 was perhaps a bad move there because now he can go rook b4 somehow.
Yeah, and then taking the pawns, yeah?
Yes, but he went g3 and now f5.
Yeah, now still has time to play rook b4 or h4 is played. Or he's taking his time because you can do this at some
And now he
point.
played it. Now he played
Now
it.
he played it. Yeah, black is kind of paralyzed right now because rook b4 is coming and white will have 2 extra pawns.
Right. This one, white is winning. There's one game where we have a pawn end game. This is between Aydin Suleimanli and Zhu Yinglun. This looks like a draw, right?
Yes, looks like a fortress.
Because there is this pawn, but you can't go with your king and capture those pawns because this is a passer. So this might end in a draw. Aydin Suleimanli versus Zhu Yinglun. And did Kozul Zdenko manage to convert that position that he was clearly better? Oh, we have a result. By the way, Matamoros Franco won against Birkic.
Yes.
Wow, that's a big result. And Pyron Kasper drew. We have...
Do you have another result in?
Actually, this is the game between... we can go to the game between...
Kozul Zdenko against Sanal.
Okay.
And he's currently a piece up.
Kozul. Yeah, he should win this.
Yeah, he should win this.
He should win this. This is the last one, I guess, that's going on.
And also the Master Vasilis game against Bloberger.
Oh, Bloberger. But he's 2 pawns up there.
Yeah, Master Vasilis should be winning that. So after Queen C5...
You know, Irene, in the last World Cup, we saw how Michael Krasenkov played brilliant chess. He had actually gone on to round 3 and had beaten some youngsters, strong players. And now we are seeing Kozul doing well. I mean, at the World Cups, we see that the young talents are being sort of beaten by experienced players.
Yeah.
And in a tournament which is considered to be like sort of a test of your stamina, I think experience is coming to good use.
Yes, and if Kozul wins this match, he will be facing another youngster.
Nordirbek.
Abdusattor of Nordirbek. And there's a shakhan.
Wow.
White wins.
White wins.
Sorry, black wins.
Black. No.
White wins.
White wins. Kozul wins.
White wins. Kozul wins. Yeah, so Sana Al-Fahab from Turkey, he has to win the next round.
Yeah, there's a mating net formed. G5 was a mate. And we go to the game that's only game going on, which is Mastro Vasilis showing some rook endgame masterpiece here. But okay, it's quite easy to win this. You're 2 pawns up. This just one thing, I guess, you don't play a pawn to A7, right? Then or it's still winning.
I think with another extra pawn, I think you can do that.
You can?
Yes, because then
he has to go back, and then maybe you can even sack a pawn with H5 and eventually round up the F5 pawn.
Yeah, you just go to the B3 and then try to... But also, I think it's safe not to push anything.
Keep options open.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the last game of the 10-minute tie break.
Did we have many decisive games or many drawn games?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decisive games.
Wow,
and
out of 9.
Out of 9.
And this one also, so it will be 7.
It will be 7, yes.
Only 2 draws.
Only 2 draws.
so Aydin Suleimanli and Zhu Yinglun drew?
Yes, and Acosta versus Pyron.
Okay. Wow, this has been a very, very intense and bloody tie break. Like everyone wants to win. And I think Mastro Vasilis is doing it the right way. Just pushing his pawn up to F3. here calmly. Maybe he'll find his king coming up.
And I think it's important not to have the H pawn again. Like for example, if you keep trading up the pawns, leave the F pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
In the end, like if let's say we remove these 2 pawns and these 2 pawns,
yes,
it's much better because you have the F pawn.
Yes.
Don't keep the H pawn.
Don't keep the H pawn. Then it will be kind of like a fortress for black. Yeah. And now I think you have options here. You can play king d3 towards b3, and whenever the rook is trying to attack.
My only worry is if you go king d3. I give a check.
The check, yeah.
You go up.
And you can
do you
just
want to
take
go
it,
in the race? Oh, he's gone for the race. Now just bring the rook out, right? Rook b8.
Yeah.
Rook or rook c8. What is better? This is always confusing.
Or you can play king b4.
King b4 maybe.
Or
then
maybe rook f1.
Rook f1.
And at least now you're no longer attacking on g3.
He goes rook c8.
Rook c8, okay.
So now the threat if you take on g3 is a7, which is queening. So you have to go back. And then king b5. Check. King c6, go back, king b7, and he will park his king here, and then maybe he wins another. Somehow, this could get a bit tricky.
Or maybe you can just play rook c7 check and then a7 and then bring the king.
Yeah, you're doing it easily. Yeah, maybe very smart.
Yeah.
Because then the pawn is on 7th and the rook cannot get activated at all.
Or just rook on c6 also, just to cut off the king. Just to cut off the king and then play. Oh, okay, he does king b5.
Does king b5 here?
It's still very much winning for white.
Yeah.
So what did he do?
Check.
Check, okay.
King
so king
c6.
c6.
Okay, come on. King a4 or king c6? Rook b1. Okay. Do you play your rook now to c4, build the bridge, or rook c3? I like rook c3. Then you defend this, put your rook on a3.
I like rook c3 too.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's like very clinical.
And some moves have been made. Oh, he played something else.
Check. No, rook c6, king
Rook
h6, king a5. Okay.
Just keeping a hold on the g6 pawn, yeah?
Right. Oh, resigns.
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 Oh, wow.
Maybe they had a couple of more moves, but the game has ended.
So
here.
we have 7 decisive games and 2 draw games. That is amazing.
What a day we are
What a
witnessing
day, yeah.
of tie breaks. And I don't know, there are 9 games now. 7 decisive means 7 people have to strike back now.
Exactly.
Or else get eliminated. And those 2 games which have drawn were also fighting draws. They didn't draw very quickly. So I have a feeling that the next round, again, my question to you, out of 9, how many do you see going to 5+3?
Oh, you beat me to that. I was going to ask you that question. Probably 3. 3.
Yeah, seems good. I think
seems a good number, right? Yeah, out of
correct.
9. Yeah.
But could also be that we would have only 1 game or 2 because they are all fighting so hard. But I see that, in these games, like for example, Kojul won right now, Sanal Wahab would be really wanting to come back, or Matamoros Franco won, Birkic would want to come back. So, lot of interesting chances going to happen here. Who do you think is in a very dominating form, like from the first game, and will definitely sort of go through, maybe has the white pieces perhaps? Is there anyone like that?
I think Jumabayev has been performing quite solidly in the tiebreak, and I think my personal support is to Kozul Zdenko, the oldest participant in the tiebreak today. So I would like to see such an experienced player like him to actually give a really good fight. And but do you think Do you think age matters? Because we're going to go to a shorter time control after
I
this
think
one.
so. I think so. Age matters a lot, but also somehow with Kojul, maybe this is his 5th or 6th World. I don't know how many World Cups he's already played. So that experience really helps. And so while he's getting tired, he's also played many times, so he may not have as many nerves as his opponent.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one is more beneficial. But I think Gushard definitely has a very big edge now against Serik Beasel.
Because now she's going to play as white.
Yes.
Yes. And also she's has been showing quite like a very dominant play. Yeah. In the last game that we saw of this 10-minute and 10-second tie break.
Right.
Yeah. A very good opening prep. And then a very solid play in the middle game, and then finish it off in the end game.
Right, absolutely. And by the way, talking about experienced players, there's also Ilyas Mirin.
Oh, we still have Ilyas Mirin.
And he lost his game against Avila Pawa Santiago. And what a game that was by Santiago. You know, he was so sharp in that Sicilian with white side. He saw all the tactics. Maybe it's not going to be easy for Ilyas Mirin to make a comeback.
I think it's not going to be easy at all, but he has an edge of playing the white pieces on the next tie-break game. So who do you think is going to be... most of everyone, I think, will try to fight back. Yeah?
Oh, for sure.
So it's going to be like a very interesting matches.
Very much so. Very much so. And I don't know what the players would be doing in this break. You know, you have like 5 minutes or 7-10 minutes of break. Maybe some of them have come with some second. Or some coach.
Oh, but they cannot enter.
Yeah, but they can go out, right? The players can go out.
The players can go out, yeah. But it is in their own risk. Whenever the game starts, they wouldn't know because they also cannot. They are not allowed to bring any electronical devices.
Right.
So it means they cannot bring their computer to prepare.
But I'm sure that from somewhere they would be getting some updates about their openings, like if they had made some error or something that they can improve. Because otherwise, you may have to play new openings in every game if no one is kind of updating you.
Yeah.
So I was at one of the World Cups, and it was a very long match between two players. And after every game, they would go back to their second who was sitting somewhere and very quickly talk and come back. And the second would be working on the computer at some point and telling them maybe you could have done this better and so on. Very quick advice.
So the choices are whether you just switch to another opening or to improve the openings that you've been playing on. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think this is a very difficult choice to be made in like few minutes. You have to decide.
Yes. And also you have to be mentally prepared about it too, because sometimes a new line means like a new strategy and then you're not ready about it. Do you have any experience about it already? Because a few of the lines that you already played, well, at least you already have spent some time on the board and then you already work it out on the board. So it makes a lot difference in the play.
Yes, and by the way, it's almost 7 p.m. here in the evening, and some of the top players who have not played a game, who had a bye in round 1, still don't know who their opponent is.
They're still waiting.
They have come to Baku. They want to play tomorrow, but they don't know whom they will face. But on one hand, they're upset about this fact that we don't know what to prepare against. But on the other, they're getting happy because their opponents are getting tired.
Yeah, so this tiebreak will definitely exhaust the opponent and the players. But on the other hand, this might give them a boost. You know, if they win the tiebreak, it means like, I'm so warmed up and I already won a game. So it's some capital already within your mentality, like, I can do this. Yeah, if I could win this one, I could win the next one. So
absolutely. You have played one tie break, isn't it, in the World Cup?
Yes, and I lost that one.
could you just tell us your experience, how stressful it was?
Oh, it was definitely so stressful. I actually lost in the second tie break. So I played in the we drew in the classical matches, and then we drew in the first rapid tie
25 plus
25
10.
Plus
and
10.
Who was your opponent?
It was Melia Salome, which also went through the next round. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, and I think I lost in the 10 minutes tie break. So, yeah.
And what was your strategy? Were you having someone to help you, or you were on your own through the tie break?
Throughout the tie break, I was on my own.
Wow.
Yeah, I was on my own. I just didn't have time to quickly go out of the room and then come back because it's gonna take time. And also it's better. There's another aspect of preparation or rest as well, right? Maybe you want to take some tea, some coffee, or some other things to eat, because it's not all about chess. It's also about your stomach. If you're feeling hungry during the game, and if you're feeling stressed, maybe you need some other things like this. Not only about chess preparation itself.
Right. And you know, it also, if you have a kind of second who's been with you for a long time, they not only understand you chess-wise, but they also understand that maybe you're hungry, they'll keep some food ready. So, you know, having such a person by your side in this tournament is very valuable.
Very valuable.
But it's not easy, right? It costs you to bring someone here. They have to be with you.
Yes.
So it's not easy for everyone to do that.
And some seconds, they are not necessarily chess players. I saw some of the players here, they bring their parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know about many players here, but Abdus Sattarov is here with his mother.
And father as well, I guess.
Father as well, yeah? Oh, I was not sure.
I was not sure about the other one, but I think it's his
but
father.
because I've never seen his father in a tournament. He usually travels with his mother. Then I saw Gukesh with his father, who always travels. Then Prag with his mother.
Divya with her mother as well.
Mother and father both.
Mother and father, yeah.
Nihal with his mother. Arjun with his mother. So everyone's come here with their moms and parents. Any other players you think are here?
Hikari is coming with
his wife. Yeah. Yeah, it really helps to have someone.
It helps, yes. And but most of the players, if they're not coming from their parents or their close friends, or mostly they're coming here with their seconds, because they need to help in the preparation chess-wise.
And some players, you know, what they do is they see that they have many friends in the tournament, and they think in their head that if someone gets knocked out, I would ask that player to stay back. You know, you stay back, I'll pay for your room and everything, be my second. And that has happened.
Really?
I remember in 2017 when Ding was trying to reach the finals of the World Cup, and Wei Yi was knocked out at some point. I think Wei Yi stayed back to help Ding.
I see.
And I think that happens a lot when you have some second who's there at the venue, who's also playing. And it also becomes cost effective because, you know, he plays a few rounds. And there we have the players back on the board.
Yeah, they are getting ready for the second game of the 10-minute and 10-second section tie break.
Yes, and I see Matamoros Franco there, really pumped up. He has won his game. I saw him on day one. By the way, the clock is ticking down. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Look at Serik Bey Asal there with Gushard. Gushard just getting ready, stretching.
It's very stressful, you know. After the match, like literally after the match, when I was playing, it's like, oof, it stressed me out, even with my body. Like I could feel whenever I do some movement, whenever I do some stretch, there will be some cracking sound.
True.
Yes, so 38 seconds left before we start the first move of the second game.
Right. And by the way, there's no zero tolerance here. So if the game starts and you are not yet on the board, you don't lose.
You don't lose.
You have a couple of minutes to come.
Yes. And but no one would like to have that, because
why do you want to lose those minutes?
Those precious minutes.
Unless you are Magnus Carlsen, then you are like 2.5 minutes late for a 3-minute battle sometimes.
Yes. Like the World Rapid and Blitz, last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few seconds. And
I love how it starts exactly when the clock hits 0.
No, I think if they could start before the clock hits 0, they would, you know. They're so impatient to just start. Okay, we see some...
A6 line.
Queen's Gambit here. A6 has been very popular. And it's like a neutral variation as well. Shall we take a look quickly? Because the players have been playing very fast here.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just blitzing out the opening moves.
Maybe we can hear the moves have yet to be updated. Maybe we can start off with the open section. We can start off with the game of Berkic versus Matamoros Franco. There we have c4 played by Matamoros. He is leading the match. He just needs a draw now. e5, g3, and bishop e7 by Birkic. Something not very common.
Something not very common. Black is trying to be as flexible as he can with the variation choices.
And then after knight to c3, he went just f5. Wow. I mean, when you are in a must-win situation, you need to play something different. And I think the setup idea is go knight f6, play castle, put your pawn on d6, other pawn comes to c6, then queen e8 to h5. And this is like a typical attack that they do, you know, like you push f4, bring your knight here, bishop joins in.
Yes, you have to start attacking from the flank and try to avoid some symmetrical position as much as you can.
Right. So knight comes out to f3 and d6 is played.
I've known this Ecuador player Matamoros since I was young. I'm just wondering how old he's Matamoros right now.
Oh, it's also a city, huh? Name of a city. You tried to search, and it's name of a city.
And he is 56. Just 1 year short than Kozul.
Yes, so Kozul is 57. And what is Ilyas Mirin's age?
Oh, that's good question.
Because you mentioned that maybe Kozul is the old. Oh, it's 55.
Oh.
So we have 55, 56, 57.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so d6 played. And by the way, we have a few more moves played. I think he went d4. There was e4.
D4, e4, and at h4.
What? Is this a pawn sack?
Oof.
Or is this normal?
This
like take this?
Reminds me of the Norwegian rat opening, but it's the reverse color. So probably this is a pawn sack because you'd like to have your pair of bishop.
Yeah.
And
rook on the open g file.
Yeah, and possibly now knight b5 or knight d5, and looks okay.
Wow. No, seriously. I mean, I know knight h4 comes, but I always saw it when the knight was on f6.
Yes.
But now with the bishop here, I'm a bit surprised that actually this is playable. And you know, even it seems Birkic is a bit surprised. He's not making his move. And I think a great decision by Matamoros here.
Yes, it totally confuses him and confuses us too.
But the engine supports him. You know, this position after bishop h4, gh4, queen h4 is a solid edge to white.
This could possibly be one of his prep. I mean, not necessarily for this match, but probably a prep from some years ago, you know, because this is also what happens with many other players. You don't play a prep that you prep, because sometimes they just not appearing on the board because your opponent would try to dodge it as well. Right. They will not walk into your own preparation. They will try to play differently, but somehow you have some other preparation in your pocket, and that was the time that you use it.
Absolutely. By the way, let's go to that only women's board between Pauline Gouchard and Serikbe Assel. We started off with d4, if we can have that. Game. By the way, he didn't take on h4.
Oh, he didn't take.
Yeah. So c4, e6, knight c3. We saw a6. She took bishop f4, e3. Bishop went to g5, bd3, h6, and c5 by Serikbe. Take, knight f3. So now we have an isolated pawn position. Castles, knight to c6, rook c1, bishop drops back, h3. Rook c8, and this is the live position on the board.
Yes, so this isolated queen's pawn or IQP here is always happening in every round. There's always at least 1 or 2 games that's showing this IQP, let it be for white or for black. Still a very normal position.
Very normal, but I think Pauline would be happy with what she's got here. It seems like a superior version of IQP, because generally if you have to put your bishops a little passively like this, you are not very happy if you're playing with the isolated queen pawn. So maybe she would at some point get her bishop back, play her queen to d3, threaten some ideas here, or even take control of the d4 square with knight e2 d4. So nice position. Oh, she went knight e2.
She went knight e2. A very typical reaction in this position.
Okay, fantastic. So this looks good for Pauline. All she needs is a draw. She's leading the match 1-0 against Serikbe Asel. Let's look at one crazy attacking game between Sanal Wahab and Kozul Zdenko.
Wow, it's another Sicilian game. So Kozul is not holding back, even though he only needs a draw. He goes for Sicilian.
So think about it. He's already leading the match.
Yes.
Opponent plays e4. Most of us would go e5, or c6, but Kozul is like, let's have some fun. Let's go for the Sicilian.
Yes.
Takes, and he plays the classical Sicilian, bishop g5, e6, the main line, and queen b6. Knight went back, e6, long castle, bishop e7, f3. Short castles, h4, queen to c7, h5. I'm a bit surprised that black did not even stop this pawn from moving further by playing h6.
Yes, because whenever you push it, it will create another friction later that the square of g5 would be the confrontation square after you play g4, g5. So I think black has to just wait until the pawn is pushed to h6, and it creates a friendship between those two pawns, that the pawn on h6 is actually going to just block the attack by white pieces.
So you are saying that here, when white will go h6 and g6,
yes.
black is kind of happy because now the file is closed.
Yes, I think this is what black is going for. And
well, he pushes it. He pushes forward with h6, and I'm sure that Kozul is going to just close his eyes and play g6 because there's no other move you can make.
Yeah, I don't think you'll take it. I don't think you'll just ignore it. I think you'll play g6 anyway.
But you know, Irene, I'm a bit worried about the dark squares around the black king.
Yeah, but this is the nature of the variation. Yeah, black would like to attack on the queen side, and white will attack on the king side, and you will have to push one of the pawns anyway.
Right.
Whether it's the h pawn or the g pawn, and we're just taking like the best scenario what to do in this position for black.
Let's see what what Sanal does now. Oh, did he find knight d4? You know, I don't understand this. The knight went back, right, because it was forced. But now, instead of developing this bishop, why would you play knight d4 here?
Yes.
Is there any particular logic behind this?
I think because always in the Sicilian, the knight on b3 is not the best knight. So it's why sometimes in some variation, black would just play queen b6 and then back to c7 just to remove this knight from d4 and to be worstly placed on b3. And now maybe it's time to bring it back because, again, knight b3 is not doing anything. And the bishop on f1 could be a very... it can develop anywhere, not only in d3 or e2, also maybe g3 and bishop h3, for example.
And Irene, if he takes this, then queen d4, and then the f6 knight is really in trouble here, because then it's problem time. How do you defend it? And if you have to play a move like e5, oh my god, the d5 square is terribly weak.
No, you cannot afford to play e5. No, d5 is too much of a value of the square. So, yes.
Nice move by Sanal.
Yes.
I didn't understand it at first, but now I kind of get it. Good move by him.
Yes. So what to do in this position? Do you play b5 immediately or bishop d7 first?
Okay, b5. Then you take, queen takes. And then this queen d4 or queen f4. How do you deal with this?
So it's the threat then, and now probably you have to play e5, right? But after e5, queen h4, and this creates problem and probably a loose piece.
So my question was, Irene, why couldn't we go directly here, queen f4? Just put pressure, right, on this. but then the queen is defending the bishop, so the knight can move.
Yes.
But when you kind of force this, queen come to c6, then all of a sudden the bishop is undefended. Very deep, very nice play. Okay, so this looks good for Sanal, and he needs to win.
He needs to win.
And maybe he's looking good after the opening. Let's go to another game where one player has to win, and that is Bloberger. He needs to beat Mastro Vasilis here.
Wow, this is this another Sicilian?
Another Sicilian. I think people are finding Sicilian to be the safest choice when playing for, even when they are ahead in the match, which is kind of surprising to me.
Bishop f4?
Oh my goodness, he blundered big time. Did you see this?
e5? What about e5?
He didn't play it. He didn't play it. He didn't find it.
Oh my gosh.
Because takes queen f5 check, he would lose the bishop.
I was thinking it was a prep, but then it doesn't make sense at all. Like, this is just a blunder.
You know, there was this.
Speechless.
I know Richard Rapport actually played bishop f4, but
in this particular position.
No, he played. He had gone knight c6, and perhaps this is where he had played bishop f4 in the candidates.
And then e5 here, because no, you cannot play e5.
Now you can't play e5 because there's knight c6, right? So this was, I guess, his prep. But when
this
a6
is A6
was played, he played bishop f4, maybe out of tiredness, and Mastro Vasilis didn't find it.
Wow. So, okay, one lesson from here is do not trust your opponent.
Yes.
Yes.
That's always the case. And never trust your opponent in the 4th or 5th hour of play.
Yes.
He's always tired.
Wow, this is the fatigue that speaks with bishop f4, totally. And now the knight goes back, and there is no more fork happening on the board.
No one tell Mastro Vasilis that he missed this. You know,
No,
that he
don't,
would
because
be very upset.
It will ruin his mood, actually. And I hope he's not realizing it during the game, because then he might get upset during the game and it will get into him. So...
You know, this very interesting maneuver by Bloberger was to play b4, fix these two pawns, switch his knight to a5, but somehow Mastro Vasilis just said, okay, come here, I'll put my bishop back, and my rook is now on the open file. These squares are weak. So it has its pros and cons playing b4. Knight d2, knight a4. Now the knight wants to come to maybe c3.
You can always copy your opponent's idea. Knight a5, knight a4. Ooh, knight b2
Knight
is
b2,
on the board.
Queen b1. He
Queen
takes
b1.
off the bishop. And rook c3. I think black has a nice position, 2 bishops. And maybe he won't have to regret missing that e5 move.
I think it would be quite interesting after this if Master Vasilis won the game and he'll get the interview. And the interviewer would ask, like, did you miss this e5 or did you see it after that? Because it's also 2 important questions, yeah? When did he see it? Or maybe he didn't see it at all.
Yeah,
because of the fatigue of the whole stress of the tournament.
Yeah, right. By the way, let's go to the game of Ilya Smirin. Because Ilya Smirin has to win with the white pieces against Santiago Avila Pavas. And the opening choice seemed very inspired by Smirin. He went for this, sort of knight d2, made it complicated, has an imbalance, controlled the center. But somehow, in this position, black has played it really well, bringing this knight from e7 to g6.
A very steady and solid play, yeah? But black is down to 3 minutes while Smirin still has 7 minutes. So it's a very big time difference there.
Do you think Avila Pavas will play a move like knight e4?
What does it do?
Because if you take, bishop takes, I'm attacking the rook. You have to go rook g1. Then I take this and I kind of try to catch your king in the center.
Oh, that is possible. He's thinking such a long time now.
No, but if he plays this, it would be insane because he's 1 point ahead in the match. I don't think if he was in must win, he would have done that for sure. But I don't think he would do it in this position when he just needs a draw. It might be, but it's the best move, guys.
It's the best move. Yeah, I think he has to take this chance, and he's still not.
No,
moving.
he took on d4 twice. He took, took.
And then white is still thinking.
He played bishop e2 here, which is the best move.
Bishop e2.
Yeah, just developing, and he's saying that, let's go, I'll castle, then I'll pick this up, I'll have the bishop pair. Nice, maybe Ilyas Mirin's fortunes might change here.
Yeah, we might see the Blitz tiebreak after this between these two. But there's still long game to go. So, okay, knight d5, knight takes d4.
Knight d4 on the board. I like white's position all of a sudden. The engine likes it. It looks really good. Two bishops, central pawns will start to roll. Whoa, are we looking at going into the blitz now? Let's see. Maybe another game which we should definitely see is Matamoros Franco against Birkic.
Yes. What is happening there?
What is Matamoros doing? He needs a draw. And look at him lashing out with g4.
No, do not play as if you just need a draw.
Right.
Play as normal.
I love it. I love what they're doing.
I loved it too.
Such
G4.
fighting spirit.
No, and objectively, I think g4 is the best move in this position, or not.
Well, I mean, it was a normal position. He could have taken on f6 and maybe put his king here. But g4... Okay, let's look at what he did. I mean, Birkic's response was the best. He took on g4. Bishop takes, f takes.
And now knight takes e4.
Oh, he took here. Okay. Now, I'm a bit worried about this king now. He can't go here, right? It would be too weak.
Nope.
And he can't go on the other side as well. So, perhaps that's his main problem.
That is possible, yes. And, white is lacking the light square bishop right now, because it would have been a very dangerous attack if you have the light square bishop.
True,
but now the knights are not really doing anything, so black is doing just fine.
And Pyrone Casper and Acosta Pablo Ismail, this game might end in a draw, but still black seems to be very slightly better because of this very good knight. So you never know if this will get converted, but it looks closer to a draw. And we have another game, Jumabayev Rinat. There are some tactics here by Rinat Jumabayev, who went with his knight to d3, rook came up, and he chopped off this pawn. Because if you take, there's bishop c3 with a skewer. So therefore rook b1, and now I think he's winning clearly.
He's winning, yeah. I think he's thinking of whether to get the knight a4 or takes on a3. I think there are two candidate moves.
Yeah, you can take here as well. But you know, Irene, you are absolutely right, sort of judging Jumabayev's form. You said, you know, he's in very solid form, and he's showing it here.
Yeah, he's giving no chance. He's exchanging the queens early and having a very good position for black.
Right. And what about Bloberger versus Mastro Vasilis? I think black is slightly better because of the bishop pair.
Yep, and the knight on f5. Again, good outpost, but not really doing anything.
Yeah, not doing much. And if you could get a successful d5 at some point, I think black would be doing really well. But okay, this one seems to be in Mastro Vasilis' favor because he won the first game. And also another game which had drawn in the first game. First game was drawn. Now,
looking
another draw, or do you think the knight is superior to the bishop?
I don't
maybe?
think so.
No?
I don't think so. This should be just equal.
This should be a draw.
Yeah, this should be another draw. And I think, okay, both players are very young and very eager, perhaps, to go to the blitz section of the tiebreak.
Right. Okay. We have Kojul, Zdenko versus Sanal Wahab, and Kojul has fought back in this position. We looked at it until knight d4 that was played. He went knight e8, traded on e7, g4, bishop d7, f4, takes, and now this nice move, bishop c6, taking control of the d5 square, preparing perhaps e5. Yeah.
Yes, e5 is on the board. Yeah, and then you switch your knight to e6 at some point, yeah?
Right.
Oh, queen e5 is nice, yes.
Queen e5. It looked like white seems to be doing okay, but this last move, which is coming here, may not be the best idea. Knight d5 was perhaps better, but okay. Now it feels like black's position is back to life.
Yes.
Attacking g4, attacking e4.
I think white is losing the control a bit there because white was just doing fine, and suddenly now black is fighting back and position his pieces in the right squares.
Right. So now knight e4 is hanging. A pawn is to be taken because after take, even if you pin it here with rook h e1, I can go for the... Can I go d5? Just fix it, or is it too risky? Maybe.
Maybe you can do that, yes. Knight c6.
Look at this tactic, by the way.
Looks static, yeah.
Oh, knight c6. Yeah, that's a good one. But the tactic is take, take, and then take this guy. Because if you take here, this is hanging. If you take with the queen, queen f6 mate.
Ooh.
Insane.
That's really good.
But I don't think that's gonna happen.
So in the game of Paichadze versus Jumabayev, I think black chose to play
knight a4.
Knight a4. Yeah, just safely placed there. And then...
Oh, they are repeating, I think. They have repeated twice. So maybe also Paichadze knows that there's no chance here. And
no, maybe they just want to see first. I don't think Paichadze will repeat it again.
He'll play on. Right. There's nothing to lose.
Yeah, he just want to see first and then...
Right.
Then white played bishop f1. Oh, takes on e6, sorry. Repeat once again.
Yeah.
And then takes on e6, bishop e6, and then bishop f1.
Oh, that's happened. Okay. And then f4 has been played. Should we have a look? I mean, this is better for black, clearly. Should we have a look at the game Asel versus Pauline?
Oh, yeah. We haven't taken a look at that one in a while. So this is the only women's board currently on the tie break. Let's see if Guichard could save a draw and or win even.
I mean,
just to qualify.
She's better here. She's a pawn up and has everything under control. If she just puts her queen on d6 or d5, that looks pretty good. Where did I mean, we saw till somewhere here this isolated pawn position. G5, bishop g3, knight e4. She went knight d4, bishop d7, and yeah, this is where I think white took over. Takes, knight d4, queen b3,
d5. Oh yeah,
and the e4 pawn fell.
Yeah, so white has been dominating. So king h7 takes.
What?
Wow.
F4?
Some tactics there.
But then take here.
There's nothing, yeah? I don't think the tactics work.
Maybe she's looking at some bishop h3 ideas. Take, and then attack the d4 knight. Could be. But it's not going to work out. I think Pauline Guichard definitely in the driver's seat here and will make it after a very tough fight. I think she'll make it to the next round. Yeah, takes on h3
Bishop
has
h3.
happened.
Yeah, so black has 24 seconds left on the clock. Wow. She needs to move fast.
Yeah.
So now what do you do?
Because if you take on d8, then after rook f d8, suddenly black is back in the game because this is hanging. But it may not be enough for a win.
It's not going to be enough, I guess. Yes, so you just take on c8 again, take c8, and then take h3, and then you go to the rook and bishop endgame.
You mean here?
Yeah, just
take
on
h3, take here.
And then take on g5.
Take this.
Although this looks... I'm sure it should be fine for white, yeah?
Yeah, pawn up. I mean, you could save, but black has some activity there. Let's see what Guichard decides here. she looks very calm.
She looks calm, yes.
Very calm.
She doesn't look so stressed. But yeah, it requires so much focus now, the later stage of the game. And she took on d8,
Not
the
the
queen.
best. The best move, by the way, was to take fg5 so that the bishop defends the queen.
I see.
But no, okay, takes. I think the match situation makes this move pretty fine.
Yes, and knight c6 is on the board.
Oh, she plays knight to c6. Interesting. Where would you put your rook now? Is the question.
You have to put it on d6 though, because otherwise the h3 bishop is hanging.
Yeah, d6 is one, but there's a hidden move. Oh, she finds rook d. She plays rook d6, but this would now end in a double attack to the rook and the bishop.
Okay. So I think it's almost for sure that Gushart is through to the next round, yeah? After rook d6, fg5, I don't think there's any more hope for black.
The only way to keep fighting was rook g8 somehow.
Ooh.
So if you take, I can open up this file here.
Yeah, that's a hidden move.
That's a hidden move, but very tough to find, especially after such a long day. Rook d6.
Yeah, Gushart is taking her time. I think she will definitely take on g5 pawn.
Yeah.
To clarify the situation, not equalize actually, yeah, she
took
did it.
She took it. And now rook c6. Rook
And
c6.
still, it's a better endgame for black. Sorry, for white.
For white, clearly.
Yeah, after taking on f6 after this.
Yeah, just take here. You are up 2 pawns right now. So it's over.
Yeah, and it is opposite colored bishop, so there's almost no hope, yeah?
Right. So Pauline Gushard going through here. By the way, can we have a quick glimpse at Peralta versus Nesterov?
Yeah.
What happened in their first encounter? I think Nesterov won.
Nesterov won.
So Peralta in a must-win with black seems to have a decent chance here because he has a queenside majority that is ready to roll in this endgame.
Yes. But is this enough though to win?
Not sure. Definitely not. The position objectively is equal, but somehow, you can keep grinding, hope for something here. Okay, let's go to our some games which are going on. Like here, firstly, Kojul versus Sanal Wahab. I think Sanal has got enough elements in this position to somehow trick his opponent. Firstly, the pawn on h6. Secondly, the rook's doubled up. The queen inside the position. I have a very nasty feeling about this.
This looks very pushing for white.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
This h6 pawn turns out to be...
I think it's a big asset.
It's a big asset for white.
By the way, do you take this a6 pawn now, then b5 would hang? I don't know. But it feels like you want to attack the king as well, somehow. Rook e7.
Yes. Let's see what's going to happen. Something has been...
Yeah, he took queen a6, I think.
Queen a6?
Yeah, he took queen a6, which is a smart move. Because now he's attacking here.
Yes. And rook e7 can happen at any time.
Yeah. No, I have a feeling we are going into the Blitz here.
Wow.
Yeah, this one. We'll come back very quickly here. Meanwhile, this one still under control for Aydin Suleimanli. A draw would lead to a Blitz encounter. Mastro Vasilis doing well. I don't think he can lose this. He has the bishop pair. He has the lead in the match. Should be a draw.
Yes,
yeah.
I think it's a very easy position to hold with this bishop pair and very equal position as well.
Right. And Jumabayev also smoothly he will not lose this.
No, f4 pawn is too weak.
Too weak.
Yes.
And we go to this one where Ilyas Mirin is actually beating Avila Pava Santiago.
Ooh, if it happens, then they will go for the next tiebreak in the Blitz.
Yes. And Matamarosh has just gotten up from his chair. What happened?
Looks like it's a draw.
No, he lost. He's completely losing. Rook b3.
Matamoros.
Yeah, g3 is falling. Matamoros Franco.
Yeah.
So we are going into the blitz here.
Yes. So this one is a tie break.
Tie break, blitz, 1-1. Birkic makes a comeback. Wow. Amazing. We couldn't follow that game fully, but he's won it. And Pyrone Casper losing. We thought that game was slightly better for black, that end game, which we looked at here in this position, somewhere around here. But he's lost this one. Somehow, Acosta Pablo has managed to weave his magic. He won all these pawns on that side.
He's just collecting one by one.
Yeah, he won four pawns, and now he's actually going to make it to the next round because the first game was a draw.
Yes. And Acosta might be facing Deak Bogdan Daniel.
Wow. A very strong Romanian youngster. And meanwhile, Ilyas Mirin winning his game against Santiago. Yeah, I think maybe we can go to Kojul's game because that one is the most exciting right now.
Yes.
Where anything can... Oh, what? No, there's a misclick. Somehow the last move was Queen A4.
No, I think it's Queen B5 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, is it?
Let me check. What's that?
Kojul, yeah.
Queen A4.
Somehow on all... He played Queen H4?
I think there might be, how you're putting it on A4 and then you still are touching the piece and then you can move it away.
Or maybe he pushed... No, the H6 pawn is falling. So I think he took on B5, I believe.
That's possible.
Very likely. He took on B5. If we can get this game. Sanal Wahab versus Kojul Zdenko. They're playing in the far corner there.
So we have another draw. Suleiman Lee versus Su Yinglun.
Oh, so that goes to the tie break.
That goes to another tie break.
Okay, we can come back to this game when the moves are fixed. Let's go to... I don't know, all the games have kind of stopped. So we'll wait for the moves to update. King G2 played here by Chadze.
And then Bishop takes D2.
That happened, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop D2.
Rook D2, Bishop takes C4.
Mm-hmm. And
Rook D4. Yeah, this looks okay.
This is fine. D5 maybe.
Bishop B3, King G3. King G7. Bishop C6, Rook C5. Bishop B5, Rook C3 check. King G2.
And this is the board, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think Jumabayev, who has the lead in this match, also is doing very well in this position.
Yep. Rook C2 is on the board.
C2.
So King F2. King G3, Rook C3, King F2.
G3, Rook C3, King F2. Okay.
Yeah.
Paichadze fighting till the end, he's not giving up. He's hoping somehow his A-pawn gives him something.
Now black is thinking whether to take on H3 pawn or not, yeah?
Or do you do this, which looks very unlikely?
Just take A4 and then take H3, yeah? This should be fine.
And then just don't worry. But I believe you don't want to do that.
Why not? You can do that. And then put the rook on E5 and there's nothing else going on.
Did he do any? He's still thinking.
Still thinking. No, the moves are just not updated.
No, he played BD5. What?
He played Rook C5.
Rook C5.
Rook C5, Rook B4. I think he moved his
Bishop D5
somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have another result.
Yeah.
Smirin won against Avila.
Smirin won, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was winning.
Yep. So it's a tie break.
He pushes his pawn.
So we have 3 tie breaks already.
Wow. 3 tie breaks going into Blitz.
And Nestorov drew.
Oh, so he's through.
He's through to the next round. Well done.
Nestorov beating Peralta. And Peralta was the higher rated player, so...
It's an upset.
Yeah.
So Nestorov will be facing Anish Giri.
Oh. Finally, Anish gets to know his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the lot of moves played here. Just going back, Rook C5, Rook B4, Bishop D5, A5, Bishop C6, takes, Rook A4, King F6, A6. Yeah, this is a draw.
Yeah, but why don't you stop on A6? You could have stopped it.
Instead of King F6, he could have played Rook A6, right?
Yeah, just play Rook A6 and stopped it that way.
Right. I
or
agree.
maybe because it's too close with the king, like going King B5. But what do you think?
Yeah, this could have been better.
Yeah.
For sure. But he thought that now this is quite safe, because if the white king starts to run up there, his central pawns will also start to run. So maybe this is safe draw. Meanwhile, I wanted to go and check the game of Kojul. Oh, he lost.
Kojul lost?
Sanal won.
Wow.
Which was, I think we predicted it, because there were too many tactical possibilities.
Yeah, it was a very dynamic position. So the 4th tiebreak is there.
Yeah, and now what about Bloberger and Mastro Vasilis? No, Mastro Vasilis is winning.
Yeah.
He is winning here. He is coming in with his queen to F1. And he's resigned there. I think Mastro Vasilis makes it to the next round to face Vidit Gujarati.
There you go. We have 4 in the tie breaks. Wow. It will be between Berkic versus Matamoros.
Okay.
Avila versus Mirin.
Okay.
Suleimanli versus Su Yinglun. And Kozul versus Sanal Vahab.
So we have all our experienced players,
All
55,
experienced
56,
players.
57-year-olds fighting it.
Fighting in the Blitz section, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds.
Wow. Amazing. And that will be 2 games of 5+3?
Yes, 2 games of 5+3. And if the match is still tied, and then it will be another tiebreak of Blitz 3+2. And 1 game is still going on right now.
Yeah, let's
Jumabayev
look at
versus,
it. Unless there is some really huge swindle here that happens, I don't think that we will be witnessing any turnaround in this game. It seems like it's heading towards a draw.
Yeah, and actually we have a few moves in.
Okay.
We can take a look.
I'm right now on move 52.
Okay, so it's
G3.
King G3, King F5, King H4, D5, King G3, King E5.
The moves are
there you go. The moves are updated.
Check. King here. King C5 here. Okay. Now it's done. Yeah, you're already all pawns getting traded. 1 left each.
Yeah. So
I like the fighting spirit at the World Cup. You know, this is a draw, but look at Paichadze. He's like, come on, somehow my king is closer. If only.
No, unfortunately.
No, it can't.
It
you can't get anything here.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be a draw, and that means Jumabayev will be through to the next round versus Wang Hao.
Ooh. Big game there.
Big game
Big
there.
match.
I just saw him like the other night, I think, just walking around the boulevard.
Yes. You know, Wang Hao had actually announced his retirement at some point.
Yeah.
But he's come back, I believe. He's playing. He plays every now and then, right? Something or the other.
He's come back now. At what point did he announce it? It was at some major event, I believe.
Yes. I think it was after he played the candidates, maybe. He said, yeah, like I'm announcing retirement. It was the 2020-21 candidates. I think he played that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe it was some other. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I think it was the 2020-21 candidates. And then he did not play much. But now he's playing this big event, the World Cup. Although he did play the Abu Dhabi Masters and all these tournaments, which is great for chess fans because he's such a strong player. Okay, Irene, while this game goes on, I'm going to ask you a very tough question and I would love a very direct answer. Who do you think is the favorite to win in the Open and in the women's in this tournament?
I think the favorite is very clear for both sections. I think it's Magnus Carlsen in the Open and Zhu Weijun in the women. But
who is your favorite?
Oh, it's my favorite.
Who do you think will take it?
It's really hard. It's very hard.
By the way, we have a draw here. So they shook hands and now we go. So Jumabayev goes through and we have 4 tie breaks. 4 tie breaks,
yes. And I think there will be a little short break in between so that the players can also have their final rest before the Blitz section of the tie break. And we will see soon 4 tie breaks, 4 matches of the tie breaks, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And there you go. We have the tournament table on the screen. And yeah, this is the result of the first tie breaks here.
Yeah, no, I think we have Sanal Wahab and Kojul who are into the tie breaks. Then again 2-2 is Ante Berkic and Carlos Franco. These 2 from here, and the next, maybe let's have the next screen.
Yeah, next we have Afila versus Smirin later on.
Right.
And Suleiman Lee versus Shu Yinglun. And the last but not least, Kozo Zenko versus Sanal Wahab.
Right. Okay. So no women games go into the Blitz.
Nope.
It's done. So and before we take a break, Irene, in less than 30 seconds, your favorites.
You put pressure on me. Oh my gosh. Who am I rooting for? Actually, I'm not rooting for anyone, but let's go for Abdusattorov.
Whoa!
Yes.
Bold prediction there.
Abdusattorov it is.
And guys, it's time for a break. Joining you very shortly with the Blitz tie breaks.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Grandmaster Velimir Ivic, immensely strong player. Just made a comeback in the tie-breaks because he was about to be eliminated after losing to the 14-year-old Turkish kid. Velimir, I bet you didn't sleep well the night after losing against Edis. What happened in that game?
Yeah, it was very hard. I don't know exactly. I played a very bad game. I guess the tension got to me. So I was very tense before the game, and in the game I had some preparation up to like move 15, 16 or something. Then I wasn't really familiar with the position, and suddenly I was just kind of trying to force equality or something, but there was probably no need, and it was very wrong. And then I got punished really badly.
Yeah, the rest is history. No, you got punished by a Greek gift.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It wasn't so obvious. So
yes. I didn't see this rook f3, but it looked very shaky. Like I knew it was very shaky. Like I'm almost getting mated, but I didn't see the finish. So yeah. So it was very quick loss, and it was really bad. But okay, at least like the next game, I didn't really feel the pressure, so I just came and I played a really good game with.
So you won the second game, yes. And now you've just defeated him in the tiebreaks, 2-0.
Yes.
Was it a tough tiebreak? How did you feel? How do you feel he played during this? You have more experience than him in the tiebreaks.
Yes. Of course, yeah. I know him for quite some time. Actually, he beat me to qualify to this World Cup, so that's probably also like one of the reasons I was a bit tense, because I know he's very dangerous, so very young, improving. So yeah, the tiebreaks. first game, he surprised me a bit in the opening, so I didn't really like that. I knew it's a bad line what he played, but it's not obvious in rapid, so it was very messy until some point. It was very sharp. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I had some f5, e5, queen g3, king f8, rook d5 was. I have no idea what was going on. I was just trying to play natural moves, and then at some point I got the grip in that game, and I knew I was probably a big favorite to win. So after that game, I was comfortable. And the second game,
in the second game, he has to defeat you to get back into the match. That's always a tough situation for him.
Yeah, of course. But he's white, and I lost the game with black already. So yeah, of course, I wanted to be very solid. I went for Petrov. But anyway, I think I had a good position out of the opening, but I still got a little scared when he went some h4, queen g3. Something was happening around my king, so I think I played really quite well. I tried to be solid, not give him any counter chances, so I think it was very, very.
So my last question, I'm sure you're tired, but of course you have no rest day because tomorrow you're back in the fight. Who's your opponent for the next round?
I'm playing Vallejo Pons. Actually,
you defeated him in Sochi.
Yes, actually the same opening from the round 2 of Sochi. So okay, of course he's a very strong player, but
that must give you good memories, of course.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm pleased to see that pairing, but of course it will be a big fight. Of course.
Have you prepared a bit for him, or were you focused on the first round?
I was going round by round mostly, so yeah, it's time to prepare.
It's definitely a matchup I'll be looking for, and we'll see Velimir how he does tomorrow against Vallejo Pons, who Ivic defeated 2 years ago in Sochi, but of course Vallejo knows that and he'll want his rematch as well. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
So I'm joined by Katia Gulat Librelato from Brazil. That's the way you say Brazil. And she's joined us just after her tiebreak match with Salome Melia, a tough one. You've lost the tiebreak, but you did win one of the classical games. Give us a summary of the complete match.
Yeah, I started winning in the first game. I was with the white pieces, and I played d4. I surprised her a little bit, and it was a positional game. I think I played a good game, but then in the second one, it was really messy, and I lose. And today we repeated the openings, but I lost the first one. In the second, she found a perpetual, so it wasn't the best day for me.
Well, Salome is a very strong player with a lot of experience. Is this your first World Cup here?
Yeah, this is my first. It was a pleasure to be here representing Brazil and my sponsors too.
Talking about your sponsors, you told me before that your surname, Librelato, is the same as the name of your sponsor. So obviously I thought there might be a connection, but you were telling me there was no connection. Tell us about how this came about, this sponsor with the same name as your name.
Yeah, that's curiosity. I have a sponsor named Librelato. They are a truck industry in Brazil. They are very strong, but unfortunately I have no relationship with them, but they support me as a project for the industry.
So you're telling me you're the third strongest woman player in Brazil. You qualified here by winning the zonal. What are your plans for the future? Are you considering to play more chess, or do you have another job? Are you a professional chess player? What are your plans?
Yeah, I am a professional chess player and also a teacher, but this year I have to qualify for the Brazil Olympic team for the next Olympics, so this is my one focus right now. But of course I want to play another FIDE World Cup. It was amazing be here, so I want to come back.
Okay, so hopefully we'll see you in Budapest next year.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Thanks for the interview and good luck.
Thank you very much.
So I'm pleased to be joined by one of the top Polish female players, Karina Tivka. Karina Tivka, how are you doing? You've just won your tiebreak by 2-0 against Melissa Castrillon. How did the match go? Tell us in your words your sensations, your feelings after defeating Melissa.
Yes, I am so happy because I won 2-0. It is very hard for me because I took 2 draws yesterday and the first round. I think she was very good prepared, and the game was very, very hard for me. But okay, I was lucky second game and I won.
I'm sure you must be, although the match was difficult, I'm sure you must be very excited to go to the second round. You were telling me before that your opponent is Bela Kotinashvili. Tell me about the anecdote you were saying before while we were talking.
Yes, I played with Bela Kotinashvili in European Individual Women's Championship in this year, last round, and I won this game and I qualified here because I won, and now we meet together tomorrow.
She comes straight in because she's seeded, so she'll probably be a bit more rested than you. What plans do you have for today to prepare the game for tomorrow?
I think today I will be rest, and maybe evening I will prepare something.
Okay, well, I'll be watching the game because this is going to be very interesting to see if you're able to keep up the same level in the last game. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's Blitz time, dear friends. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. Irene, the games have begun. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, it's very interesting to see the games have been started already.
Yes, we have the games here, and the first game that we are looking at with this view is Ilya Smirin taking on Santiago. And we have a Nimzo Indian on the board with Smirin going for this knight e2 variation. We'll soon have our normal 2D board, but for now enjoy this top view with the knight jumping to f4. Nice choice, by the way, by Smirin. Normal opening.
Yeah, this is a very interesting opening choice too, because it's a quite solid choice, but it's quite deadly as well. If you're not careful and then you are placing your pieces on the wrong square, there's some deadly attack on the king side.
Right. And for now, Santiago has played c6, very solid move, and he brings out his bishop to g4, attacking the queen.
I think f3 is about to.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the idea.
But why would you provoke f3? Because this is a general plan, right? That white wants to play f3 in such positions.
Yes, I have no idea. Probably he forgot about it. Again, we are already on to like the 5th hour of the play today. So probably fatigue takes in.
What? Bishop c8. He goes back. Maybe he wanted to provoke f3 so that later he can play c5.
That is possible too. Yes.
But I don't think it's a good move.
I don't think so either. But probably after this queen c2 is about to come.
Yeah, let's see how he continues. Oh, he makes use
G4.
of that f3 move, goes g4. Ilyas Mirin is going for the kill now.
Yes.
Nice move.
He's going for the attack and scaring his opponent away with the castle king on the king side.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. And now bishop d6. Somehow, Santiago is a little bit confused. He's moving his same pieces again. He's played his bishop to d6.
And now I think knight ce2 is asking to be played. Or g5.
g5. He's going all in.
He's going all in, indeed. g5 and keeps attacking. Bishop takes f4.
What? Do you take on f6?
I think you have to take on f4 first.
Why? But what's the problem with taking on f6? Because then your bishop is hanging and I can take on g7.
Yeah, but then you have bishop h6. I think this bishop is very important in defending the king.
Right. I like your suggestion. Let's go e takes f4, then put your king on f2 and then attack.
Yes.
Yeah, he does it. He does this, what you suggested. If Santiago manages to hold on here, that would be something. Because I think he's already in a very difficult situation.
It is, but the knight is standing very safely there on h5, and actually it's a good move.
Okay, we have the board now. Very soon we are going to put it up. Yeah, there we have it. Knight goes to h5, but the engine's saying equal.
Yeah, this looks very equal still. It's good. It's good for both sides. The knight on h5 is standing very safely, and then g6 is about to come.
You know, I thought white was clearly better after black made so many back and forth moves, but not really. This one is around equal. And by the way, knight came to e2, and I guess his plan is to perhaps go to g3 at some point, or just defend f4 for the time being. Okay.
I like the idea of if you just play queen c2 later on, and then bishop d2 and long castle. So you're just focusing all your effort into the king side's attack.
Nice. That's a good suggestion, Irene. Okay, should we look at the other boards very quickly, like what's happening?
Yes, so we have 3 other tie-break matches.
Berkish versus Matamoros. Right now, it seems like Berkic has a nice position because he has 2 pawn islands here. And white has 3.
Yes.
So for the time being, it seems like a small edge for Berkic. And then we go to the game of Aydin Süleymanli versus Zhu Yinglun. These 2 players have drawn both their classical games, drawn both their rapid games, both their 10+10 games. And who's going to win the first one?
Yes. So they are very equal to each other.
Yeah, Aydin Süleymanli. Yeah, no, this is Kojul. Let's have Aydin and Zhu Yinglun. But I think the resulting position right now is also roundabout even, although white is a pawn up. Maybe the bishop comes here, hits the knight, and then the rook comes and sort of takes away the pawn.
Yeah, I think that should be the idea of this position, because you cannot afford of just being a pawn down the whole time. So you have to gain something up here.
Okay. And by the way, a big shout out to you, Irene, for this idea of bishop d2 and long castle. That's exactly what Ilyas Mirin has done. And I believe his position looks very menacing right now. And putting this queen on h3 was a very interesting idea by Avila Pavas Santiago. But somehow it feels like the queen is not so well placed.
No, it's not. If I were white, I would just give up a pawn and play knight g3 and have my h file open for my rook. So that's probably what white is thinking after this castle.
Yeah, maybe we can have Ilyas Mirin and Santiago on the screen. And by the way, look at what's happened to Sanal Wahab's knight. Okay, we'll come back to that game very shortly. But look at this, knight a1. The knight is sort of trapped in the corner of the board, and Kozul's Denko is actually completely better. Look at his bishops, his knight, and his rook joining in. Pawns coming forward. Sanal Wahab is under big pressure.
Yes, and the knight on a1 is not looking good. Even though you might be coming out with c3, knight c2, and
it's looking terrible right now.
Terrible.
It has nowhere to go. And I mean, Irene, if you go c3, a3 would just kind of mess up your entire position.
Yes, and the bishops are looking very nice there.
Yeah, these are amazing bishops. And for the time being, I think Sanal Wahab is very confused what to do. He goes, what? g5, I guess. He's attacking maybe.
Yes. Wow. And I think a few moves have been played, I believe.
Few moves have been made on the board. Maybe we can quickly, while this is going on, jump to the game of Smirin. Should we do that, or should we stay? Because, let's go there. And look at this. Ilya Smirin.
Did White play the knight g3? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he played it.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. You are just calling out all the moves of Ilya Smirin.
Oh, wow.
Knight a6, knight g3. He went queen h4. Now this move takes, and pawn up to h4. Now threatening f5.
The queen has to take f3, otherwise the queen will be trapped there on h5.
But if you take this, now h5, and it just opens up everything.
Oh, this is such a nightmare to play for black. Yeah, because White has all the attack here, and then look at the bird view camera over there.
Yeah, maybe we can have this full screen to just show, because the board is not updated. So maybe we can go full screen here and show our viewers what's happening.
Am I seeing that there's some piece on f6 there? White
Yeah. I think some of the
F5.
queen has made it.
f6, f5, g5, h5. Look at that setup.
Ilya Smirin having a lot of fun right now.
Indeed.
Isn't it unbelievable that he's winning, Kozul is winning? Let's quickly check what's happening. Oh, by the way, the moves have updated.
The moves have updated?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look.
So,
wow.
He went knight h5, queen h5, h4, takes h5, bishop f5, he took, queen jumped in. He offered a queen trade. Ilya said no. Queen went back, he pushed.
Wow.
And now he took, g takes f6.
And bishop h6 is coming.
And then come here, check, and then kill the king.
Yes, and that's why black played h6 to give some room.
Breathing space.
Exactly, on h7, because otherwise it will be very,
something like this
it's very
happened.
suffocating.
Here, but he can just chop the pawn, right? And he takes it.
I think if king h7, there might be rook g6, no?
Oh,
Look at that.
That would be something. Rook g8, check.
And
King
then
h7.
bishop g7.
But now how do you finish it? Oh,
Rook
g6! What a move! Rook g6!
I knew it happened.
Threatening a mate.
Oh,
what a game, man! What a game by Ilya Smirin. That was amazing. What an amazing.
Oh man.
This was perhaps the best attacking game. Yeah,
in the Blitz. Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly go to the game of Berkic versus Matamoros Franco.
I was having fun with that game.
Yeah, we had so much fun, and also you called out this idea before he played it, which was brilliant. I mean, amazing.
So this is quite... There 19 seconds left on the clock, and White look too calm for that.
No, but somehow I also feel Matamoros is also pushing his pawns forward, just like how Kozul was doing.
Maybe we can zoom into the board until the
it's the live
are
position.
Updating. Oh, it's a live position.
Almost. We are almost there.
Wow.
I believe what must have happened is, the last few moves were, I think, there we have it. So we had g5, knight e8, f5, queen d4, takes, knight jumped in. But you know, he's exchanged down, so maybe it's not so simple.
This pair of bishop will compensate it, I would say. The bishop will take d4 pawn, and the pawn on f will be quite a very dangerous pawn.
Yeah, true. Well, the rook has come into a2. And he's pushed his pawn to f6.
Yeah, he has to.
But I think Brkic is keeping his cool amazingly well. Oh, he takes on a1? What?
If he takes on a1, wow, some chaos is happening there.
Yeah. Is there any hope there for Matamoros? No, I don't think so. Look at this live position. He is still lost.
Yeah, he's down 2 pawns, and the arbiter needs to supervise closely.
Right. No, this should be lost now,
Yeah,
because he's lost 2 pawns, I believe, at least 2, and he's 2 pawns down. But there might be some hope of holding it. Very quickly, if we can check Aydin Suleimanli, it's a draw in that game. Again, they are actually ending it in a draw. And Kojul versus Sanal Wahab, what a turnaround. No. What a turnaround. Sanal is winning.
Sanal is...
He's won.
Is piece up. Maybe some tactics was happening.
You told about this knight. I said it was a terrible piece. You said c3 knight.
Maybe I shouldn't call out moves, because otherwise they wouldn't play it.
Yeah, it's just happening, whatever you're saying. Oh, meanwhile, I think Matamoros has managed to sort of bring the game very close to equality.
Ooh.
Maybe we can have this on the full screen now, because anyway the moves update a little bit with a lag.
I think it should be, if the bishop can be exchanged with the pawn, it should be just drawn. Rook and knight versus rook is a draw.
Right, true. But you always are a bit worried, and you want to keep that piece till the very end, but you shouldn't keep it till that point that you'll end up in trouble.
Yes, I think when there is an opportunity for you to exchange that bishop with the pawn, just do it.
Yeah.
Because it's a very easy hold with rook versus rook and knight.
Right, and you don't take here the bishop with your knight, because if you do that, if you take here, then maybe the rook endgame is not so simple. This might be lost.
No, this might be lost.
So keep the bishop.
Keep the bishop for sure.
Oh, they exchanged and they agreed to a draw.
Okay, there you go.
So 1 draw. And we still have this Suleimanli game going on. Maybe we can have a look at it. It's looking like a draw.
Looking like a draw for sure. Yes. The e4 pawn has to be defended by a rook, because otherwise if f5 is on the board...
maybe they drew already, yeah? Or they are playing. Maybe they drew. So we had 2 draws perhaps?
We had 2 draws?
2 draws?
Oh, 2 draws between Brkic and Matamoros. And Suleimanli and Sri Yinglun, and they also drew. And we have 2 decisive games. Kozuzdenko lost to Sanal Wahab, and Smirin won against Avila in a very good attacking game.
So right now, Santiago has to beat Smirin.
Yes.
And Kojul has to come back against Sanal Wahab.
Yes.
Which is not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy at all.
Because also, what happened? Oh.
No, they kept playing.
And did he lose?
Sri Yinglun, I think, lost on time. We were wrong then. So
we thought it was a draw, but no, they kept playing on. And right now, this is the board position, which is actually a draw. Or maybe they played on.
Did they play on?
Yeah, I think this is where his flag fell, perhaps. This was the position, and you can see Yinglun very upset there.
Yeah.
Because if you lose in a completely drawn position, that's not good news.
Yeah. Every half point really matters. Yeah?
And also their match is so close, right?
Yes.
No one was being able to win a game. Suddenly you lose in this fashion.
Yes. Wow.
And did you know, like, Zee Yonglun was a pawn up in that endgame? He had 4 versus 3.
Okay, the next one is going to start soon, actually, in about 1 minute.
Yeah.
So they're not taking any rest.
My God.
In such
It's starting at 8:13.
Yes, 8:13.
So in 4 minutes from now, they are setting it up, the boards, everything. It was quite a chaotic round.
It is. So I hope, and I think there should be some refreshment for the players here, because it's already around the dinner time, and if you're not eating anything in such a situation, how could you think with an empty stomach?
That's true. You know, Irene, I went there inside and I saw, okay, by the way, this is the World Cup happening in Baku, Azerbaijan, 29 July to 25th August, 204 players from 86 countries. In fact, it's much more. 206 in the open, 103 in women. And we have a prize fund of, by the way, 2.5 million. This is the open section. And 3 places in the next candidates for both women and open. This is the Women's World Cup, right? 29 July to 22nd August, 102 players from 46 countries. Prize fund of $676,000.
So a joining prize fund is the highest ever in the chess tournament, $2.5 million US.
Amazing. Yeah, I was saying that I went inside the playing hall before the Blitz started off. And, you know, some players were just sitting alone, like Zhu Yinglun. There was no one. But Aydin was kind of walking around, talking. I saw Matamoros and Santiago sort of talking with each other. So different players have different ways in which they sort of spend their bide their time in this break.
Yeah, well, different players also play different openings. So it shows that everyone has their own personal taste in whatever they do, yeah?
Yeah. But I think the game of the day was definitely Ilyas Mirin's Rook G6 versus...
That was the move of the day, no?
Yeah, that was so good. That was so good.
Yes, and to end the game in such a fashion, I think he must be proud of himself.
Yeah, he would be very happy. And I think Avila Santiago has to really play out of his skin now if he wants to save this match. At the same time, I think Matamoros Franco is just so tenacious. He's not giving up at all. He was lost against Birkic, and he's also, if you look at the ratings, he's 2,441. Birkic is 2,608.
But Matamoros is clearly underrated, yeah?
Yeah.
I think he used to be close to 2,600.
Right.
So, and players are getting ready for the second game of the Blitz section. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds.
Okay, this one, how many do you think will go to 3+2 now?
At least one. At least one.
At least one.
At least
okay,
one.
my feeling is that Santiago might be very motivated with white to come back. He's 1 point down against Mirin. Matamoros and Birkic will end with someone winning because it was a draw. Okay, there we go. And Zhu Yinglun has to win against Aydin, which is not going to be easy. And Kojul also has to win. Okay, let's see. We will soon have the moves coming up, but right now
we can just try to zoom in to the
I think they've played the Ragozin.
Hard to tell for me.
Is it the knight on b4? Yeah, it's a knight on b4. We have the move. Oh, e4. Let's have the board. e4 c6, d4 d5. We had the
another Caro-Kann game.
Caro-Kann, take, bishop d3, knight f6, h3, knight c6. He played knight f3. He could have played c3 as well, but he played knight f3, knight b4, attacking the bishop. Oh, and he gave up this bishop. Wow.
This is quite a sad line, yeah?
I think if he went back, he was afraid that maybe bishop f5.
And you have to play knight a3, and probably this is something that you don't like.
So he went knight c3, g6. Okay, interesting. He's also not taking the bishop.
Yeah, but this is a dream for black, yeah? As a current player, you just take on a d3 later on if when needed after a3, knight d3, bishop f5.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so black is currently doing fine.
Yeah, good position for Matamoros. a6 played after knight e5. And maybe we can quickly check what is Santiago doing against Ilya Smirin.
It's an Italian game. Petrov.
Petrov.
Sorry.
Petrov.
Takes.
Bishop d3, knight c6, castles, bishop e7, c4, knight to b4.
Bishop e2, castle, yes. And then should be taking on c3, takes knight c6 back.
That's a very common line,
That's
right?
the main line, yeah. Takes.
Take. But he didn't play that.
He didn't play that?
Played
What did he
bishop
play?
f5.
Okay, that's another line. Play solidly, Petrov. This time no Sicilian, just Petrov.
I think Smirin
learned his lesson. Yeah.
He's like, let me not take my chance this time because I'm so close to now qualifying to the next round. Who would Smirin play if he reaches the next round? Because I believe he would be so tired.
Shevchenko Kirill.
Oh,
another youngster.
Young boy, I think he's 18 years old. He'll have all the energy, but Smirin will be so tired. But still, as you said, he would be riding with that enthusiasm of having beaten his opponent. By the way, knight takes e4 played. No, first bishop e3. Yeah, so knight c3,
yes, bishop
e6.
f5, bishop e3.
Bishop e3 and then bishop
knight
f5. Oh, he changed this. Knight e4 and now he's taken with the bishop. So nice position here for Smirin, looking very solid. Zi Yunglun has to beat Aydin Suleimanli. And do you think he's got the position which he would have hoped for out of the opening with black?
I would think so. It's still a very dynamic position with two bishops aiming towards the king side.
Love it.
You just need to castle, remove your queen from the d file.
b6 is a great square.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, he plays bishop e3.
Just neutralize everything, yeah? Yes. We're just about to say that this bishop... Oh, Aydin is shaking his head.
Yeah, but I think he played a good move. He played a good move,
Did he miss something? Hence, he's shaking his head or not? Or probably a4. a4 and with the addition... Yeah, a4, b4 and then bishop e3. At least after that you have a c4 for your knight.
You mean first start with this?
Yes, before removing the queen from the b file. Just weaken the b file first. Yeah, and then after b4 and you play bishop e3 and it's more forcing for white to exchange the bishop. Otherwise this b4 pawn is kind of like hanging. And if not, then you can go with the knight to b d2 and then knight c4. Oh, it's looking very good for white.
Right, that was possible to go a4. Although Aydin felt that the f2 pawn would be a little bit too vulnerable and he first played this. Bishop d5 by Zhu Yinglun, queen d3, and we have this position right now on our screens. What is happening with Kojul? Has he... Oh, Kojul going all out with h4, g4.
Wow.
And now rook g1, he wants to go g5.
Yes.
Can we just look at the opening, what happened here?
It's some sort of English?
Yeah, this sort of
and now
Slav
Slav, yeah.
G4 makes sense. H4.
Another g4. Bishop e2 and takes, rook g1. Nice.
I mean, the engine hates this, kind of. The engine says black is doing very well. But for me, it feels like...
It's interesting.
This is nice. You know, you can push g5. But I think the main issue is that what are these two knights doing? They don't have good squares to go to.
Probably at some point a3, b4, knight b3 and then going to c5.
Right, that could be.
That could be it.
Or knight a4, knight c5. Something of that sort has to be found. He goes knight d7. Okay, interesting. You know, let me make a bold prediction here. Not very bold, but Ilyas Mirin's position I really like as black.
Very solid, yeah. The knight on d5 is controlling everything.
Just put your pawn on h6, Ilya. Don't let the pawn come to h6. Yeah, that's what he's done. He's put his pawn to h6. Good play. Knight e5.
You have a choice to take it. I think that's okay too.
Yeah.
To take on a5. I think he will do it. What do you think?
I guess he could do it.
Bishop e5, and queen g5.
How is this simplifying idea, Irene? Go knight f4. He must take. And then take here because this is pinned. And then you sort of simplify everything. And the more, if you go into a major endgame, this is weak. Then you put your rook here and this is weak.
I like it. But with only 3 minutes left on the clock, do you... I think he will find it.
Maybe knight f4 or maybe something else.
No, he's totally calculating it right now. Wait, what's going on?
Oh, he played queen b6.
Queen b6.
Putting pressure here and here.
And also preparing the rook to go to d8.
Yeah, looks good. Ooh, this match has been going on for roughly 5 hours, 20 minutes. And we still don't have a winner. But Ilyas Mirin has almost one hand on the next spot. His second hand is coming in. Rook b1 played. That's not the kind of move you want to make, but...
Rook d8, automatic move. Rook d1 is on the board.
Yeah.
Wow. You just have to keep a steady hand in this position.
True. Also, I like how Santiago knows he's worse, but he's playing very quick and calm. I mean, he's down to a minute, but still, he's trying here.
Yes. It is interesting how to proceed this. A5 on the board. So not taking any risk yet, yeah? Just do not deal with anything that is currently already fixed.
Right.
So A5, yeah, pretty good move.
And where is he going? Queen
F5.
If there's any other game where we are having some...
Oh, let's take a look at Kozul's game.
Kozul, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is he going all out?
Yeah, up to which point is that? Okay, E4 and then B4.
He went G5, takes, knight here. And now he played E4. There's B4, yes?
Yes, B4. And then knight A4. And then D takes E4.
Okay.
Bishop takes E4. Bishop D5. Queen E2. Queen A5. Long castle.
Oh!
Bishop takes E4 now.
What a game!
Queen takes E4. And then Queen D5, Queen G4, Queen F5.
He's not going to exchange.
He doesn't want to exchange that for sure. He wants to keep the queen on the board.
And now, but he has to, right, trade? Because otherwise Rook C8 check and he's in trouble.
That looks ugly for white. Yes, I think he has to take.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the king is just too vulnerable.
And time-wise, Kozul has 42 seconds. Okay, he took and played G6. Somehow Kozul always finds the most sort of forcing ideas in the position. Did he play F6 or? We don't know. I think he played something.
We need to wait until the moves are updated.
Yeah. But look at how calm he is. Okay, so he played F6.
F6 and Rook
check.
E1. And the king, where will you go with the king?
King D8 maybe.
Is it possible to... I think you just play King D8, yeah? No need to cover it.
If you go King D8, somehow you can put your knight here and open up this file with E6 coming in. Could
That's
get nasty.
That's such a mess.
Ooh. No, he played the other knight. King d8, knight c5. But I guess now...
King b7, knight e5. Yes, knight e5, and then rook c8 check, king d1.
He goes to d1. Oh, did he blunder?
Nope. And after rook h2, takes on d7, takes on b2.
Yeah, somehow the position is still roundabout even. But I think now Sanal's position looks easier to play.
Yeah, with the more active rooks.
Oh, by the way, Ilyas Mirin won.
Ilyas Mirin won.
Yeah, he won his game, so he's through to the next round.
And getting ready against Shevchenko Kirill.
Yeah, and Birkic seems to have won his game. He's completely winning against Matamoros. So basically, Birkic goes through. I think
it's still the first round, no?
No, it's the second.
Is it the second? Oh, it is the second.
They drew the first game. Yeah, right. Birkic has won.
Yeah. Birkic
so he goes through. Ilyas Mirin goes through. What about Zhu Yinglun? Is he going to win this? No, it doesn't look like. Aydin is doing really well, and Aydin had won the first game. So,
right.
So Aydin looking very strong. And what about our game with Kojul? Are the moves updated? Oh, so many moves.
So many moves. There you go.
And Sanal is winning. Sanal is winning here. So that means Sanal will go through. There we have it. Kojul. What a fight by him. He fought like a gladiator, but in the end, Sanal Wahab has progressed to the next round. And Sanal will take on
Abdusattorov.
Oh, Abdusattorov.
Oh, this time. You know who I'll be picking.
And by the way, we are still watching this game between Suleimanli versus Zhu Yinglun. Suleimanli needs only a draw. Zhu Yinglun needs to win. It's a check to the king. King moves up. We have to see the board.
There are too many arbiters around.
Yeah, it's getting too tense.
And the winner of this match will be facing Parham Maksudlu.
Oh, so Parham still waiting for his opponent. I think, Irene, we might not go to the next Blitz segment at all. All games will be decided. Because this one, I think Aydin is holding his own.
Yes, but it's looking
Oh, it's over.
It's over?
Yeah.
What is going on?
What happened? Did Aydin lose on time? Because he's doing this. You can't even understand who's won. You know, both players.
Oh, they just repeat the moves.
They repeated.
And one of them, I think, claim for the repetition, or it's still in dispute.
No idea. We have the arbiter, Gopakumar, there, who's telling them. I don't know what is he asking? Oh, he lost. Aydin lost.
No, Zhu Yinglun lost on time. Or?
No, Aydin lost. That's why they are doing the next toss. Aydin lost.
Oh, wow.
So now we have one more 3+2. That's why there was a toss.
Is that what happened?
Crazy. Did Aydin lose on time? Because Zhu Yinglun lost on time the previous Blitz game, and now Aydin lost on time. What is happening here? We have drama. Huge drama. And I think, look at Zhu Yinglun. He's like, end this match.
I have one more life.
You know, Irene, when this tournament started, you made a statement. After every World Cup, you grow 5 years older. And now I understand. It's like, why? Maybe after this commentary, you might grow 10 years old.
That is possible, because not only that I was handling my own game, now I'm handling lots of games going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And we have some break, and in 4 minutes, it will be another tie break of 3+2.
Wow. And just when I said, that we might not go to the next tie break because...
You jinxed it. You jinxed it. And it didn't happen at all. And now we have another tie break, 3+2. Who do you think will win?
Well, I have no clue, because I think right now the momentum is with Zhu Yinglun. Because Aydin was so close to sort of getting home there. He had won the first game. He was better in the second game. And at maximum, a draw. At minimum, the position was a draw. And suddenly, I think he lost on time.
Yes, it's there when the nerves got on you. You forgot sometimes when you see the clock and you still have like 10 seconds remaining. But then the next minute, or not the next minute, the next second you saw, you only have 1 second left.
And also, Irene, don't you think that when the day started, you played 4 games with 10-second increment? Then suddenly you have now only 3. Your brain has not yet adjusted to it, right? Oh, it's already 1 game now?
Yes, so only 1 game of 3+2 until there is a winner, and they will reverse the colors if the game ended with another draw.
Oh, so only now this is like a decisive game.
It is a decisive game. This is the replacement of the Armageddon.
Oh, I thought they would go for 2 games and then one, then the next one. Oh, so this is already whoever wins is done, and if they draw, they keep playing on
and on. Yes.
Okay, Irene, have you got your food and everything here? Maybe
let me check. Yeah.
Maybe the next 10 games if they continue drawing, and they were very solid. In fact,
they were very solid. Yes.
So, but you never know.
But I think seeing the current trend of how they played, I think 1 game is enough.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have a feeling that it will be decided in this game.
Okay, and by the way, Zhu Yinglun has white pieces.
Okay.
So who do you think?
This is tough.
This one is tough.
I think Sulaiman Lee will win this one, yes. I don't know how many games it takes. Like what I say, it might be decided on this one, on this 1 game only. But I don't know. It's so hard to predict. If you're already going so far until like the last section of the tiebreak, it means that these players show that they are the best. They can
fight back.
They can fight back, yes. And they deserve to be the next round.
How does Aydin Suleimanli fight back from this? Maybe he just doesn't have to think about how he lost right now. Then he might, come back. But if he's constantly thinking about, it was a draw, how did I not press the clock or something, then it might be very tough.
Yes. And, probably this type of mistake will fuel you up for the next round, to give the anger that is needed. To power through until the last moment, because otherwise at this point already we've been playing for more than 5 hours.
5 hours, 32 minutes to be precise.
More than 5 hours and 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
And
why these 5.5 hours seem like even 8 hours right now? Because at the end of every segment, it's like you have so much rush of energy, right? Because someone's going out. So in a way, they have like ups and downs all the time. And that really takes away a lot of energy.
Yeah, just to be mentally exhausted as well. It will take up so much energy in your body.
Yes.
So, and not to mention, you have to use your brain. And I think that a chess player can take up to 2,000 calories for their game.
Wow. I'm sure they lost some weight today after this intense tie break.
Yes, it's for sure. Yeah, I'm just wondering what they are doing before the last section of the tie break. Actually,
maybe if we have the cameras inside the playing hall and if we can see what's happening there, that would be amazing, because in less than a minute the game should begin now. Yeah, there we have
the
players
getting ready. They already played the first few moves. They started, yep.
And Zhu Yinglun has the white pieces. We are moving in with the camera. Very soon we will get the moves. Aydin Suleimanli has the black pieces. Aydin, the talent from Azerbaijan. Zhu Yinglun from China, rated 2531. Aydin is 2586. This is actually the decisive game if someone wins it. If you draw, another 3+2. Again a draw, another 3+2. It keeps going.
I'm sure the tension is like at its climax right now.
Right. And such events kind of make you really strong mentally, right? Because when you fight so many games with someone, you can always draw upon this thing to get energy. Okay, the game has started. We can get the board. D4 by Zhu Yinglun. Knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3 d5, knight c3, and we had c5. So let's get the board.
Yeah, so now we have the Tarash in the opening section.
Maybe we can ask the director to get the board here, the 2D board. I think it's all working now. We have the moves as well.
So many arbiters.
No, the 2D board. The moves are here. Ooh. Yeah, there we have it. So we had the Queen's Gambit declined, and then Tarash, he took here, and then C takes, Queen takes, ED, Bishop G5, Bishop E7, Queen A4 check, Bishop D7, Queen D1, the Queen made like a triangle, Bishop E6, E3, Queen B6, maybe not the best there, check, Knight to C6, and now they're thinking. 2 minutes 30 seconds for Aiden, less than 2 minutes for Zhu Yinglun.
And each player will have 2 seconds increment for every move. So there are some moves already. There you go.
So he played Knight C6, castles, Rook C1, and this is the board position.
And now Black is thinking how to proceed.
I think
and
he moved his
Rook AC8.
Rook AC8.
Or Rook D8 or Rook FD8, either one.
Well, what do you have to say about this position? I think it's a very standard one with the D5 pawn as an isolated pawn, but I think Black is okay. He just puts his Rook on D8 and C8.
Yep, I think it looks solid to me.
Completely fine.
Totally agree.
Yeah, he played Rook C8, and now Zhu Yinglun is thinking about what his next move ought to be. I would say, is Queen E2 making sense? Just
or A3.
A3.
Yeah, this is typical. Queen E2 actually, because A6 you want it. You don't want to take on C6 after A6 here.
So Queen E2 might be the move here. You can see Aiden just cleaning his glasses, getting ready for the last few minutes.
Yes. Ooh, 1 minute almost. Zhu Yinglun still.
He plays Queen E2.
Queen E2, yeah?
Yeah. He's brought his queen up.
And probably Rook D8 or A6 might be the move.
Rook D8, A6, H6. These are the few moves that can happen here. But they're playing too slow, right? Suddenly.
Yeah, they are.
He goes H6, I believe he's...
Yeah, he's reaching it. Yep. He has a second thought.
I don't know what's the move that he... I think he went Knight E4. Is it even possible? No, I don't think so.
I think he's still thinking. Black is still thinking.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's not. Knight A4.
No, he did play some move.
And then Knight A4 is on the board.
Yeah.
Could it be Rook D8 or something?
No, he went. He went Rook D8. You're right.
And then Knight A4.
And then Knight
Queen
A4.
A5.
And then the Queen jumped to A5. Okay, makes sense. Now we have.
You go.
Ooh, nice view. Nice view. Thank you so much. Maybe we can make this full screen if this is possible. A6, Bishop takes. Yeah, he
There you go.
takes with the bishop. Now what do? Do you take with the rook or you take with the pawn? He takes with the pawn.
He takes with the pawn.
Bishop. Oh, he's going to now clamp down on c5 square with his knight. Nice positional play.
And queen b5 has to be played now.
But what's the threat? Oh, knight b7 is a fork, right?
Yes. You have to protect.
And a6 is also falling.
Yes.
So Zhi Yunglun, but he has only 10 seconds left.
Oh, and remember, it's only 2-second increment.
Yeah.
So it's not much. It's.
Don't lose on time, guys.
Queen b5.
He has 30. Yeah, he plays it.
Takes with a.
A pawn. Yeah, you must take it. Otherwise, but Irene is not happy. Because
Something is wrong.
What's happening with a b5? Is some material hanging?
Probably just rook c2 or something, or knight d4.
Yeah, takes. Yeah, knight d4.
Knight
Wow. Okay, the knights are looking really good.
Yeah.
And where's this bishop going? Bishop d7. But now he goes rook. He's not even thinking about trading anything.
Wow.
Bishop e8 brings the other rook.
This is not a case. A pair of bishop against a pair of knights.
Yeah. and I think this is a very big positional edge for white.
Yes. And look at the time situation. 13 seconds.
He's actually moved up ahead. And now Irene has only 6 seconds.
I think somebody will flag. Knight b4, h5, king f2.
h4. Oh, that's
c6 is hanging. C6 is hanging.
Really?
You can take on c6.
No.
With the other knight. Oh, but knight on d4 is also hanging.
Yeah,
too.
he didn't want to trade.
No.
He wants to keep those beautiful knights on the board.
Now,
but now he takes it.
And take it with the knight, yes. Yeah. And rook c4.
But some respite for black, I would say. Because now his bishop gets really active. He had 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh, now they are again moving towards a draw, perhaps. Rook c4.
Yes, rook c4 has to.
But play on
check. King b3.
Check. I thought he blundered.
Yeah.
And now he's threatening h3.
It has to be very quick. No, you don't want to exchange any of the rooks.
Right.
Keep the 2 rooks on the board. That's
rook
right.
c5.
Rook
Take
c5.
on a3. He takes it.
To.
Oh, with just 2 seconds left. h3,
wow.
Brilliant move. Because now f3 is hanging. I think this is ending in a draw. Or maybe black can push, right? He's pawn up. But his d5 pawn is falling.
Yeah, d5 pawn is falling. It should be a draw. It should be another draw now.
Are you sure, Irene? Because look at those 2 nice black pawns. They look really good.
He has to move quick. Now rook h5 probably.
Oh, look at this one. He had 2 seconds.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
f5, b4. He pushes. Oh no, he's losing the f pawn. We are going for another game draw.
Oh, another game drawn. Okay.
Oh, did you see that handshake at the end?
Yeah.
They were like, I don't want to play you again, but we have to.
We have enough already. Yeah, probably they would be thinking, oh, I'm playing too many games against one person.
Let's keep this view for the next game as well, you know.
This is interesting. Yeah, the view was really nice.
We start in 4 minutes again.
Another 4 minutes, yeah. So always 4 minutes to rest for after each of the game.
But we want to see what the players are doing. Oh, they just sat down.
I think they just want to start.
They are like, no, why are you giving us 4 minutes?
Just start already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the players didn't want to waste any time anyway because
they are on the board.
because they're entitled for a 4-minute break after the game, but they're already sitting back on their chairs. Very impatient. Very impatient.
By the way, Irene, who is their opponent? I keep forgetting. Who are they going to play? Who are they going to play next in the next round? The one who wins?
Oh, I'm sure I've pulled it up before.
Yeah.
It's Maksudlu.
Yeah, Maksudlu. And Maksudlu is waiting for his next opponent.
But I believe he's taking his dinner right now.
You know, eating his dinner, watching this thing unfold. I mean, everyone's really enjoying it except the players, I think. The players are just... And also the arbiters. They are like, And I think the one who's writing the score sheets, they have the toughest time. How can you even write the score sheet?
No, I think they'll be just marking, you know, especially for the 50 move rule.
Right.
Yeah. So...
But I like how they're following the rules so thoroughly that even though the players are ready, they're not starting the game. They're like, it starts in 4 minutes, so you have 4 minutes. Now do whatever you want.
But I'll be just sitting on my chair. Yes. So I think they're still waiting for the other technical team to start.
Yeah.
The broadcast and other stuff.
So they have played with each other 9 games now. This is the 10th game that they're going to play. Because there are 2 classical games, 2 25 plus 10, 2 10 plus 10, 2 5 plus 3, and now the first 3 plus 2. And remember guys, this is whoever wins the match.
Whoever wins the match. And there is no Armageddon until we see the winner of the match.
Yes, and if it keeps drawing...
yeah, you just keep playing.
Keep playing. You know, it could go on and on. Technically, this can go on for many hours.
Yeah.
But I believe the players will at some point, of course, get very tired and make some mistake. Yeah. This is no longer, I would say, about making the best moves. It's about survival. Who can survive in there? Who can hang in there? Who is the most mentally strong?
And physically strong as well. Because this takes like a lot of your energy, a lot of calories, a lot of everything of your body.
Right.
Yeah?
I agree. And by the way, I think Irene is doing it right. You know, he's kind of moving around, not just sitting in his chair, while Zhu Yinglun is not even getting up.
Yeah, I think he's focused on deciding what to play on the next game. Because they've been, as you said, they've been playing for 9 games.
Yes.
And they know each other's openings. So I think he's thinking whether he wants to divert to another opening or stick into the same one.
Right. And I think Irene has been starting his games with 1 d4 or knight f3, you know, these openings. So maybe we don't know what Zhu Yinglun would play. But one thing is for sure, both the players are very well matched.
Yes.
And
Oh,
they've
there
started.
you go. Sicilian.
He started with e4. So he surprised his opponent perhaps here.
And we have Sicilian on the board.
b3. Oh, bishop f6. c3. And now I like Irene's position. Look at that center. Very nice. In fact, the bishop could get trapped next move if e5 comes in.
I think queen c7 is in order.
Queen c7 controlling e5 square even further.
Yes. Or even forcing things like e5, for example. It depends on... Oh, knight c6,
Knight
yes.
c6. Okay. Rook d1.
And you can castle now, I guess.
But then don't you think d5 gives white a nice position or not really?
I don't think so, because then the bishop on f6 is standing very strong. A castle is, I think, a good move, maybe.
Okay.
Or... Oh, no. That work is on d1, not e1.
Yeah, d1, yes.
So you can move the queen first, yeah? I guess. Or castle.
Yeah, he's anyway going to castle now. But look at the time. Irene has 3 minutes, 12 seconds.
He's actually gaining time instead of
He's
losing.
gained 12 seconds and they've played 10 moves. So...
Oh, I'm
and did you
shaking
see
right
the last? Did you see the last move? He was on 310. He gained 2 seconds. He didn't even lose a second for making the move. He's so quick.
Yeah, it's the key in the Blitz games. You just have to gain extra space in the opening. It gives a lot of easier tasks for you.
Right. And look at Zhu Yinglun. He's down to 1 minute 50 seconds. That means you are ahead on time by 1.5 minutes now. Crazy.
Yeah, he's taking so much time.
Hey, could you take on d6 first? Maybe he wants to take on c3 and then c2 stuff. So, okay, Irene stops. He's like, maybe there's some chance for me.
Bishop
he
takes
takes.
Okay, so if you take on c3, bishop takes f8 and then c2.
Yeah, that should be played, because if you move your rook now, then just pawn takes pawn and white is pawn up. So he takes there.
e5.
e5. Oh.
Nice.
But now bishop e7, right?
Now bishop e7, but you already have an extra pawn and knight c3 is coming, right?
Yeah, no, it would be equal pawns, right? 6 pawns each. Yeah, because you took on d6, I took on c3. Yeah, bishop e7. All good. All good.
So knight takes c3.
Yeah.
So white still has space advantage. Rook d6. Rook d6. I think it's asked to be played. Or you want to put the pawn on d6?
You know, rook d6, queen c7. E5 pawn looks a little weak, right?
Yes, but I have rook d1 or knight
the
b5.
other rook.
The other rook is coming. And the pawn on e5 is very well protected.
But Aydin really is thinking about taking with the pawn, I feel.
I think so too, yes.
He takes with the pawn. He's like, now my pawn is just 2 steps away from queening. Rook c8.
Push the pawns, probably.
Yeah. Which one, but?
That's a good question. Which one? Which one to push? Or probably, I don't know, knight e4.
Or maybe h4? Just, when in doubt, push your h-pawn. h4, h5, h6.
Yeah, just...
Why not?
But the knight on c4 is kind of...
little hanging, right? So knight e4 maybe then. Bring the knight towards the center.
Oh, rook c1. Okay, so many moves.
A lot of moves. But, Aydin is now taking his time, which is... he goes knight e4.
Knight e4. Queen a5. a3, okay.
With the idea of b4, maybe.
And you cannot push f5 because otherwise e6 is going to be very weak.
Too weak.
So knight e4 is standing quite strong there on the center.
If he gets b4 and knight c5, Irene, I would say that then white has a strong clamp on the position. So definitely white is slightly better here.
I agree with you. Yes, the pawn on d6 is going to be a very strong pawn later.
But we cannot discount that this game could also end in a draw. We have another game.
That's another possibility. I have to get my popcorn ready, Sagar.
Popcorn?
Yes.
Okay, knight e5.
Knight e5.
By Zhu Ying. No, but now b4, you play your pawn up to b4. I think that's important.
Yeah, but after b4, knight takes f3 first.
Right.
It's a check. Queen takes f3 and probably queen e5, replacing the knight.
True.
Knight d4.
Oh, look at that. Those 2 knights in the center covering so many squares. It's getting very complicated now. What did he do? He went
b6.
queen b6.
Queen b6 and
b4, right?
Not necessarily because you're giving up the c4
then the
square.
c4, the knight will jump to c4 square.
Yeah.
I love how that knight on d7 is blockading that passed pawn. But white needs to somehow get it out from there if he wants his pawn to move forward.
Okay, push the h-pawn. Because no, because I think it's a good time right now. A-pawn. Okay.
A-pawn.
A-pawn. Maybe trying to attack on
Maybe he's trying to
A5.
sort of corner the queen, right? Because queen does not have too many good squares. If you could play a5, if queen b4, then rook a4 could come in.
Or what about knight to b5 and then knight to c7? And now it's stopping it. a6.
Oh, he stops it. Nice. Oh, that was the plan. Knight b5 also. A5, yeah. Does the queen have to go back to d8? Oh, this is not good. This is not so great.
And now probably, what can you... H-pawn. Probably not. It's a bit too wasting time.
Yeah.
But how can you proceed here? What progress can you make in this position?
I don't know. I still like b4. Even though you give up the pawn c4 square, you really want to get knight c5 at some point.
Okay,
b6, that's smart.
Yeah, but
gaining
then
back some space.
But then the a6 pawn will be quite weak.
Yeah, it's quite weak, but maybe he's okay with it.
You don't have to do anything with that pawn. I think just think of the future back rank. So h3
or f4. You hit the knight and you also get rid of the back rank problems. But I think they are not trying to make any committal moves. Oh, he's very happy when he made that move. I don't know why, but there you have it. The h-pawn moves ahead.
Yes, thinking ahead.
Nice. Queen h4. The way in which Zhi Yunglun is making his moves, I am getting a bit scared there.
Yes, he's not.
He's just lashing out.
He's not taking time, and in fact, Aydin is losing so much time.
Yeah, he's down to 16. Aydin, you need to play. He might lose on time. Yeah, the way he's playing so slow. h6. So much stress, right?
And there are still so many pieces on the board with such a long time. Only 11
seconds
left on the clock.
F4.
There you go.
Nice.
Some
the
offensive move there.
Where should the knight go now?
That is a very good question.
Knight g6.
Knight g6, okay.
Is he going b4? No, you have 6 seconds. Play. Play. And they're going too slow. Someone will lose on time.
Oh, g3. Oh, e5. Takes back.
Take. I like Black's position somehow.
Yeah, Black's looks more solid in his position.
I mean, the king is a bit, 1 second he had.
Almost 1 second there. Oh my gosh.
He comes back. Is the D pawn stronger or the... Oh, now white is coordinating. He's consolidating. Knight C6. I don't think this is going to end in a draw. Someone is going to blunder somehow. Rook D8, the D pawn, does it fall?
White cannot make any progress. That is why the pawn on D6 stuck and Black's pieces are just...
Oh, what is this?
The knight on E4 was
Oh,
hanging.
he blunders.
That's why.
He blunders. No, the queen is attacked. Now the knight is attacked. Do you have a check? Knight E3?
You have to move.
Oh, queen F6.
1 second left on the clock for Xu Yinglun.
Maybe they're going for...
Could
Oh,
be
another draw maybe?
No, it's not.
No, white is better. White is clearly better.
Okay,
white
knight
has a
C7.
protected passer.
Yes. Knight C7 and then you have this
A6.
passer.
Oh, it's queening. A7, A8. Oh, Aiden is winning.
And there's no stop.
Oh, Aiden has done it.
Winner.
What a match.
Aiden win the round.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. The president of the Azerbaijan Chess Federation just came and greeted him.
Yes.
Wow.
What a match. After 10 games, it's decided that Soleimanli Aydin went through the next round and will be facing Parham Maksudlu. I'm not playing, but I'm shaking.
Exactly. That's my thing as well. How did Aiden survive that? Because at some point, even he was shaking.
He was shaking.
And I felt he was going to blunder something, but he kept his cool.
Whoa. Gosh, it was such a match. 10 games. How could you play with one person? 10 games in one event like this.
Yeah.
And it's not even World Championship match.
No, and I think really hats off to both of them.
Yes.
Special kudos to Aiden for hanging in there, but Zhu Yinglun also
shows a lot of
what a
fighting
player.
spirit. Like it's really, if all matches end like this, it shows like how such a fighter every player is.
And this match shows why World Cup is such a tough event.
It is, yes. A lot of things going on at the same time. It is the battle of your preparation. It is a battle of your mentality as well. Oof, I cannot imagine. I'm so happy to be behind the desk right now as a commentator.
It's been 6 hours today, and
Yes.
there you have the tournament table. These are the players who made it to the next round. We have now 128 players left in the open section. Tomorrow is going to be an epic day because we have all the top 50 seeds joining into the battle.
Yes, and the top 25 seats in the women's section will be joining. We'll have Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Caruana Fabiano, Juwen Jun, Kostenyuk, all the top players in the women as well. And there you go. We have the half of the table of the result in the open section in the tiebreak. Yes. Kudos to everyone
who made it. Yeah.
Who made it.
Absolutely.
Yes. And they should be getting ready for the next one. Well, it will be very tiring for Aydin actually because tomorrow he needs to play again.
Right.
And he has spent 6 hours today playing for the tiebreak. But at least he has a good warm-up. And there you go. You have the tournament table for the women's section of the result of the tiebreak of the day.
Yeah.
And congratulations for everyone who made it to the next round. And we will be awaiting a more dramatic and interesting matches coming up.
And I had such a wonderful time commentating here, Irene, with you.
Thank you.
In Baku, this was my last day. At least for the time being. Tomorrow, Vishy Anand joins in, the 5-time world champion. So guys, do tune in at 3 p.m. Irene would be here as the host with all the top stars in the world of chess. Irene, you need some rest tonight.
I have to. I need my beauty sleep, and I need my brain to be ready because next to me will be Vishy Anand. And I am so happy to be commentating with you too, Sagar. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And I've been enjoying so much. And have a safe trip home.
Sure. Thank you all. And guys, see you all tomorrow.
See you.
Bye from here.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında